Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalks.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. I appreciate y'all being here. Welcome to the show. Yes, I had to take the day off yesterday, and what is going on here? What's up? Okay. Seems like something is going on here. Yeah, everybody, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. You can see me. Hell yes. All right, cool. Well, I'll be honest. We did have some technical difficulties because it wouldn't be a pep talk show if there wasn't. But I got them all ironed out before I started the show. So, as I said, welcome. Double tap that screen, hit that like button, sub to the channel if you have not already. And hello, Anna. Anna, hi, Ramirez. How you doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. It seemed like a first-timer. I appreciate you checking out this show. Yeah, we do some news, politics, all that kind of stuff, but it's also a chill stream. I try to cultivate a very nice area where we can all kind of discuss the news of the day and also try to understand where, some of our opposition is, no matter what side we're on, so. Hey, what's up, Dennis? How's it going? Hope your wife is better. Okay, so yeah, I'll go through that in a little bit here. If you are just joining us, my wife just got back home from surgery. This is the reason I had to take the day off yesterday. She is doing well. She is healing up. The surgery itself didn't go exactly the way that we wanted it to. There were, when they said worst case scenario type of things, as far as just like if the tumor were to, be zapped and get taken out, what would be behind it, if there would be tissue. It turns out that there was no tissue. So, yeah, she is on a ostomy bag or a colostomy bag. But, yeah, she's home. She's healing. She's doing, you know what? She's eating. She's doing well. Getting her exercise. The incisions are what really are killing her right now. Man, she has 5 incisions all across her her abdomen, and it hurts to do she kind of mentioned that you'd never think about how much you use your abdomen and just how everything it tenses when you do pretty much anything. Like we were driving home, it was almost every bump I had to just be very, very careful with. So but yes, thank you, Natch. I appreciate that. How the heck is PepTalks? PepTalks is okay. I'm okay. My cat's being a douche. Hey, excuse me. Excuse me. Hey. Whoa. You say hello, and then you can go be a terrorist, okay? There you go. Hello. Say, I am Kitty. I'm a terror. I. All right, there we go. Lito's being Lito. Yeah, right out the gate. For you and your wife, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah. We're also figuring out caregiving stuff, yeah, that kind of thing. Because it looks like this is going to be more long-term than we anticipated. Well, it is going to be longer than we anticipated, so it's gonna be a rough ride. So hey, guys, I got a toy though. So they were doing breathing tests on my wife while she was in the hospital. So check this out. All right, let's see if we can. All right, we gotta keep the indicator between here, right. Okay, so let's do this. Hell yeah. We're doing pretty good, right? You see that? You see that? Got to the 2 there. We got a goal of 15 hundo. Yeah, yeah. How's this guy's lung capacity? Let's find out one more time. Can I maintain? Just under 2,500. So, I call it his hookah. Yeah, dude, it was so funny. I was sitting here, I was sitting there just for a few days staring at this thing. And I'm like, I really want to smoke that, and I don't know why. And I also, okay, so I'm gonna set mine for 2K. We're gonna keep it at 2K, and if I can maintain 2K, that's how you know that I am doing quite well. Great lung capacity. Thank you. That's what. I'll be honest. That's the reason I wanted to do that on stream, because I was just like, hey guys, guess what I'm good at? The bong rips trained me. Yes, they did. Hey, Sophie, how's it going? Welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here. I hope you guys had a good Thursday, because it kind of felt like a long weekend for me, dude. I can't believe it's Friday, but I also feel like a month went by since Monday. So it's weird. It's very weird. You guys ever have that where like something happened in your life and it's just like again, simultaneously felt like it went by so fast but so slow. Forced to be an atheist. I am only good at one thing. Hi. Hello, forced to be an atheist. Why were you forced to be an atheist? You shouldn't be forced to do any religious or non-religious practice. Figure it out for yourself. Yeah, I have you on as background noise when you're working. That is not an insult. I'm very happy to help you out with that. Go Pack Go too soon. I mean, whatever, man. Honestly, you're holding me to that. I did say that if the Bears moved to Indiana, that I'd probably become a Packers fan. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll be honest. It's not like I went to a lot of games to begin with, but I think this is so dumb. So you have a bunch of Illinoisans that they are lamenting this like it's a fucking failure on JB Pritzker, when in reality, that's a big win for us as Chicagoans, because we don't have to pay for a new arena when we had a perfectly good arena that could have been upgraded. Like, I hate this greed bullshit, and the fact that they're trying to convince us that it's not big enough. It's not big enough to acclimate, because technically you need a dome for the Super Bowl, and even with the dome, it's not big enough. It's all arbitrary for them. Like, fuck them, dude. And then they're saying, and then you got Trump out there spending, asked about, oh, how do you feel about, Americans seeing you, go to an $8,000 game? And he's just like, well, they could technically watch it for free. Whatever. The lies of religion was forced me to be an atheist. Ah, hey, cheers to that. I was very much in the same boat. Found my own way out. And, hey, I feel like I'm better for it, so... Forced to be an atheist. I appreciate you finding the show, for real. If you haven't already subbed to the channel, please do. I feel like you're pretty cool for the community here. I hope the Expos come back to Montreal. That would be they keep saying. Oh wait, the Expos. I was thinking of the Montreal Quebecois. Or no, the Nordiques. It was the Nordiques, not the Quebecois. No, yeah, you know what? I don't think you guys you don't deserve anything. I'm just playing. It's like, wait, what'd Quebec do? It's like, nothing. You spoke French. And it's a very it's a certain type. Do you ever, all right, if you're from Quebec, for real, Bell, no hate, by the way, welcome to stream. But for real, do you ever feel like you guys added it's a certain flair, it's almost like it's like a condescending just accent. The entire accent is condescending. It doesn't matter what you say. You're right, you sound just like my brain. Hey. How's it going, Sylvie? My Thursdays are my long work days, so by the end of my day, I was eating an egg sandwich in my bed, crying, wondering why I do everything I do is a waste of time, but it's just existing. Cheers, every pony! Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. We were kind of there this week. Yeah, yeah. I may have had an existential like moment where I just kind of went, "Hey, everything sucks because good people keep getting hurt and bad people keep getting rewarded." I'm not okay with it. Like it just I'm so not okay with it. You're not even from Quebec, but all the French people were pulling for Montreal. Oh, everybody in Canada hates Quebec except maybe Alberta, but everyone also hates Alberta. Yeah, I kind of caught that vibe when I was there, and I drove. So, yeah, when we were driving through there, it seemed like, yeah, once we got to Toronto, they were talking mad shit just about fucking Calgary, and they were talking just how, yeah, that's like our Texas. All right, man. You know what? They got to say they do have a similar vibe there to America, but even that is kind of like polite in the way they do it. All right, so we got to figure this out. This was clogged when I started stream. Let's see. Ruh-roh. This is not good. This is not good. This is brand new, too. Oh, man. All right, let's clean this up and see if this has anything to do with it. And then let's also clear out the tube. Yeah, you guys are doing this with me. Fuck it. You know how it goes here. Hope stream has been rad. Thank you, Ghost Dog. It's been okay. I mean, honestly, this is like my shining point of my day, surprisingly. Covering the news with you fine folks. Like, honestly, I'm not no fronting there. Unfortunately, yeah. That's how much good shit I have happening in my life right now. So congrats on reaching the fun goal. God bless. Thank you, Failbook. I appreciate that. We are actually I'm gonna restart the goal here, and we're gonna be trying to get certain daily goals and maintain this because yes, we are in a major hole. And I'm probably going to be streaming less, to be completely real with y'all. Your boy's gonna have to get another job. So I'll still be streaming. I'll be probably cutting back to only about 4 hours on any given stream. And if I can, I would like to still maintain doing 4 to 6 days a week, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. The economy sucking is not helping anything right now, and that's why I cannot stand Trumpers that still are trying to pretend like everything's great. Getting high to just yeah, literally getting high to dystopia together. Yay for news coverage. Yeah, I mean, hey, I still like to do it. Whatever you got to do. Yeah, that sucks, man. Yep. Yeah, it does. It really fucking does. But, you know, I'm lucky that I got to this point where I'm at, you know. I'm lucky that I didn't have to get a second job sooner. I really got to look at the silver linings here. Otherwise, what you gonna do? Hey, you can raise money off my cancer too. Praying for the missus. You know what? Wait for praying your missus has positive results. I hope you mean like positive outcomes, and if you mean like positive cancer results, I got some special words for you. I'm a calm down here and say that I think that you're trying to wish her the best because yeah, you can't be that horrible of a human being. Um, no, she actually. All right, guys. Yeah, I feel like enough of you guys are here. Hey, that's enough. Right as I'm about to get serious here. So they tested 20 of my wife's lymph nodes, and if you know anything about this kind of stuff, that's how you can tell if there's still cancer cells. 20 out of 20 came back negative. So that is good. That is good. That is very good news. That means that for the most part, it looks like they got the cancer. There is still a possibility that they will have to go in, or not go in, but they will. There's a possibility they might do targeted treatments just to kind of clear it of any residual cancer. So that means that she's not entirely out of the woods yet, as far as like possibly doing chemo. But holy fuck, holy shit, Pep, don't do it. Don't do that. Don't do what? The pause killed me. Sorry about that, man. Whoops. Yeah. She's doing good. As far as that kind of thing. So yeah, there's some positive news here. It sucks that, the whole time frame changed, and it is what it is. Speaking of the economy, nothing makes me rage more than economists talking about things like unemployment, the stock market, and GDP, because lived experience has told me that these metrics have nothing to do with life getting better. Also, best wishes to the wife. Thank you, Sophie. Yeah, no, actually, those metrics are also very it's great if like the economy was doing great. Like if those metrics were, also accompanied with lower inflation, lower gas prices, then fine, take that W all around. But this is the reality of this is most people are getting second jobs. Like this is the reality. Like, and that's why the jobs market will see improvement, but you're not going to see wage growth or any of that shit. Yeah, we've seen really bad unemployment. Well, again, it's because, like, take this for what you will. It's not the worst thing that we have the ability to at least go get a job. Like, I'm going to just say it. I don't feel like I'm completely fucked because, like, I know I'll be able to get at least, like, if it's retail or something, it'll be enough. Well, maybe. We'll see. Depends on just how bad the economy does get. But yeah, that's why. And I will say, because I have lived through this as well, where the unemployment rates were just abysmal. I lived through COVID too. Yeah. I can count our blessings, but no, I think the economy's fucked. I personally do. So with my life getting better, oh wait. Oh yeah. Sorry. Unemployment matters though, so that one actually does matter, and we've seen really bad unemployment. Any economist worth their salt will tell you right now that the unemployment is actually way bigger than the number that it says because of the gig economy. Well, good for you. There's a lot of people who will apply to hundreds of jobs and not hear back. Like, it's really bad right now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If you're saying, well, good for me, no, I'm just saying I have a little bit of. Like, I know I have a worst case scenario where I have a friend that is in a position that he would be able to help me. Now, that gig would require me to probably stop streaming all but one day a week, because that one would be full. Like, I would have to essentially change careers. But hey, got to do what I got to do. Hopefully, we'll make the magic happen here. Wait, whatever. That sounded better in my head. But we will. We'll make it. You know what? No, I'm gonna keep positive, and I'm gonna keep working, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna fucking do this. We're gonna succeed at being a streamer. And yeah, positivity, guys. Honestly, I already have. Like, that's the weirdest part, is to not, like, I have to recognize, based on just, like, YouTube metrics all around, I'm doing all right. Hmm. 420. Let's see if this works. God damn it, it's not going to work. All right, let's see. Maybe it'll work now. Fuck. Dude. All right. Fuck it. I am going to have to go get a new apparatus. That's a failure of a 420. I guess we're doing 421 because fucking PepTalks Bears suck. Success. Bears clogged. That was the problem. Oh, Televani, thank you for becoming a member for 1 month.
Much
Hell
love.
yeah. Never mind, you didn't become a member. You've been a member. Woo. Sorry. Give me 1 sec. Stan, why is your camera not working? There we go. I know you heard that. No. Cat, get over here. Leave your brother be. Got one of those things where you cannot have the cat and the dog treated at the same time. There. Hey, come here. No. You stay right there. There you go. All right. There, you have both been fed. Wow. Although I just realized that my cat was just like, I got rewarded for bad behavior. Yay. But all right, so I was talking about personal stuff before I got so rudely interrupted by my vape not working. Okay. Yeah, so fuck the American healthcare system. I want to just also preface with that as well. It's just, yeah. No, it's not good. Not good at all. Okay, Chris, no one cares. Oh, Trump. Wow, we only got one. Hey! Dude! Do I have to send you upstairs? That's it. No, I'm not doing this today. Fuck it. Give me 1 second. He's gotta go. Yeah, you're being bad. You're being bad. You go upstairs. Okay. This fucking cat. Yeah, it's weird. With everything going on this week, I really haven't been able to care about politics at all. What? Hey, Rebecca, how's it going? Punished by the system. Yeah, well, no, he's punished by his bad decisions. Morning? Morning, another Hassan Piker. Who would have guessed Pep was like that? Seems to be all left-wingers nowadays. What? Yelling at my cat to get down from somewhere? Like you guys don't set your fucking dogs on fire. You guys literally, you want to talk about this this shit, but Kristi Noem shooting fucking cricket? Shut the fuck up. Nobody like, this is where I cannot fucking get behind the idea that there's a bunch of these assholes that all act the same way. That's why Tyler is it's an obvious bot. This idea that they're all like, oh, Hassan shocks his dog. Yeah, liberals. Shut the fuck up. Nobody fucking cares, dude. The economy sucks. Donald Trump is dying, and and you're just ignoring it. You're doing just as bad as liberals. You're literally like a Joe Biden supporter. Good job. Good job. Good job going full circle. Look at you, supporting an old man, a delusional fucking old man. Yeah, Tyler, nobody cares. Nobody cares about my view count. You're here, contributing to it, because you seem to be very stupid, so. But, yeah, you seem to care about what I say. That's interesting. Don't you love, like, how that works? Where he's sitting here saying, nobody cares, but I'm gonna bitch about it. Because you totally didn't trigger me enough to fucking have me comment on your very small stream. Get fucked, Tyler. You're a fucking clown. Just because the girl you paid to suck you off laughed at your micro penis doesn't mean that you have to take it out on us. Yeah. Just came in here to make fun of you. You're not very good at it. You'll be happy to know that gas is going down every day. All right, Jerry. You haven't been paying attention to the oil reserves then, have you? Although if you're going to fill up for, lawn mowers or any of that bullshit, I would recommend doing that pretty soon. That deal that was supposed to be made never got made. So, Strait of Hormuz still closed. World economy still teetering, but hey, stock market's still... Oh, no, it's not. The stock market's starting to catch up. That's funny. Wall Street just started catching up. So, hey, you know what? Fuck it. We're at this point now. That's it. I gotta get it. Like, I have got to get an allergen expert out here. Fell for it again award. Yep. Samuel Meyer. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. Right. What is this? Hold on, guys. Thank you for the star. Appreciate that. So apparently Wall Street Journal just really screwed up my my file here. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, let's do this. There we go. For some reason, anytime that I go to Wall Street Journal direct, but then I go and do this with ground news, it's fine. Huh. Boom. But if I go directly to their website, it'll black out. Not sure if that's a glitch on ground news or on Wall Street Journal side, but that's a little sus, just gonna say. Thank you for the star. Appreciate that. Wall Street ends sharply lower as chips slide. Jobs data fuels rate hike fears. Yup. You see, while these people are out there celebrating the jobs numbers, they're not looking at the economic data. They're not looking at the outcomes. Like, they're so reactionary that it's just all the feels, and it's all about getting that, like, what Tyler's trying to do here. He's trying to be like, I'm trolling you. I'm trolling you. You're so trolled. Aren't you so mad? Yeah, I'm so mad, Tyler. Hey, thank you for the sparkles. Jeez, man. Spending all your jewels here. I appreciate that. Man. As I said, I gotta get an allergen. Like, I have to, get allergens detected because I swear to God. something happened. Like something happened. And it's outside. Like, so I have to go get my, I gotta go get that allergy test. That's gonna suck. You'll pay a lot more in gas in Democratic states. Yeah, that's because Democratic states have most of the people. That's how population density works, Jerry. I know that you've been here like a few times, and explaining this stuff to you seems to go right over your head, so it's kind of a waste of time. But, yeah. I know. You guys can't take any of this data and go, hey, those weird lefty stoner that I see on YouTube occasionally, he was completely right about this. Ah, crap. Kind of like how I've been saying that there wouldn't be a deal, and how he keeps trying to he keeps doing this for market manipulation, and he keeps trying to make these adjustments, but it's not working. That's why that's why today this is a big deal, because there was no fucking maybe there's a deal, maybe there's not. He's too sleepy. Like, honestly, he's way too sleepy to even deal with the fucking deal right now. Dude. Wow. I just kind of thought about that. I'm like, oh wow, he probably was too tired to even like come up with a lie. Hey Robert, how's it going? You could also make more money in Dem states. Yeah, we have a $15 minimum wage in Illinois, so weird. Weird how that works. Weird how economies kind of move on this kind of stuff. But, you know, small town dipshits fucking sitting there like they're the backbone of the economy. I swear to God, there's nothing funnier than meeting somebody that lives in a town of like 1,200 people that genuinely think that they're like, we're the real America. Okay. Okay. The kind of person that runs cover no matter what's happening. Oh, yeah. Oh. Excuse me. That's why I did that breathing test. I was like, yeah, let's make sure that I'm not like having too bad of a time here. All right. Kind of made me jump into that a little bit quicker than I wanted to. All right, let's do some news. Fuck it. I gave you guys the personal breakdown. You have a lovely balcony garden. Oh, lucky you. Yeah, I built my garden, but I had to make it like mobile because we've been having some weird times here. So yeah, I've noticed that some of the areas don't get as much sun as they used to, which yeah, what's up with that? No, I think it's the air or something. It has, because my tomato plants are doing so fucking poorly, and this is the second year in a row that it's happened. And I used to have no problem growing tomatoes here in Illinois. So, I don't know. Hope Uni heals well. Thank you, Natch. I appreciate that. I like how I timed him out for 10 seconds and he left. It wasn't even a long one or a kick. Yeah, whatever. Honestly, I'll let them kind of have their like fun for a little bit, but it's not fun for me, so I don't really want to engage with them anymore. I don't give a shit. It's not as fun when, you know, the world is kind of taking a massive dump. You know, hey, what's up, Hermit? How's it going? My tomatoes are doing great in Indiana. Sure, Jerry. Or should I say Bob? You see that woman in Terre Haute? There's a woman that went famous or went viral in Terre Haute for falling face first off of her front porch. Because that's what you got in Terre Haute. That's all you got. Bunch of losers. You can have the Bears, honestly. I am calling it right now. I have a feeling that they're going to back out. Because, dude, if you ever been to Hammond, I've been to Hammond. You don't want to go to Hammond. There's people that live in Indiana that don't want to go to Hammond. So, Sylvie being spicy. I'm just as bad. I wanted to play with my food a little bit more. Oh, geez, yeah. Spicy Sylvie coming out today. I just want to eat roasted sunflowers. That's my goal. You mean like the sunflower seeds? Oh, man. I love sunflower seeds. They're so tasty. That's my problem. Sunflowers don't make it into the ground for me because I roast up the seeds and I eat them. This isn't even as spicy as I can be. There are things I can say. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's plenty. Yeah, trust me. I keep a lot kind of bottled up, if you know. Didn't know that, then I'm actually genuinely surprised by that. Being reported, Warren has already contacted an Illinois lawmaker about it making a deal. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm well aware. They don't want to go to Indiana. It's all a ploy, man. Like, and they just want us to pay for it. That's the one thing I got to give my lawmakers some fucking major credit on that. Good on them for just saying, no, you are not going to burden our taxpayers with this bullshit. And, like, this is what really drives me nuts about how disingenuous these Republican groups in Illinois are. They were reporting on this like, yeah, this is a horrible loss for Illinois. But they have the nerve to sit there and be like, oh, the gas tax is ridiculous. This 1 cent they were proposing that they then repealed, and then they repealed didn't repeal. They put a freeze on our gas tax for 60 days. So we will be seeing lower gas prices here in Illinois. But Jerry doesn't want to hear that. Wouldn't that be a bitch if Illinois gas prices go down just as much as Indiana? Then what? Like, my biggest thing about Indiana is I want to stop, like, sending my tax dollars to them. I don't want to supplement these assholes anymore. Like, if they want to sit here talking shit about big cities, like, all the time, then fine. Have Indianapolis fucking fund you, or the college towns, or whoever, but no more Chicago money for you. I'm sorry. I think it's fucking ridiculous that I have to send any amount of my fucking tax dollars to these fucking ungrateful assholes. You're having fun? Doing what? Doing fucking donuts in your tractor? Actually, I take that back. That might be fun. Yeah. I guess there's a certain benefit to living like that. But realistically, right now, that tractor, probably running on diesel, will cost you a whole lot of money to even do that. Because diesel's still fucking high as shit. Ugly what? What? Ugly what? Ugly what? What? Oh, Jerry actually has a PFP. Let's see. Jerry, you look exactly like I would think you do. Fuck. This guy has he has a certification in like one thing, and he's just like, "Yep, I'm happy. Woo! I like sucking on the teat of free money from Illinois. Woo woo!" Air purifier. Yeah, you know what? I've been meaning to get one. I think that's finally gonna happen. I love this channel. Thanks, Rob. Not wearing my hat today. Sorry. Jerry, are you medically stupid? See, this is why sometimes I just want to say it. I just want to say the thing. All right, guys. So this was ridiculous. So this happened here in Chicago. I had heard about it because I got a traffic alert, specifically because of where this happened. Now, mind you, I was not like going to be taking a route that, would have been affected by this, but still get the traffic alerts anyway. Wanted to preface that because, yeah, had that happened, that would have been a whole different story. Somehow, some way, there was like a bomb threat. This guy, someone parked in the middle of the freeway, and here, you know what? I'm gonna just let the news. I don't want to bury the lead here. It is very interesting because the more that they like came out with, the more I was like, what?
One person is dead, but the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office has not yet confirmed their identity. Right now, it is still a very active scene at 5 o'clock. As you mentioned, 7 hours.
There's a theory that this was in connection with the murder of a woman at the, she was found dead in a retention pond at one of the outlet malls, like on the, actually right by here.
Hours after this incident first unfolded, the FBI's evidence response
That's only speculation right now.
Team looks like they are ready to head closer to the vehicle in question, and the Bellwood Fire Department is also now on scene. We are on the Westchester Boulevard Bridge to give you this vantage point. Now, taking you back to 10 this morning, local, state, and federal officials have been focusing their investigation around this SUV. The front windshield and some of the side windows are blown out. The car is stopped on I-290 just east of Manheim Road, but it doesn't appear that any other vehicles were involved in that initial incident.
Oh, they said that this was over by 294.
We do know one person, presumably the occupant of that car, has died, but officials haven't revealed what unfolded.
It's not even, okay, yeah, that's not even on the side of the road, so they were just stopped.
To cause such a huge police response.
Is this a rerun? No.
The expressway is still shut down in both directions.
Rudy,
At
welcome
one
to the
point
show.
Earlier,
This is not a rerun.
bomb tech and bomb robot approached the car before officials made their way over in person to search it. Now, this impacted traffic as the morning rush was winding down, bringing drivers to a standstill and in some cases doubling and tripling their commutes.
I live in Elgin. Usually it's like around like a 45, 48-minute commute, but today it was like a 58. Thought it was construction, but then it just kept piling up, and then Manheim Road was closed, so I had to take a detour, and then it was just turned into an hour and 20-minute commute.
All the lanes were
but that's the problem is for anybody that was stopped right there, it was really hard to get them anywhere because this was like nowhere near where they have like an access place for anybody to turn around.
People were actually coming out of their cars because they couldn't move, and then I saw like at least 3 helicopters like swarming around. So I was like,
you know, some people were just like, I want to see what the hell's going on.
That's all I've been saying because we usually don't have that in this area too much. So it kind of put a little spook on me.
There are also dozens of evidence markers strewn across the expressway in all lanes of traffic. You are encouraged to avoid this area if you do need to drive through. You're asked to take alternate routes. Illinois State Police, which is leading this investigation, tells us to expect extended closures. Dawn.
That horn right there. Hey, welcome to Chicago.
What is happening with the people stuck in the traffic? Are they being directed off?
That's right. The Illinois Department of Transportation has done a great job today of diverting traffic pretty far away from this incident so that people are not stuck with nowhere to go, as was the case earlier today when this first unfolded. Some folks were turning around, driving the wrong way down the expressway just to make their way off of it.
You're so upset. I was having such a good day, and then I looked up, and fucking Trump is down the street from my house. Isn't he supposed to be?
As you heard the one woman we interview mention, they were getting out just to stretch their legs. Live in Westchester, Casey Cronus, Fox.
All right, then we got an update.
Stuck in it, you probably saw it on your feeds, that big mess yesterday here on I-290. What happened? Well, here's the best we've been able to piece together. This all started around 10:05 when a car had some kind of incident, perhaps an explosion inside. The car was a Volkswagen Atlas SUV. It came to a stop there, but after that, the investigation totally messed up the highway. Authorities blocked everything.
Wait, so they think, wait a minute, so the driver was killed by something that exploded in their car?
From Manheim Road all the way back to
Whoa,
25th Street. If you
whoa.
were caught in that, you could have been stuck in your car for up to 2.5 hours. Now, the investigation grew into a federal matter because of the allegations, or at least the reports, of there being some kind of explosion on board the vehicle. A bomb squad was sent out. The ATF was sent out. A robot, a remote-controlled robot, came just in case it was needed.
Why do you dislike Trump? Affordability? I'm not American. I've always thought that he was just a corrupt motherfucker that, you know, anybody that has half a brain could have seen that. But I'll be completely real. Yeah, he tanked our economy, and I hate the fact that people are still being gaslit by that shit.
Investigation closed down both sides of the highway. Now, we do know that the ATF was involved, the FBI was involved, and the DEA was involved, along with the Illinois State Police. We also know that one man inside the vehicle, a 40-year-old, was killed. His identity has not yet been released. Now, what he was doing here, what could have led to an explosion inside the car, that is all an unknown factor at this point.
Makes me wonder if it was a phone.
Investigation is continuing, and that's something everyone is still looking into. But right now, here on Friday, both sides of the highway are open, and that's good news for anybody who uses this very busy.
But do you dislike the person, or do you dislike his policies? I dislike both.
Stretch of highway.
He's a bad person, and his policies are shit.
Charlie Wojciechowski.
Same as the Republican Party is in general. Like I've lived long enough and voted long enough in America to understand like who's technically better just through trial and error.
If you weren't,
like most of the time, they have to fucking go to a Democrat just to clean this shit up. Are Democrats feckless? Yes. Do they come across as weak? Yes. That's why I'm not exactly a fan, and I do think this is what stokes America's whole, like, they're all just, they're two wings on the same bird. Like, yeah, we get it, man. But realistically, I know this is like an unpopular opinion, but I was doing much better under Biden. It's not even an opinion. It's a fact. At the end of Biden's term, I was doing a whole lot better. And it's not just like personal stuff. I'm talking about like, cost of living, all of it. It has all gone up. Did you see that the House passed the resolution to fund Department of Homeland Security? And also, the Democrats didn't fight to make sure that $1.8 billion payout doesn't go out. Huh, weird. Weird how federal judges are doing more than the fucking Democrats. Odd.
This bill, as amended, is passed.
In a late-night session Friday, the Senate passed legislation to fund President Donald Trump's immigration enforcement agencies. It comes after weeks of delays and fierce backlash to an unrelated fund that threatened to derail the bill. Senators voted 52 to 47 to pass the $70 billion legislation to fund immigration and customs enforcement and border patrol for the next 3 years.
Right in time for summer.
What we're about to do is fund the Border Patrol and ICE through the entire Trump term because you wouldn't help us. America will be safer.
Republicans narrowly defeated multiple attempts by members of both parties to add language to the bill that would permanently ban Trump's settlement fund for allies who believe they've been politically persecuted. Republicans cleared the last major hurdle overnight when they defeated an amendment proposed by one of their own members, Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy. It would have redirected payments from the settlement to members of law enforcement who were injured on January 6, 2021, when a mob of Trump supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol. The amendments were a test of party unity that complicated what should have been an easy vote for Republicans who wanted to keep the focus on immigration enforcement in an election year. The Senate rejected several other Democratic efforts to either block or limit the fund. Enactment of the bill would end the blockade by Democrats, who demanded policy changes after the fatal shootings of 2 protesters by federal agents in January.
Republicans fought like hell to
fuck off.
Please Donald Trump and his slush fund, but didn't lift a
Hate this guy just as much as Trump at this point.
finger to help working Americans lower their costs.
The bill will now head to the House, which is expected to take it up next week.
Interesting. Okay, so this was all right. I had that backwards. It was the Senate that passed this. That. Oh, dude. Okay, so this is this is wild. I called this shit. I haven't talked about this on stream because I didn't really want to get in trouble. And honestly, I got some friends that would probably get mad had I, because they're all about, the latest tech. But I saw this coming when I saw that Meta had the partnership with Ray-Ban. I was like, dude, they're collecting data. Plain and simple. That's easy. Yeah. Turns out Wired finds facial recognition code hidden in Meta's smart glasses app. Wah, wah. Now, they're coming out and they're saying, yeah, well, that's because technically they want it for when you're on Facebook, it'll make it easier to tag your friends. It's just like, sure. It's not part of a mass surveillance ploy or anything. Okay, hold on. I got to bring in some groceries. All right, so do I like Kansas? I've been to Kansas twice, and honestly, when I stayed in Kansas, it was so much fun. They had a fucking Burger King and a BP gas station. Oh, and a Hardee's. They had a Hardee's, guys. Yeah, that was Kansas for me. I also got to buy some ciggies that were way, way cheaper than they were in Illinois at that time. But I was also 18. So I was like 18 or 19 when I went down there. So yeah, that was pretty much like the main, like, yay, highlight of my trip. Wired is totally Binder's beat. Yeah, no, I know. I wonder, did he do this? Was he one of the authors of this? Does it say who the authors are? No. It does not. But why this matters, if activated, this technology could enable real-time identification of strangers in public without consent. Yep, surveillance state bullshit. All right, so we got this. I unexpectedly have to go and carry up some groceries. So what I need to do is I'm going to put up a quick video of something else. Here we go. Ooh, it's an update. Oh, shit. This is actually, like, brand new. Here we go.
Good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us here at 4 o'clock. I'm Marion Brooks.
And I'm Alex Maragos. We start here with that big story. Breaking news on the Eisenhower. All lanes of the expressway are closed. For hours, cars have been standing still. That one side of the Ike, basically a parking lot. This has been going on for about 6 hours. Here's how it started. Just after 10 this morning, police were called to this car and reports of some sort of explosion. Now, we have live team coverage for you this afternoon. Chandler Bajahusky leads us off.
Well, Alex, we can tell you the investigation is still underway at this point. They've erected a tent around the car so they can continue their investigation without the prying eyes and television cameras keeping an eye on what is going on. We can tell you the Illinois State Police are leading this investigation. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms also participating. We can also confirm at least one person is dead inside that car, that coming from the medical examiner's office. Otherwise, the traffic in this area is a nightmare for people going home this afternoon. A quarter mile of the Eisenhower Expressway blocked off in both directions as the Illinois State Police and the ATF joined Bellwood Police in an investigation into an incident here that is being described as suspicious. From Chopper 5, you can see the car they're looking at, a Volkswagen SUV with its doors open, pulled off near the westbound shoulder between Manheim and Westchester Boulevard. ISP says the incident started just after 10 a.m., but by 11:30,
what are you doing down
was
here?
closed off and cars are being taken off the highway at 25th Street. Many of them had been stuck there a while. How long were you stuck?
Over an hour. How long has it been? 2 hours?
Yeah, at least an hour.
I don't know. We've lost track of time.
Oh, it's terrible. Very frustrating. Very frustrating.
I don't know. I just see helicopters up there. GPS says there's a crash, accident somewhere.
Is this your first chance to get off?
Yep. That's my first chance.
So you're behind schedule?
I'm behind schedule. I was supposed to be at 11:30 over there.
Hours later, investigators were still
That
on
sucks.
the scene. Remote
Being a
control
trucker
robot
and
was
getting
brought
stuck in
as
that shit has to
precaution.
just be
The
the
next step
worst.
was for troopers and others to form a line,
Hey.
shoulder to shoulder, so they could go out and check the pavement looking for evidence. We counted at least 11 markers placed in the area in and around the car. This trucker described the scene as chaotic.
They lose too much time in the traffic over here.
The big question, what happened, is still unanswered at this point. ISP, we did reach out to them just a few moments ago. We still not have heard back. This is a situation that is impacting traffic. Police are telling people to avoid this entire area, and it's a very complex area because it's where a number of expressways come together. I-88, the Eisenhower, even 294 kind of intersect in this area behind me. All of those are closed at this hour. One alternative for going west, try Roosevelt Road. Reporting live from Westchester.
38. Hey. Oh my God, he's doing exactly why I kicked him out of here. Like he just went right back to it. Lito. Last chance, dude. All right. My cat Lito is being a complete dick right now. He is being very, very bad. Which you guys know he tends to do. All right, so this is funny. Here we go. All right, so the Republicans and Trump himself are starting to do the thing where they're talking about what, like, California is taking too long and this must be a sign of corruption, even though if it was too fast and the Republican lost, it would have been a sign of corruption because they didn't take their sweet time and count all the votes. Like, this is his perfect scenario where they actually are they're hand counting these ballots, man. That's why this is taking so freaking long. And you can see the Republicans doing exactly what they do best, crying anytime that it doesn't go their way. Also conflating the whole, well, the early totals were in his favor. And it's the same thing that like Trump pulled during the 2020 election, where it's like at 3:00 a.m. it was totally in my favor. And then 1 hour later, all of these votes just came out of nowhere. They completely blindsided us. They were all fake. Like, dude. Just an aside, I'm so sick of that thing where it's just like any news that's bad news is fake news. Like, let's get back to that. Yeah. We should point that out. They don't use the term fake news anymore either. Apparently that is, people are starting to catch on or something, but they have kind of started walking that back. But I wanted to start today by getting the Fox News reaction to the California election, and then we will go to Breaking Points, who has some updates on the California election.
California election workers are still counting votes, and we are learning it could be days before we know who will advance to the runoff in two hugely important races.
Ripping up the carpet.
California, as you may know, is known for being notoriously slow at vote counting. It actually has sparked widespread criticism across the political spectrum over time. And right now, for California governor, the Trump-endorsed Republican Steve Hilton is maintaining his lead over former Democrat State Attorney General Javier Becerra. Far-left billionaire Tom Steyer, who spent, well, we can tell you at least $200 million on this one race, is in third place. Steve Hilton originally announced his campaign right here on the Faulkner Focus, and he joined me yesterday, and what it will take to make the Golden State golden again.
It's the election for who's going to lead our state and who's going to lead us in the direction.
Is California really going to fucking vote for a B-rate Piers Morgan?
The Californians want. We don't have to have the highest.
Like I said, Gavin Newsom and the Democrats, this is a perfect encapsulation or like a microcosm of like how they handled shit and why people hate them.
Costs in the country. We don't have to,
because they're not listening. They don't listen. It's just, see, they keep saying that gas. They don't they don't try to turn the message around and go like, okay, Trump did this, but they also don't help. They don't say, yeah, you know what? We're doing it. We're going to do a tax holiday. This is ridiculous. We get it. Okay. Thank you for the kind $10 donation. I appreciate that, Rebecca. Love to you and Uni. Thank you so much. Also, hello, Kathy. How you doing? Welcome to the show.
Prices in the country. We don't have to have the highest taxes in the country for the worst results. These are all choices. These are choices made by the people in charge.
And in the race for Los Angeles mayor, a city fentanyl-ridden with rampant homelessness, incumbent Democrat Mayor Karen Bass, who's been overseeing all of that, is waiting to see who she will face in the November 3rd runoff. Will it be the...
Just remember, they're trying to criminalize being homeless in a market that will make a lot more people homeless.
Rising star, non-politician Spencer Pratt, or the radical left candidate Nithya Raman? The California Post opinion editor with this.
There's almost no way that Nithya Raman could move into second place. She is roughly 50,000 votes behind. I don't think there are 50,000 votes for her left in the pile of ballots to be counted. And that's assuming, of course, Spencer Pratt has 0 votes in that pile. So I think Spencer Pratt is comfortably in second place.
Report from the ground now. Let's get it from Matt Finn. Matt.
We keep reaching for a class trader to be, or a rich person to be a class trader.
Harris, we're now
Yeah, but we also ignore the ones that will.
2 days after Election Day here in LA County, and officials say there are still 700,000 ballots left to be counted. Only 62% have been tallied. It is a slow trickle. Now, the latest ballot dump we got shows Mayor Karen Bass has strengthened her lead. Spencer Pratt picked up about 6,000 votes. Third place, Nithya Raman benefited with about 9,000 votes that narrowed Pratt's lead. In the governor's race, roughly 56% of the vote is counted. Republican Steve Hilton remains on top with 1.42 million votes. Democrat Javier Becerra in second with 1.3 million votes. Democrat Tom Steyer in third. Now, also in the congressional races, Governor Newsom's effort to turn 5 House seats from red to blue is running into some problems. In a district near San Diego, which was redrawn to favor Democrats, Republican Jim Desmond has won a majority of the vote over a Democratic city councilwoman. And up north, Democrats face the possibility of losing a second redrawn district near Sacramento, where former
Yeah, it's almost like you guys should also learn that this is how these redistricting efforts might play out in red states.
Republican, now independent candidate Kevin Kiley is leading among a field of Democrats, with a Republican in second there as well. Now, California says its vote counting system takes so long, in part because every voter gets a mail-in ballot that doesn't have to be postmarked until the final voting day and then signature verified.
In the days ahead, you will likely hear from voices, some big voices, some loud voices, that it's crazy, that maybe it's even stupid that it takes this long for votes to be counted in California. I want to emphasize it's not stupid, it's not crazy, it's actually the law in California.
And in some of these statewide races, only about 50% of the vote has been tallied, so we could
you imagine how much longer this would take if you had the ID?
Be looking at this for days, maybe even weeks. We've been here before, Harris.
Well, I'm telling you what, if it doesn't go the Democrats' way, those man's words are going to be twisted. I guarantee you'll hear Democrats saying, well, even the law can be stupid, because this jungle primary has yielded this for them, a fight that they never thought they'd see in that cobalt blue state and city of Los Angeles, particularly. It's really blue. All right, Matt, thank you. Be sure to...
Did you hear that, guys? It's really blue. It's as blue as PepTalks sweater. It's so blue. It has a blue face and a blue window.
Quick update on the California results.
You see what I did there? I like that. Now do the same for me.
Which continue to come in
Please.
and continue to actually pretty dramatically shift the possibilities of what might happen.
Snack time.
Election night looked very much like the top two in the LA mayor's race. We're going to be Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt. In the California governor's race, it looked very much like it was going to be Javier Becerra and Steve Hilton, the Republican, with Tom Steyer coming in third. Nothing is certain yet. Well, I shouldn't say that. Actually, two things are certain. Karen Bass will make it through in the LA mayor's race, and Javier Becerra will make it through in the California governor's race. But the top two slots are now significantly up for grabs because, as predicted, as more ballots are counted, the later ballots are favoring the left-wing Democrats. So Steyer is closing the gap on Hilton, and Nithya Raman is closing the gap on Spencer Pratt. Let's go ahead and put this analysis up on the screen just so you guys can see the numbers here. This is from Zachary Domini, who's been tracking all of this, or Domini, for VoteHub. And this is the LA mayor's race. So in the late mail, you can see that Nithya Raman is performing quite well. In fact, she's very close to Karen Bass in terms of her position.
Isn't that like a total contrast to what Fox News was just saying?
In some of this late mail. And his analysis here is that Rahman is hitting her benchmark to overtake Pratt. At this point, it's fair to say she is favored, though outstanding turnout remains uncertain. The race is still tracking toward a very close finish. And Ryan, my understanding is part of what has shifted the analysis too is that they underestimated the number of ballots that remain to be counted here. And the more ballots that are left, the better that is obviously for Nithya Rahman in LA, and also the better it is for Tom Steyer statewide.
Yeah. Yes. And credit to Dave Dayen, who warned us on Monday.
No, I put this at 1.25 because it's Ryan Grimm.
Said, be careful. Like there's going to be an enormous amount of Democratic vote share that is outstanding, and it's going to be counted over the coming days. And on election night, it's going to look like the Republicans are doing much better than they will end up doing. Credit to me. I think I said if I would rather be Rahman than Pratt on Tuesday, even as
really impressive.
At me.
Good job, big guy.
There you go. The governor's race, I'm like, I feel like such a East Coast chauvinist, and I apologize we have a huge audience in California. There's that state just politically frustrates me. There's this one party state which is dominated by corporate interests, and doesn't have the same kind of urban cores that allow like a DSA style movement that you have in like a Philadelphia or a New York to take hold. Like the DSAs in California, I think car culture, damages them, and the NIMBYism that comes along with, having such, having the kinds of cities that they have there. I think also then, poisons the ability to kind of organize in the same way that you get in like a Chicago too, for instance.
Yeah, I think
except hold on. One point to that is what proves that wrong is how everybody is getting behind the idea that data centers are not good for their communities. So that kind of puts a hole in that because you're seeing more and more people come together over this.
Politics may be more akin to like Westchester,
which
or
we
like
can work with
Long
that.
Island.
What's up, Joe?
Like
How's
New
it
York
going,
City.
man? Good to see you.
So,
but
Rahman,
I've not seen you in a minute.
Looks like she's going to make the top two here. And Karen Bass, former, trained with Cuban revolutionaries, as the Republicans reminded us, down the stretch. But the implication for the billionaire tax are significant.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Because, and especially for the statewide top two, because if you do end up with a Democratic shutout and there's no Republican on the ballot there and no Republican on the ballot in LA, which is obviously a very large city and consequential in terms of the political dynamics in the state of California, Republicans are going to be pretty unmotivated to come out and vote like, oh, do I want it to be Karen Bass or Nithya Rahman? Do I want it to be Javier Becerra or Tom Steyer? And so you would expect that disproportionately Republicans would be the ones voting against the billionaire tax. And I think there are a number of other ballot initiatives where this could be consequential, also can be very consequential for the congressional races, because just like the statewide, it's this jumbo primary system. So there, you're going to have a sort of lack of motivation to come out at all and vote for Republican candidates who are down ballot too. My understanding is that based on the numbers, and Mac, maybe you can put this next element up on the screen here, that Steyer is gaining on Hilton, and exactly what he needs to happen is happening, which is that the longer the count goes on, the closer they get to, the latest ballots that came in, the more the shift is going towards Steyer. And this other Republican candidate, Chad Bianco, who, is kind of, you can imagine, is taking votes away from Hilton, seems to be hanging in there more or less with his vote total, because that was another danger that if he just totally collapsed in the final days and everybody voted for Hilton, who was a Republican, that would make it more difficult for Steyer to catch up. However, based on the analyses that I'm seeing, it is more likely that Rahman ends up in the top two in LA than it is that Steyer ends up in the top two statewide, although that is also appears to be basically a coin flip at this point. It's going to be very close based on everything I've seen.
Well, I guess for the political consultants out in California, we hope that and for the influencers and the TikTokers, the Instagrammers,
all the paid influencers,
the tweeters, like we can root for Steyer's many millions to continue to flood our social media feeds if he wins.
Wasn't Becerra also caught doing that too, though?
Absolutely. Yeah, he had a whole AstroTurf to social media campaign that as soon as Swalwell was out, all of a sudden it's like Becerra-mentum.
To me as a foreigner, it's always super interesting to hear about America. Hey, I appreciate that, and I hope that I can give you a good insight into this.
And then, people are like, who? I'm sorry, what? I asked this guy.
Javier's Hellraisers, and then all
of
a sudden it just vanishes.
Sourcing,
where'd Javier's Hellraisers go? Just left with Steyer's influencers here. It's even though Steyer says everything I kind of agree with generally, I'm like, he's still a billionaire, and it's better, I guess, that a billionaire buys it than other billionaires buy it on their behalf. But good Lord, is this what we have to deal with? Speaking of billionaires, though, trying to buy stuff, let me put up Ro Khanna's district real quick. How much did these all-in goons and the rest of these, I don't know about the all-in guys specifically, but how much they put in a lot of money behind an opponent to Ro Khanna.
Who doesn't even show up there in that
you
graph
have to click
because
view
he
all
scored
candidates to see him. Ethan Agarwal.
Really?
I'll check the FEC and the Super PAC stuff later to see like what they spent on behalf of this guy. But at 4,000 so far, 4,896 votes.
That seems like a waste of money.
You could have paid everybody $1,000 or something.
Yeah.
To vote for your guy Ethan, and done better maybe than what they spent so far. And so it
Funny
looks
how
like
as we got closer to this contest, I heard less and less from them about
they did. They
this,
were like, yeah,
this candidate. Suddenly it got very quiet from them on this front.
They're data-driven gentlemen in the end. Yes, they saw that saw the data not going their way. But now, speaking of wasting enormous amounts of money, I remember we had Randy Villegas on the show, community college professor, auto shop owner from Bakersfield, who had the support of like Justice Democrats, I think Working Families Party, Bernie Sanders, AOC, like that whole Congressional Progressive Caucus. I think even the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, because it's a Hispanic district, like got behind him. And the DCCC and DMFI, Democratic Majority for Israel, came in and dropped like more than $5 million on his for his opponent, and coming after him with millions of dollars of attack ads, basically calling him like a child sex abuser in like incredibly gross ways. None of it true, but like the kind of like 30-second ads where you're like, wow, that's awful. And so they spent millions, and look at him. He's up right now, 2,100 votes, 5%, as the votes keep coming in. So it's hard to see how Jasmine Baines overcomes this. Jasmine Baines, you guys may remember, she's the one who said, well, she sponsored a resolution in the California legislature condemning a genocide of between 30 and 50,000 Sikhs in India. So she understands how to condemn a genocide. She was asked at a forum if she thinks that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. She said yes. Then DMFI and DCCC get behind her, and she said, oh, no, I misheard the question. I don't think it is. And here she is now, may fail to make the top two. And in the process, all Democrats will have done is spend millions of dollars of Democratic money damaging their own candidate.
Yeah.
David Vallado is the Republican incumbent here. And this is, to me, a super important race because it's an attempt by like Bernie to show, like, I'm not just Vermont. He loves doing that, like going to Montana, like where they got behind the Union smoke jumper out there who won, and saying like, no, my stuff can work in Bakersfield.
A smoke jumper
too.
Yeah, I think that's never been more true than this moment as well. I think there were other times when maybe that was more of a stretch, but now for sure, he has that appeal, and his style of politics have that broad-ranging appeal. There's no doubt about it. What do you think in terms of, let's say that it does end up Bass and Rahman in the LA mayoral race? You'd have to think that Bass is favored in that circumstance, right? Do you think Nithya Rahman has any shot? And just for people to know, she is not backed by the DSA, but she is, certainly seen as more left-wing than Karen Bass had.
Right there, though. Why? Why is she not backed by the DSA? Is it because the DSA is stepping back and saying like, technically we might hurt more than we help here, or what?
Relatively unimpressive campaign, struggled in debates, etc. But obviously looks like it's going to be enough to knock Spencer Pratt, online phenom, out of the top two. But in any case, do you think she has any shot in the general, or do you think that in either case, Karen Bass kind of has this thing locked up?
I don't quite know enough about. People there seem to think that Karen Bass, like, I would trust people there more than my own instinct on this.
It's hard to knock out an incumbent. The fact that it even went to a runoff, that she didn't get the 50% on night one, is very unusual.
And I think Pratt voters, even though a lot of them are like upset the apple cart.
I have a Hassan moment here. This is more of a bug bite
kinds of voters, like they don't want to upset the apple cart with a DSA member.
Right. Probably just stay home.
Now, interesting one. Unfolding in was it California? I think this is 7. Where we covered the Doris Matsui May Vang race, where Doris Matsui's in her 80s and has spent her and her husband for more than 40 years have had this seat. She spent and her backers put together a super PAC to lift up like a Republican college kid to try to get him into the top 2, and they're close to getting there. I don't think they're going to make it. But so this kid Zach Wooden is currently ahead by just 200 votes or so over May Vang, who's I think she had Justice Democrats, basically the whole left wing.
You're right,
apparatus. We had her on the program. She seemed really impressive, and Matsui agrees. Like that's why Matsui has desperately spent and loaned her campaign tons of money to try to keep May Vang from making the top 2. And the fact that he's only up
Catching any movies tonight? Backroom scary movie. Heard good
100
things.
votes with like half the votes still to go, and all of the Democratic votes are the ones that are outstanding. Suggest that
maybe if there's anything like new to streaming,
Sui's probably going to lose. Like I think in the general. So that'll be.
I'm likely going to end stream and go right to bed because my sleep schedule has been so messed up from being in and out of a hospital. I had to get up at like 5 a.m. each day that I was doing that. So
that actually gets knocked off, and she's. You also did you see the Jimmy Gomez scandal? Speaking of sex scandals,
no, I don't think I did.
So, and it consensual stuff. A little bit of whatever. People can decide what they want. Jimmy Gomez.
Can we just get to the point where we just go, like you point to a picture of Trump and be like, "That's our president. Move on."
The New York Daily News or is it the Post?
We're past the days of being like, "Oh my God, this person had sex with someone that wasn't their wife."
The Post now has like an LA tabloid.
Okay.
Unless if we're going to play that game and then just notice how Ken Paxton is not going to have any of that fucking smoke from his own party, then yes, maybe we should all just shut the fuck up.
And Dave just
Doesn't the Daily News like not exist anymore?
Right,
Didn't
they're
Kushner
done.
like buy it and kill it or something like that? Anyway.
I think there's like 4 reporters there left. But they're going hard at Gomez because he got caught making out with Eric Swalwell's chief of staff a couple of years ago at some party in California. And it turned out they were in a long-term thing while he was the chair of the dad's caucus and like doing this whole I'm such a great dad and blah blah. So he's getting busted. He's getting busted for that. Now it's all no abuse alleged. It's all consensual stuff. That's between him and the Lord and his wife and his mistress or whatever. But he has a Justice Democrat opponent who did make it into the runoff.
Oh, interesting.
Angela Gonzalez Torres, and they waited. It seems like the Los Angeles Post or whatever this New York Post knockoff in
Kyle,
LA is,
what's up?
Waited until the primary was over to like start dropping this, and they're probably just gonna like they've been putting him on the cover and like it's gonna get ugly. I think they're just gonna dog him, throughout the summer and fall. And AIPAC in the past has spent millions to kind of bail him out from progressive challenges, but a lot of people think that this is the year that he goes down. So that's at least that could be 2 incumbents that get knocked off. But we miss it because it happens on election day in November.
Hope so.
And everybody's focused on like
the general election stuff versus like the primary. Is there a Democratic party? Yeah.
Well, we'll see. I mean, this is kind of nice that I got Fox News and Breaking Points on this one because, like I said earlier, they are totally saying the opposite thing. And they reported on this at the same time.
Another question for you: what is statewide? I don't think anyone thinks that Steve Hilton is going to be governor. So it's pretty clear if it's Hilton versus Becerra. Becerra is going to be the next governor of California.
Yeah. Lisa Ann says she says, "Hello, everyone, and please leave a like."
If it's Becerra versus Steyer, though, you think Steyer has a shot? Because I actually kind of do.
Good advice.
Becerra is not an impressive candidate. He is very corporate backed. Like every major corporate interest you could imagine has basically gotten in behind him. Even some of his Biden administration colleagues have come and been like, this guy was a terrible cabinet secretary. So it seems to me like more time for voters to process the choice between these 2 candidates could actually benefit Tom Steyer. I don't know how much like the identity politics plays into it. Obviously, there's a large Hispanic population in California. Does that make them more inclined to vote for Becerra? I don't know. I tend not to really buy into that line of thinking, but that is an argument that's out there. But what do you think?
Yeah, I think Steyer has a real shot. Also, like the endless money is going to help. So yeah, I think I would put it at a toss up if it becomes Steyer and Becerra.
I would say, yeah.
The other fascinating statewide.
I mean, that's who everybody thought it was going to be. Let's be real.
Wide race is. Did you follow the Jane Kim insurance commissioner race?
The Steve Hilton thing. That's why everybody is kind of shocked. They're just like, wait a minute. This isn't going to be blue versus blue. Like even Fox News was kind of like, California is like deep blue. But it seems to be happening
at all.
I did not.
We should actually have her on next week. So she won, and she put it up here. Like this is actually quite something for California because it's such a corporate dominated state.
Keep hearing Becerra and have to do a double take.
So she ran as your
I think did she take a break from making content for a little bit?
You're seeing here. Like if you look at her,
I've seen her live for
if you Google her, it says Jane Kim endorsed by Bernie Sanders. Like that's like her tagline for who she is: affordable, available insurance for all. And so she's really trying to bring kind of state power to bear to try to like fix the brokenness of California. And
are we talking about a like property insurance, all insurance? I guess because I know they've got, property insurance homeowners insurance issues in a way that like Colorado and Florida and other states do as well.
That's why we need to have her on. What on earth kind of jurisdiction does she have?
Yeah.
And what can she? Because they've been
You think she is taking a break? Okay.
pushing.
Well, shout out Vasora either way. Mr. Content.
Here's disaster insurance. Which disaster insurance is becoming like auto insurance.
Yeah, it's becoming
Medicare for kids,
harder to get.
Flood insurance, disaster insurance, all this earthquakes. Like this is all becoming with climate existential for
way harder
places
to get,
like Florida and California.
This is actually something we have an interview with Oliver Larkin, who's challenging Jared Moskowitz in the Democratic primary. And first of all, Jared Moskowitz is such a villain. It's unbelievable. And when you learn all the things that he's done and said, and describing himself as a Ron DeSantis Democrat and all these things. But in any case, one of the things that Larkin was also highlighting is what a crisis this is in Florida as well. I think it's probably more of a crisis in Florida than anywhere else. And it's their real estate market is a mess right now, in part exactly because of this issue. So it's a increasingly major concern in a wide variety of states across the country.
Yeah.
And then the other thing just to note, to go back to the Steyer-Becerra race, since you mentioned insurance, I mean, Steyer does support Medicare for all in the state of California. And you can imagine, because this is always one of the knocks on Medicare for all. It's like, well, no state has ever tried it. It's never been successful. No one can pull this off. It was they tried to do it in Vermont and they failed. And it basically got killed by Gavin Newsom without getting into the legislative weeds in California, even though it had a lot of momentum behind it. So if he was actually able to, successfully implement universal health care in the state of California, which already is pretty close to having universal coverage. It's one of the top states in the country in terms of healthcare coverage, but that would be an extraordinarily significant development that
just not a good time for small lefty creators.
I think, a lot of people would take notice. And also if it didn't work out.
It's not a great time for larger lefty creators. Actually, the next thing I'm going to cover is BTC is now getting the Hassan and overall the lefty creator treatment.
And it had all kinds of problems. People would definitely take notice of that too. Probably more so than even if it's successful.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps.
All right. That was fun. Could Blanche. Here we go. We'll put that one back here. We'll cover that later. Okay. So like I said, if you are not aware of what's happening, so there is an obvious decline in algorithmic support for left-wing news commentators. Now, for a while there, it was kind of happening broadly. So you couldn't necessarily tie it to just like, oh, they're attacking left-wing creators. Well, they have adjusted that for the other side, but for some reason, left-wing creators are still struggling to get out there. They're not letting our audience know when we're live, even if you have the notification bells like selected to all. Like there's so much just really sus things kind of happening where it's like you have enough of us recognizing this, and then you have enough of these guys coming out finally making videos about it where it's just like, listen, because like you don't want to bitch about this. Like as a content creator, this is like this is kind of like the final thing that like you want to do. This is our trump card where you don't want to make this public. Like I would gladly keep this fucking private, but it got that bad to where even I was like, guys, something's happening here. And in my case, because I am smaller, it really could be it could be anything. But for the bigger guys to be dealing with this, I'm going to be completely real with y'all. It did kind of make it feel a little less lonely on my end. So, silver linings, but doesn't make the actual outcome any better and what we're dealing with. So here is BTC talking about how the Trump administration is targeting him and his channel.
We have a predictable, albeit dangerous update here that actually concerns me specifically. The White House has officially added me to a short list of what they're calling, quote, media offenders, alongside other independent creator David Pakman. Now, I don't know what they plan on doing with this list, but I can tell you what they've done with other lists.
I called this once. once they started talking about like, oh, well, yeah, we're making, we're kind of like looking at dissenters, and then not JCPOA, NSPM7.
Donald Trump has engaged in a retribution tour against his other perceived enemies, which includes Letitia James, Adam Schiff, James Comey, John Bolton, Tim Walz, Jacob
He's making
Fry,
a list of his political enemies, and he intends on executing arrests.
Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin.
Now, whether or not they will just be completely, thrown out in court, and then everybody gets a payout, because it's like, dude, he's the Oprah of fucking lawsuit payouts.
News outlets.
Because none of it actually, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Like, you either abandon the Constitution or you don't. He keeps doing this halfway thing.
Including the Wall Street Journal, New York Times.
The only way that this works is if he actually suspends the Constitution, but even he knows that will cause an actual revolt, not just one of them tiny ones.
ABC, CBS, Disney, and the Washington Post, just to name a few. Which leads me to believe that they've now moved on to the next iteration of their plan, going after content creators.
Yep.
Now, first of all, I think it's worth noting the irony of a political movement that beat its chest about free speech for the last 4 years, now creating lists of people with dissenting opinions.
Mm-hmm.
These people...
Yeah, and then there's another side that's going to get paid out because they got banned from Twitch or YouTube or Twitter for saying things that were against that TOS. So instead of acknowledging that they were breaking terms of service, they were saying that they were, having their First Amendment rights stifled, which, again, no First Amendment for left-wing creators.
Are so fragile, so delicate, such little bitches that they are now going after content creators and comedians.
Pep, I think you're seeing comments really late, FYI.
For doing stuff like telling jokes that offend their frail sensibilities. And what's worse, they are using the federal government to do it. In fact, you don't even have to guess as much, because Donald Trump is so ham-handed himself that he comes out and just admits it. Mm-hmm. This is what he said immediately upon the FCC going after Kimmel.
That's something that should be talked about for licensing too. When you have a network and you have evening shows and all they do is hit Trump, that's all they do. If you go back, I guess they haven't had a conservative on in years or something, somebody said. But when you go back and take a look, all they do is hit Trump. They're licensed. They're not allowed to do that. They're an arm of the Democrat Party.
In other words, it wasn't about Kimmel's comments, which, by the way, were completely innocuous, but rather that Trump has a broader agenda of suppressing any coverage critical of Trump.
They will not make the distinction between pro-capitalist liberals and anti-capitalist socialists. We will all be in the
Quote,
the same concentration camps. Yep.
All they do is hit Trump. This is about heaping praise onto an aspiring autocrat, all because he's too fragile to shoulder any criticism. And this has become a recurring theme. Trump also got Stephen Colbert canceled by leaning on CBS as their parent company Paramount was seeking a merger with Skydance. He sued ABC News, which settled, sued 60 Minutes, which settled, installed Barry Weiss, by the way, who gutted the staff, including Scott Pelley just this week, sued Meta, which settled. He is currently suing the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Simon & Schuster. He barred the AP from the press briefing room. He even barred the Australian Broadcasting Company from his UK press conference a few months back because the reporter dared ask a critical question of him. Anyone who touted Trump or his MAGA movement as some champions of free speech is either a liar or a fool. In fact, it's not just Trump who is too ham-handed to understand how not to confess to the reality of what's happening here. His FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, has been beyond overt in giving the whole game away. This is what he said just prior to Kimmel's cancellation a few months back.
But frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel. Or, there's going to be additional work for the FCC. Again, there's actions that we can take on licensed broadcasters. And frankly...
Yeah, it's true that conservatives have been pretending that they're the redheaded stepchild of the internet. Like, everyone is out to get them because they're conservative. Yeah, but the actual reality is it's always versus left-wing creators.
I think that it's really sort of past time that a lot of these licensed broadcasters themselves push back on Comcast and Disney and say, listen, we are going to preempt. We are not going to run Kimmel anymore until you straighten this out, because we licensed broadcaster are running the possibility of fines or license revocations from the FCC if we continue to run content that ends up being a pattern of news distortion.
Think about that language for a second. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. That's not regulatory oversight, that is extortion. That is a federal official threatening a media company with government retaliation unless they silence a critic of the president, a comedian. And that's exactly what ABC did. Which raises the question, is this even constitutional? And the answer is absolutely not. Just last year, this Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that, quote, government officials cannot attempt to coerce private parties in order to punish or suppress views that the government disfavors. That is a ruling wherein everyone from Clarence fucking Thomas and Samuel Alito agreed with Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson. When you've got the White House running to the far right of the U.S. Supreme Court, you might have lost the plot. But let's be clear here. While Trump is a despot and his acolytes like Brendan Carr are some of the most vile human beings to ever ascend to the highest ranks of the U.S. government, and they deserve all the scorn in the world for their horrific behavior, this administration would not feel as emboldened as they do without the cooperation by these corporations that are so fucking focused on money and shareholder value that they will sacrifice everything in pursuit of it. Let's not forget the backstory behind the Kimmel cancellation attempt. Nexstar Media Group is the largest provider of local news in the country. They operate ABC affiliate stations in dozens of markets across the U.S. Nexstar was seeking FCC approval for a $6.2 billion merger with a company called Tegna. At the same time, you've got the federal government demanding a ransom for everything and making it perfectly clear where they stand on these late-night hosts who dare criticize Dear Leader. Trump himself literally posted on Truth Social, quote, I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings. I hear Jimmy Kimmel is next. And guess what? That is exactly what happened. And because these companies like Nexstar and ABC and CBS and Paramount, Washington Post and Meta are all so over-leveraged and so desperate to grab more cash, they continue to capitulate to Trump. And the cost of that is that we all are less safe because we all now live in a country where the president feels emboldened to commit more of these acts. ABC's decision to even temporarily pull Kimmel's show doesn't just hurt Kimmel, it gives Trump carte blanche to feel that his autocratic behavior is acceptable. CBS's decision to cancel Colbert's show doesn't just hurt Colbert, it gives Trump the sense that he can pull these stunts even more.
The fact that they didn't push back, like the fact that they didn't even try to make the First Amendment argument in court because they were just like, they could cost us a lot of money that we don't want to pay fighting for, a court case that would save us all.
More with impunity.
It's almost like it's part of the plan, and that's why they have all these sycophants installed. It's almost like he's the one being like, hey, you know what? You do this for me, I'll make sure that you guys have all the deals that you ever need.
It hurts all of us. These outlets, desperate to curry favor with the God King, are hurting all of us. All because they need another buck. Because God...
I am genuinely interested to see what's going to happen.
Forbid. They didn't focus solely on more money, more growth, more shareholder value. God forbid. So look, again, I'm not surprised that it's looking like I and other creators are next on Trump's list. But I can promise you one thing from my part. I will never stop speaking out. I'm not owned by some money-grubbing corporate entity that needs something from the federal government. I am 100% independent. And independent media clearly has never been more important. That's why they're working so hard to silence our voices. So look, if you would like to support my work, I'll ask for one thing right now. I have a book coming out in just a few weeks. The single best way to support me, if you can, is to pre-order my book titled The Day After. It is a blueprint for how Democrats can and must fight back against this aspiring
Lego. What Lego thing? Oh, man.
Autocrat. Maybe that's why Trump is targeting me, because I tried...
well, if you do not end up sticking around for the Lego thing, because I might not be able to get to it by the time that you usually have to depart. So... it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
You're right about
I can't even summarize
his movement to the dustbin of history forever. I'm going to put a link to pre-order that book right here on the screen and in the post description and in the comments, or you can go to briantylercohen.com/book. I
read his book Shameless. It was pretty good. Oh, really?
On tour in mid-July. You can grab tour tickets at that same link, and I would love to see you in person. Please help elevate my message in this ecosystem as we work together.
Maybe they have that in my library.
That the U.S. never experiences anyone like Trump again. And I hope that the rest of the media outlets understand that by capitulating to Trump, you are not placating him. You are just showing him that you're weak. You are showing him that you can be extorted. You're showing him that if and when he wants to do this again, that he'll be able to do it without a problem. I said this months ago, and I'll say it again right now. Trump is never going to stop trying to silence the voices that are rightfully calling him out. He won't stop with me. Just like he wasn't stopping with Kimmel, just like he wasn't stopping with Colbert, just like he wasn't stopping with ABC News and CBS and the New York Times and 60 Minutes. All of these cowardly media conglomerates are not understanding that you do not buy Trump off. You buy yourself a little bit of time. That's it. And eventually, he'll come back because he knows that you're weak and you stand for nothing. And the only thing more pathetic than bowing down to this thin-skinned autocrat is everybody's collective inability to recognize that he will never be satisfied. Donald Trump is basically a shark preying on you, and you cut off your arm to feed it to him. Eventually, he comes back for the next arm, then your legs, then your body. And where did that leave you? That grand bargain? It left you with nothing. Prey to a predator who smelled blood in the water because you were too stupid to protect yourself when you had the chance. So my advice to the rest of the media, wake the fuck up. Recognize the moment we're in.
This bot says the same thing every time that they come into this channel.
And for fuck's sake,
for real, man,
stand for something. Stand for anything. Anything that isn't money. Because all the money in the world
there's no
isn't
questioning
worth a thing
this one.
when what you're left selling is a product no one believes in.
Yep.
In the meantime, please know that I will never stop. I will never be quiet. I will never stop holding these people to account. I have dedicated my life to this cause, and watching this administration target me has only made me redouble my efforts. I promise you that I will stop at nothing to ensure that these people are never near the levers of power again, and I hope that you'll fight this fight alongside me.
All right. I'll say this much. They are not going to differentiate between, your liberal wine mom or, your far leftist. I've been saying this for a while, that they're going to go after anybody that is a dissenter from Trump. Even, right-wingers, Republican classics, they're on the chopping block too. It's anybody that does not agree with him, which I'm like, what are we doing? I don't care if you agree with the guy or love the guy. Honestly, I question it, but I question more, how in the fuck are you okay with that? It makes absolutely no sense. Because you do understand that you should be for leftists even having the freedom of speech, because that is an American ideal. You, if you believe otherwise, are just a fascist, and that's where there is no differential. This isn't hyperbole. This isn't just a bunch of whiny leftists. You are literally a fascist that just wants your dear leader to never have anybody question him. That's insane. And realistically, man, this is why people will start. They are going to start pushing back against this. Once it comes for them, guys, I'm telling you, now that it's hitting BTC, they started with the far left, they started with the smaller streamers, then they progressively got bigger and bigger. They finally made it to Pac-Man, and then BTC. It's all cascading. And then, as I said, man, you're going to see people like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. They're probably going to go harder after them. If they are, I would argue that they already are. They were the first ones. They would after them before Hassan. And I'm just saying, guys, Alex Jones is probably on that list even though he sucked his nuts. People who have sucked Trump's nuts for a long time are going to end up in the same camps because, you know what? They were liars, fake news. I'll be sitting next to fucking Jesse Waters because he fucked up one day. But whatever, man. America. Woo. Not recognizing how this is all a huge problem and it's all very real. For all the times that I've heard a Republican claiming to be a victim, it's always the same shit where it's like, oh, we're going to claim they're doing this to us, even though they're not, but we're going to do it to them when we're in power. It's almost like that projection thing where you just tell on yourselves. Oh, Democrat, you're very original. Did you have to literally wait for Trump to popularize it since he's the one who came up with it? Remember, he took the B out. I took the B out. Jesus. Ah, man. So original. Isn't it funny, though? How unoriginal they are. They go to Snowflake. They go to all the fucking the classics. You gotta love it. It is funny though, because they can't think for themselves. Which kind of speaks to the whole, like, yeah, they need him. Like, this is why they love him, like, to begin with. It's not there's a little bit of the trolling aspect, but it is also the fact that they think that, like, oh, he's just going to take care of it. I'm going to be taken care of because he said he would. My biggest thing is how they don't ever correlate how, like, things are more expensive and just the broken promises. They never listen to anything that he said on the campaign trails, apparently, because, yeah, he's broken almost every single one. But they can focus on when a Democrat says something and they're like, you guys remember when they said this and they didn't do this? Aren't you mad? And some left-wingers are dumb enough to take the bait. So, whatever, it's all class shit. They're trying to keep us fighting. They're pretty good at it. I think it's stupid. But we have got to get past this at some point. Let's put some music on, chill for a minute. What do we got? Hey, chat, how you doing? Barack Show, how you doing, man? They will slowly turn on the lame duck. Yeah, we'll see. MAGA's been reduced to name calling for months now. That's all they got. Maggots hang around the shit piles. I'm not American, but I think Democrats have really problems. Oh, okay. Then why, like, if you're not American, then why troll like an American? Like, you don't need, or like troll. You're not, it's not good. Like, I'm trying to actually help you. Like, that's passe. Like, that's hack shit. You can move on from that and do better. Like, what's my opinion on ICE? That we don't need them. We never did. We had custom enforcement. We already had national security. This is just blatant fucking, he wants a police state, and he's making sure that he has a bunch of people that are already sympathetic to his causes, and he just wants, like, trust me, he just wants this. Check my DMs. Yeah, I just read it. Let's see. Can I get this out? All right. What is going on? Newsweek. He likes to do the thing where I told his hold his scrotum and tell him to cough. Oz explained. He is always asking if he could do the cough test, so we do it once or twice per day. He says, I have very warm hands. I think it makes him feel safe, but I think it also makes him feel strong. I tell him he is very good at being the president. People always do the whole, I was just following orders thing, but I love my job, and I'm here to honor and serve. Dr. Oz says Trump is in spectacular health after Walter Reed checkup, saying he returns because he likes the results. That's pretty funny. Oh, man. Shit. Let's get this. Oh, come on. The fuck? Really? Okay. This screen's gonna be stupid. There we go. Please explain to me who is pushing socialism or communism in America. Technically, like, democratic socialists, I guess, would be the ones pushing socialism, even though it's technically capitalism mixed with socialism. Realistically, if you're talking like en masse, no, but like it's not happening. Like the way that they conflate Democrats pushing for socialism and like that's kind of the thing. They're very good at the fear mongering and this, like, holding a narrative. They are very good at that. I'm gonna just say that much. Republicans, because I know that there's a bunch of people in my audience that are about to sigh very loudly, but I have a background in marketing, and I will just say this much, that they are very good with their marketing. Like, Trump is a very good communicator, despite the fact that he's an idiot. He makes you remember things. Like, he repeats. People, like, it literally becomes, like, almost part of, like, the cultural lexicon whenever he does that shit. Like, dude, fake news. Like, just, this is the stuff that I wish more people, not only on the left, but, like, Democrats, too. Like, they need to get better at that stuff. And then people, they also don't recognize things where it's, like, the Democrats specifically, and like what you guys would call like neoliberals, those are the ones that like they've really got to pull their heads out of their ass, because they already hold a lot of what they would consider socialist policies, but they're dumb. They believe in the Red Scare bullshit, and they believe the Republican narratives of just like, well, I'm not a socialist, I'm not that left. It's like, okay, do you believe in healthcare? Yes. Okay. Do you believe in expanding funding for, social programs? I guess you could include policing, but mostly fire. Like, I would say fire is a big one, especially in California. Do you agree with that? Yeah. Okay. Do you agree that we should probably tax, the higher income earners, and we should give lower taxes to lower income earners, and we should also expand things like the minimum wage? Most would probably say yes, but that's where you start to lose like a bunch of neolibs, is because it's a bunch of millionaire motherfuckers that already think their taxes are too high. So they're just going to go, well, I don't know, because technically that's when they start coming for me. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Well, I don't think so. And then they're perfectly fine just letting... Hey! Okay. That's it. He's going in kitty arm jail. We're going to hold him for a minute. No. You have been sentenced. You have been sentenced. You will be locked up. You got to be held and Hannibal Lectered. Because you are a naughty boy. You are a very naughty, naughty kitty. He has been very bad today. Say hello. Say, I am Lito. I am bad kitty. Yeah. Your ears are cold, dude. Okay. Keep an eye on that. Show us the cat. Show us the cat. This is the cat. He is not happy because he has been trapped, and he was in the middle of being a bad cat. Say hello, Lito. You are not pleased. You don't want to love? No. Come on. Yeah. You gonna get over it? All right. We going? All right. Are roads socialism? Yeah, roads. Yeah. Infrastructure. Technically you could argue that like taxes are technically like a form of socialism. The use of taxes more so, but that's my point, where you would think, they would be like, oh shit, yeah, I want to see like better returns on investment, things like that. Because most people are like selfish dicks like that, where they see like paying taxes as like an investment, so they want a return on an investment. So most people who drive to work every day, they want to see a return on that. There is nothing more insulting than seeing a gas tax and then going to work and your roads are still shit. And then these projects take forever because we have stupid laws where, like in Illinois, we can't have road crews working overnight unless they have like a very specific setup, and like they have to be in a specific zone. Whereas I know in Pennsylvania, they have like the turnpike is maintained, and dude, they get this shit done in like literal days. Like they get projects done that would take 2 years in Chicago done in probably 2 weeks, which that's the stuff that fucking really gets me bothered. But realistically, though, that's what gets your average American. And that's where I'm saying neolibs need to wake up and realize, hey, this is pretty much all people are asking for, but this is where they're more than happy to use disingenuously farther left people to kind of muddy the waters, because you don't want any unity. So this is where, like, I'm not saying that they are like funding groups or anything like that. That is not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying like online discourse and like algorithms, though. Leto, he's making me wonder. He's obsessed with. All right, I gotta do something here. I gotta take a look and see if there is there like a mouse under there? All right, let's see. He's obsessed with something underneath here. So, you hear me do then you'll know. Oh, can't see shit. All right, hold on. I'm here. Cannot see me. I will narrate. I am now looking underneath. What are you looking? Oh, I see what. It's his toy. Here you. Here's your toy. Don't lose it. Man, that was way back there. Pikachu down. All right. Happy cat. Happy cat means that I might be able to relax for a minute. Communism hasn't produced good result. The thing is, it hasn't been really fucking implemented in any actual, Marxist, communist, like, it's never been used in the way that Karl Marx talked about. It's always been used like in conjunction with like dictatorship. And also, Lenin wasn't exactly what I would call the most based guy. I'd say you want to talk about muddying the waters. That guy did a bang-up job with that one. Basic health care, education, nutrition, housing should be human rights. Yes. Trying to think. It's the... You know what? I hate to say this. It's the nutrition one that got me there. I was just like, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, technically, yeah. Yeah, no, so, yeah. I've never really thought of it that way, though. Like, putting nutrition in with it. Yeah. Good one. Yeah. BK live streams. Yes, that was a good one. Imagine if the United States didn't pull over every socialist country that ever existed. Yeah, it's almost like they were scared of that producing results that they couldn't argue with. It's almost like that's the thing. Like, they start seeing things like Cuba having, a lung cancer vaccine. Now, do you think that they're going to try and invade Cuba? Because that's what's coming. Let's be real. But do you think that they're doing that for, because they're withholding healthcare from us, or that they're actually being or oppressed? Like, that's another thing that they keep saying. It's, yeah, we have to go save them from oppression. It's like, meanwhile, you oppress your own people. Yeah. China is a great example of a socialist government producing good results, especially given the time. The USSR's economy was about the size of Brazil's and was able to compete with the US. And I'll be honest, yeah, like, as much as people get way behind nationalist bullshit, because it does make it so you do not recognize the objective reality that China's economy is actually doing pretty well. It is actually producing better outcomes for their citizenry. Now, do they have problems, and do they have, other parts of that? Yes. The way that they block communication, the way that they do have a very authoritarian rule. Yeah. Like, that's kind of where people look at China and they're like, that's a little fucked up. But Trump, ironically, just wants that. He just wants the authoritarian part. He doesn't actually want to produce any good outcomes for his citizenry. So, yeah, it's insane. But my main point to this was that your average, lefty Democrat fucking lib, they do need to wake the fuck up. Like, they really do. Especially if they follow politics, like, on the regular. They need to do the thing where they don't take the bait and shit on Hassan. I've seen too many people doing this. Especially older people, like the older boomer crowds. They're totally, like, they are so happy to shit on Hassan. They're just like, this guy, like, he said bad things, and he said something about 9/11 I didn't like. Yeah. I have a bad joke. Can I say it? Depends. Nope. You cannot tell a racist joke. So, United States has ICE concentration camps, and highest percentage of incarceration. Yeah, and it's all to keep the money flowing. They have to justify having these camps, therefore, or you know, these prison facilities. And Jesus, they're concentration camps. Just call them what they are. Socialism really is good versus evil. It is. I mean, the other problem is, and this is where I have a bit of an issue, is like, we need to get better at the whole selling this shit. That's where I was going at it with the marketing point of this, where it's just like, God damn it, dude. We are always so behind, and then on top of it, I don't like arguing the finer points of this. I really don't. The reality is, socialism now, like, unless we can explain it in a way within like a few sentences where it's just like, no, socialism good, socialism means healthcare, like that, then like, and they listen to you past that, great. But as I said, like, we have to take the L on some of it and recognize that unfortunately they are way better at this whole, like, oh, communism equal bad person, and then that's also why they can conflate the, like, oh, you guys call us Nazis, you're so, like, you're just hyperbolic, you're just trying to fucking disingenuously, well, because they know big words, you're just trying to say that I'm a Nazi because you don't have a better argument, blah 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 blah. Now, can we say that this is mainstream media, like, platforming? Sure. But as I said, man, it's also recognizing that people are dumb. People are so dumb. And I'm not saying, like, oh, all of America is dumb. But I will say this. It's like, their baseline is dumb. Like, I think they can get past their baseline. But you have to speak to that. You know, there's a reason that, like, sparkle, you know, rainbows, sparkles, and flashy colors, you know, and like flashy thumbnails and things like that. There's a reason that, like, that kind of shit works. And this is where I was saying, I'm just like, yeah, dude, we need to that's what we need. We need better, like, thumbnails on the left. That's how we'll start our movement, is with more flashy thumbnails. I'm starting to push. If you have noticed, my thumbnails are pretty fucking badass. Let's see. Oh shit, I can't show it. But yeah, speaking of thumbnails, shout out to Televani Mage. I was about to say, she has been making my thumbnails lately, and I think that they are pretty sick. I would rather deal with China than the U.S. Than the USA. The least you can trust, or at least you can trust them. I mean, listen, any government, like, the grass is greener theory isn't necessarily, like, not true when it comes to politics, because sorry, I had to collect my thought there. Because most governments got their issues. It's just a matter of, like, can you recognize what's happening there? Is your hairstyle called the low taper fade? No, my hairstyle is called, I have been way too committed to just letting this grow, and I don't like the mid-length. It's still here, so I'm going to keep it for as long as I can before it starts looking a little choppy. You know what I'm saying? Look what you were currently doing to Canada and Greenland. Oh, yeah. We are somewhat socialist countries. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Are you the one who's from... did you say you're from Denmark or Canada? Sorry if I'm mixing that up a little bit. China doesn't claim to be pretty communist anyway. They call it communism with Chinese characteristics. Trump gave China the green light to take Taiwan. So get prepared for that propaganda. Yeah, it seems like he did. I don't know. The more I read about his China trip. China. I went to China. I got to see the wall. It was very big, but not as big as ours. Have you seen my wall? I'm building a great big beautiful ball. They don't have a ballroom, but I have a ball. Dude, he really is getting that bad. Or it's just like, he's starting to do that shit. Like, I don't care if you love or hate the guy. I've been pretty critical about like the Midas Touch and some of the podcasts that have been doing like the death watch for Trump, where I'm just like, dude, okay, we get it. Like, his house sucks, but Jesus Christ, it's almost like it is kind of tasteless when you really think about it. But I just want to bring up the reality that is, yeah, Trump be slowing the fuck down. Like, he's 80 years old. Like, that really hit me the other day. One of my dad's best friends he's 83. And I'm thinking about this where it's like, oh, dude, yeah, because, like, my dad's best friend's, like, you know, proper old man is what I would call him. And that's what Trump is. Like, you could put because the spray tan and those little sound bites where he gets his Adderall and he gets, like, the Biden treatment, where he has that, like, magic, like, for about an hour or two, but then all of a sudden, did you see the ballroom? I have a great big beautiful ballroom being built, and then I have, look, the pool, the big pool. He doesn't even call it the reflecting pool, by the way. He's like, but look, it's bigger than the Empire State Building, which the Empire State Building, as you know, is much bigger than the Sears Tower, even though the Sears Tower is technically bigger than the Empire State Building. He included the spire, by the way. What the fuck did Biden do? He fucked the Democratic Party for a few years just by being Israel's little bitch boy. But then again, Trump not doing, anything to prove that he isn't any less of Israel's bitch boy. Like, that one, gotta say. Dr. Oz loves my ballroom. He touches my ballroom all the time. He said that I have great big beautiful ballroom and that they are very healthy, and he made me cough, and then I did the cough. I went when I cough, I say cough. I just went cough. Cough, doc. I make the most beautiful coughs. Listen. I do the most beautiful coughs, okay? I make the most beautiful deals. I made a deal with my doctor where he said, listen, sir, I will give you the cleanest bill of health, the cleanest bill you've ever seen, if you just say one thing about me, and it has to be nice. And I said, that might be a little bit much because I can only talk nice about one person, and you know who that one person is, me. I had to say, because, yeah, Sleepy Trump just, yeah. Dude, the photo that came from that, where he's just like, and the person behind him is like, they're mid-talking, and they're starting to, they're like, oh, shit. Well, the reflecting pool still reflect. So, yes, technically, so, because they're not using, what I would call, like, pool blue, it should theoretically still reflect. Also, because it is so large. But who knows? Listen, the reflecting pool thing, if it looks like a fucking pool, then great. We can be outraged about it. But I'll be completely real. There's some things that we get outraged about everything. We take the bait on everything. Let him have his stupid fucking pool. Let him tear up the Rose Garden. Let him even have the goddamn ballroom if we didn't have to pay for it. We got to get better at being legitimately angry. Like, you understand that this is why Republicans don't listen to us in general? And, like, most fucking, like, Trumpers will never listen. And, like, even the left, even some of the left doesn't, like, or the liberals just don't listen. It's because it's always the same shit. Well, actually, no. The liberals are the ones responsible for this one. They're the ones responsible for the pool. So, no, the left. You know what? Yeah. Because realistically, the ones on the left that aren't listening, I'm going to just say it's because we are correct about this. We are just saying, yeah, you know what? I don't give a fuck about the pool. Gas prices are insane. He's at war. He keeps breaking his promises, and we can't stay on track here. We can't fucking just, like, have one message that we can really just hammer home to the American people to be like, hey, this guy's really fucking up. I mean, I don't know if the Democrats want to win in the midterms. Legitimately, I don't think they do. Because they don't want to be responsible for all this stuff. But if they do win, then okay, are we actually going to get, like, real investigations and get some, you know, the big thing's the committees, man, because, like, that's been some of the most effective ways that his administration has been called out is during these committee hearings where they are just, with basic questions, they fucking fall apart. And it's kind of, I hate to say it, like, that's what they need more of, like, and that's what they need, you know, if they had Democrat control of that, where they couldn't have every shithead just being like, okay, well, this committee is adjourned, and we are very sorry for taking up your time there, Mr. Patel. You have a very important job to do. Like, God, the way that, like, some of these committee, like, the chairmans of the committees, like, Jesus, they just suck their nuts. Never heard a Democrat president lying 30,000 times in one term. I mean, I thought that was kind of silly that I mean, publicly, sure, like, whatever. He was just say he was a liar. Just, we overcomplicate things way too often. All right. The DNC has been acquired by Republican donors and consolidated into the political establishment. I think a corporation. Yeah, it's very, very much like a corporation, but you could argue that it's mostly the AIPAC thing. Like, and then Democrats being unable to actually recognize the genocide until it was way too late. Because now they are realizing that AIPAC is poison, but they need that money anyway. It sucks. All right, let's keep going. Let's see, what do we got next? The Brian Tyler Cohen thing. Oh, we got Hassan Piker on Democracy Now! Let's leave a like on this one. All right, let's check this out, and then we will be getting to the Lego story here, which I haven't covered any of, so it's going to be pretty much like we are going to get a breakdown on everything, and then I think we're going to, my intent is to leave tonight as well updated on the Lego story as I possibly can be, because yeah, I have been interested in it, but with everything going on in my life, it's been a little difficult to pay attention to. And even like when I was in the hospital and I got that rare moment where I had good, like decent enough cell service, which very rarely happened. I don't know what the hell is up with that. Yeah, I got to watch like one of the Philip DeFranco breakdowns, but yeah. You should like the video if you have not. Thank you, Fish Guru. I did like the Democracy Now! Video. You guys should also like and subscribe to my channel and Democracy Now! If you have not already, because Amy Goodman's the GOAT. But with that being said, let's get her interview with Hassan.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Earlier this week, the British government banned the progressive political commentators Hassan Piker and Cenk Uygur from entering the UK. They were scheduled to speak at the South by Southwest London Festival and the Oxford Union Society. The UK's Home Office said it was cancelling their travel permits, quote, on the grounds that their presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good, unquote. Both Piker and Uygur are outspoken in their criticism of Israel. Recent comments from that have drawn scrutiny include Piker saying that as a, quote, lesser evil voter, he would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time, unquote. The week prior to their ban, British Labour MP David Taylor called for Piker to be barred, saying, quote, it's shocking that South by Southwest would invite someone who's openly supported a proscribed terrorist organization and spouted these kinds of vile anti-Semitic rants to speak at their festival. With the unacceptable rise in anti-Semitism on our streets, leaving British Jews in a constant state of anxiety, Hassan Piker is clearly not conducive to the public good, he said.
So
Hassan
do you
Piker
like
is
Trump?
one of
Not really.
the most prominent
Not
online
exactly a fan.
influencers on the left. He has millions of followers and subscribers across social
What do
media
you mean?
platforms.
He's the
He
biggest
live
fan.
streams on the
He's the
gaming
biggest fan of
platform
me
Twitch
ever. Wait a
for
minute. Gotta
hours
get my
every day.
hair.
Recently, he's drawn the ire of the Democratic Party leadership for endorsing and campaigning on behalf of progressive candidates in primaries across the country. To talk more about his ban from the UK, his views on Israel, his critique of the Democratic Party, and more, we're joined by Hassan Piker from his home, where he streams in West Hollywood, California. Hassan, welcome to Democracy Now! Can you start off by responding to this ban on you? And Cenk is your uncle, is that right? Cenk Uygur, on what this means. In fact, you're going to virtually participate in the Oxford debate anyway, right?
Same. Nice.
Yeah. I was also supposed to, first of all, thank you for having me. It's a real honor to be on the show. I'm basically listening to the show a lot earlier than I normally would, because I usually do that in my morning routine. So Cenk and I were supposed to participate at the Oxford Union. We were supposed to do different panels at South by Southwest. I was also supposed to have a conversation with Jeremy Corbyn and Zach Polanski, the leader of the Green Party. And I also had another talk set up with
You're Canadian? Oh, nice.
Former Greek finance minister,
Lucky
Yanis Varoufakis. And then Cenk was supposed to travel to the UK with his family, and he was stopped at the airport, and he found out that his visa had been rescinded and that he could not get on the plane. So I ended up checking my visa as well and found out that my visa was also revoked. Now, I find what the British government did here to be objectionable. I find it to be disgusting. I also find it to be terrifying. I think it's a terrifying prospect for the future of Western liberal democracies. The fact that a country that has in the past harbored much more radical thinkers than myself
Pat,
to completely drop all
Becca needs the Discord link.
pretext that they care about free expression.
Interested in joining the Discord
is, I think, a sign of the times. I think it's a sign that we're moving down we're headed down a very different, dare I say, fascist direction in the Western world.
And this is happening, Hassan, under a Labour government in Britain, especially given Britain's particular role when it comes to Israel and Palestine being the primary imperial power that allowed the creation or promoted the development of the State of Israel.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely a lot of culpability.
Dave and Bob, I just got you guys tied into the chat.
And
I realized
the
that
British
was
government
not
has been coordinating with the Israeli government.
Apologies.
The Royal Air Force has been conducting surveillance missions, flying off of their Cyprus base. Keir Starmer has actually visited this base and has openly admitted that he could never say in broad daylight what the Royal Air Force is doing.
What up, 5 Alarm? How's it going?
Starmer has
Welcome
also
to chat.
invited Isaac Herzog,
Good to see you.
who has been mentioned in the ICC and the ICJ court
Hope you're doing well, man.
Against both Israel and Israeli officials like former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and current Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So the fact that England extends a red carpet to war criminals and collaborators of war criminals that have played a role in the genocide of the Palestinians, but then critics of Israel are considered to be real threats, significant threats to public safety, is preposterous. But once again, I think this is a real warning. Just as the prescription of Palestine action and the mass arrests that have taken place of pensioners in the UK that have demonstrated in support of Palestine action was a very clear attempt by the British government to do the exact opposite of the democratic process, to refuse to listen to the very just and moral demands of the masses and instead suppress their voices and try to silence them through state repression is very clear that there's a terrifying direction that the UK is headed down. And yes, it is the Labour government's complicity both in the crimes that Israel has committed, but it's also the Labour government's complicity in the acceleration towards fascism. Because the next government that comes in, if it's, God forbid, a reform government, a far-right authoritarian government, they're going to overtake this exact same process, and they might not have even the restrictions that the Labour government is applying currently. So to offer them the keys to the castle in this manner is complicity. It's something that we've seen. It's appeasement. It's something that we've seen throughout history in the past, where liberals assume that they could overtake the reactionary demands coming from the right in an effort to keep control, and they ultimately fail to the fascists.
I wanted to ask you also about another international issue which you've been involved with, controversy lately. You went to Cuba in March with the Nuestra America convoy, which brought activists from 33 countries and medicines and supplies to Cuba to attempt to break this economic blockade and warfare that the United States has been involved in against Cuba. But last week it was reported that the Treasury Department sent you and Medea Benjamin, founder of Code Pink, who helped organize the convoy, a request for information from the Office of Foreign Assets Control to look into possible violations. What's your response to this inquiry?
Yeah, so I've yet to receive a subpoena, even though Fox News claimed I received one. I have not. But I think that the news article itself was symbolic. I assume that this is less of a real inquiry and more so an opportunity for the American government to try to silence political dissent and to also criminalize activism. We were there to support the Cuban population with humanitarian aid that was necessary. And I also separately got a journalism visa as well to cover the atrocities that were taking place on the ground and to try to figure out what our government's culpability was in the economic devastation that Cubans were facing. And I mean, it was horrifying. You guys have covered this stuff extensively, but it's very clear that the Trump administration is not making it a secret that they want to prosecute all manner of political dissent, whether it be the counterterrorism initiatives implemented by Sebastian Gorka or even now lawfare by way of the Treasury Department. I think the goal here is to, once again, just like the British government, silence dissent and maybe even ultimately criminalize it. Hopefully this won't be a precedent-setting case, but we are headed down a scary path here.
Hassan, I wanted to play a clip of a short documentary about your trip to Cuba.
For years, I've wanted to visit Cuba. I wanted to learn about the problems caused by the embargo. I wanted to see a socialist society in person. Last month, I took the opportunity to go as part of a humanitarian mission to bring aid that my government won't. I'd be accompanying Progressive International alongside hundreds of others from around the world. Activists, journalists, artists, and politicians will be coming to the island by boat and plane to deliver
God, this makes me miss Vice.
necessary supplies. Food,
Hey,
medicine,
Devil's
and
Advocate
medical equipment.
Productions.
All right, we're in
Thank
the
you for
heart
the
of,
raid.
we're in the heart of
Appreciate that,
Havana
bro.
right now.
Hope you had a
One
good
of the
stream.
things that I've immediately
Everybody go
been
follow my man DA,
hit with
Devil's
is
Advocate
how beautiful the
Productions,
city is,
over
but
on
also
YouTube
how
and Twitch.
hollowed out it is in many ways. It looks like, I mean, some of these houses, they have the skeleton, they have the outside, but inside it looks like it's bombed out. You know, there's people living in it, but like very clearly, this is in a dire state of disrepair.
More indictments have been brought in this last day against Cuban leaders. Hassan Piker, did you actually deliver medical supplies? How successful were you?
I literally liked and subbed and was shocked I wasn't subbed. In fact, I'm pretty positive I was already subbed and something happened.
It wasn't just medical supplies.
That, you know what? That tracks because I've been noticing that they've been going in like little spurts where like 4 subs here, 2 subs here will just kind of disappear.
Food as well.
I always thought it was people just like not feeling the content, but it doesn't seem that way anymore.
In the bucket, and what the Cuban population actually needs right now is
How's it going, bro?
Because oil is what runs their entire energy grid, and unfortunately, the Trump administration has very openly created a blockade, and the island's energy.
I watched Summer Game Fest. How was it?
Now, there's also one aspect of this that I think adds insult to injury, and that's the reality that there is actually parts of the Cuban island that are receiving oil with regular frequency, and that is, of course, Guantanamo Bay. That's an American military base on the island of Cuba, and it's
the hatred of Hassan Piker is consistently inaccurate, and if you're being honest and paying attention, oh yeah, absolutely.
Basically an old colonial outpost.
I wish more people would just be honest about it too, where they could just be like, I just don't like the guy. Like you have the right to just not like a person. He can still be right, and you cannot like the guy.
And
that is just. That's your right as a consumer.
So you have
just an American and
coastline. You have 9 million or
consumer of media.
People suffering There's food shortages. People can't deliver medicine all around the island because there's simply no oil. And medicine is also spoiling as well. They're just sitting in factories.
Ooh, FF7 Revelations.
Because there's no refrigeration. And yet, a couple miles away from Havana, you have Guantanamo Bay, where they have a McDonald's, and they have American military members stationed there, and they have energy for the entire island potentially. I think this really shows the inhumanity and the juxtaposition.
I think he's a very needed masculine voice of the left. I agree,
and
I actually, for real, I do agree. Like I
feel like it's something that
I just sometimes personally don't vibe with him. That like I'm literally speaking for myself. Like every once in a while, I will try to watch some like I can't really watch his streams, but I like the, you know what? Shout out to the people that clip it and get that stuff out there. Makes it a lot more palatable. And honestly, I'm working on doing the same for myself and getting my stuff out there. Again, thank you for to Televani Mage for offering, because yes, hopefully you guys will be seeing more of my clipped content coming out.
The Americans are completely oblivious to. If they were more aware of the crisis, that they would also find it to be morally repugnant and unconscionable. And I suspect that's part of the reason why the federal government wants to stop these kinds of actions, or at least create an environment of threats and pressure so that other people who could also freely travel to Cuba and see what's going on for themselves, and maybe even deliver humanitarian aid themselves, think twice before they participate in something like this. I myself am unbowed, and I hope others will be too.
Hassan Piker, at the 2024 DNC in Chicago, 30 delegates to the convention were with the National Uncommitted Movement. Uncommitted delegates were selected in state Democratic primaries to call for an end to the Biden administration's backing of Israel's assault on Gaza. After the DNC denied
Apologies for the dog in the background.
their request for a Palestinian-American speaker on stage, uncommitted delegates and their allies staged a sit-in outside the convention hall. This is a clip of the co-founder of the Uncommitted Movement, Abbas Alawea.
Here is the scandal, my friends. Here is the scandal. The scandal is...
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
There are forces
Is that
within
Chicago?
Democratic Party leadership who
Is that the United Center? That looks like the United Center Gate
do
2.
not want us to talk about Palestinian human rights. But that's not
Yeah, that's right. That was outside the DNC. Duh. Yeah, it's Gate. Notice how I recognize that right away.
You actually were inside the DNC for a while before they put you out. You had a select seat there as a commentator. But can you talk about the fact, I put this question also to Dr. Hamawi, who you campaigned with, along with Dr. El Sayed. You campaigned with him also for his senatorial race. Can you talk about the autopsy report and it not talking about Israel and Gaza, though the issue took center stage at the DNC with the sit-in with people who were quite involved with the Democratic National Committee?
Dan, come here.
Yeah, I think to myself all the time, whether this is a byproduct of incompetence or
every once in a while he'll give like he'll give one that's just like, then you'll hear him
crisis, a major issue, and they're cynically trying to avoid having a conversation about it. I also had interviewed the Uncommitted Movement outside, and I had my press credentials revoked in real time while I was live broadcasting at the DNC, while simultaneously being interviewed by a New York Times reporter, as a matter of fact, for my criticisms of the DNC. I was invited, but then I was, I guess, disinvited at the same time for these exact warnings that I was issuing to as many Democrats as I possibly could. It turned out those warnings were true, and yet the Democratic Party still has not learned a very important lesson, and still seemingly chooses not to listen to the demands of the masses. A similar pattern arises here that we just talked about with the United Kingdom. I feel like there's a real crisis in democracy and illiberalism in the Western world because of our complicity with war crimes and our complicity in Israel's genocide. And
happy birthday to your youngest, 18. Wow.
Addressing these problems, instead of solving these issues, instead of leaning into the demands of the overwhelming majority of the masses, the American government and the Democratic Party, just like the Labor Party, which is supposed to be the left representation of politics in both these countries, has decided to suppress the needs of the masses, have decided to avoid having these conversations. Having said that, however, there is an opportunity here, as Adam Hamawi, Chris Robb.
Hassan is insecure and needs to seek some therapy. The glazing from his fans isn't good. It holds him back. Yeah. Also, I think he needs to start taking days off.
Philadelphia and numerous insurgent candidates that are popping up.
I remember him talking about wanting to have kids. And I'm like, when? And I don't want to be that guy, but it's like, bro, you're almost 35 years old. You don't have time for like an actual relationship. Like, I'm gonna be real. If you plan on doing the no days off like BS
all around the country,
which is he trying to break a Guinness Book of World Records kind of thing? Like, I don't understand what's going on.
In the primary system, and actually
Because like he prides himself literally by saying like, oh, I only take days off to travel. And that's not technically a day off because it's for the stream. Then he gets to wherever he's going and then he streams.
Defeating the establishment Democrats all around the country have created this unavoidable force that will hopefully present a very good change within the party. And it's not just, of course, about Israel either. It's about these issues
Nice
broadly.
birthday week.
I feel like the center.
Happy birthday to everybody that has a birthday and your loved ones that also have some birthdays. Happy birthday from PepTalks.
Power in the Democratic Party for far too long has conceded to the interests of profits, to the interests of corporations, and oftentimes placed them first and placed the interests of the population, the people, the masses, the working class last. Hopefully, we can make a change and we can force that change because I feel as though the party right now needs fighters. We don't have a lot of time. Fascism is here, and someone has to fight back. And the way to do that is through the democratic process and allowing real democracy to take place.
Hassan Piker, we want to thank you for being with us, political commentator and live streamer on the Twitch platform. That does it for our show.
The Twitch platform. Nice little drop there. All right, we got this Zora Mamdani interview with Adam Mockler that I was not even aware happened, but I heard it was pretty good.
Who better to talk about this with than someone who has been focused on the question of government efficiency at
you see what I did right there? You should do the same on the stream and the VOD.
National level. And frankly, government inefficiency, especially in the ways in which we found Doge operating. So I'm very excited to introduce Adam Mockler to join us.
Mayor, thank you for having me.
Wait, he has the show?
Thank you for coming.
I want to start
What is going on here?
by saying congrats on the win
Wait a
last
minute.
night.
Thank you very much.
You know, it's been a few months since I've been to the city. I really like what you've done with the place. You think Wemby's going to show up next Wednesday?
You know, as we say, inshallah.
Inshallah.
We're hoping he can pull up in that Eid fit that he had. The other day. It was a pretty great fit.
But what you've done so far with this commission is really brilliant. I think that it's speaking to the apathy of a lot of young voters across not only New York but across the country. Working New Yorkers, working Americans.
Hey,
By
happy
the way,
West
if you're
Coast.
in chat right now, whether you're watching on YouTube or TikTok, let us know your thoughts. Let us know ways that the government has been inefficient in your day-to-day life. The tiny, minute frictions that you feel when you're trying to operate on a day-to-day basis. The mayor and I are going to read off your thoughts and concerns in a real-time manner. So it's great.
No, absolutely. And I think to your point, it's an opportunity for the very people who have lost faith in government to help us chart a course where we can win that faith back.
Yeah.
And we've been focused on the question of inefficiency
There
over
we
the
go.
course of our first 6 months. We had chief savings officers in every single city agency. Even in just that interim period of time, they found more than $94 million in just pursuing either better contract rates or coming to the realization that there were instances where city government could do a better job than those that we were contracting with. In one instance, we found that we were paying McKinsey $9 million for work that we could be doing with the staff we already had. And to me, this is an example of what you can find when you're willing to actually look for that inefficiency if your directive isn't using this as a smokescreen for cuts that hurt working people, but actually for delivering the best possible government for working people.
You know, it's a perfect example of the stark contrast between what Doge tried and failed to do versus what you guys have already successfully done and will continue to do. When Elon Musk got into power, they immediately fired a bunch of inspectors general, the people who are responsible for finding waste, fraud, and abuse. The people who likely would have been skeptical of a lot of these contracts being kicked back to Elon Musk and Peter Thiel at this very moment. What you guys did, as you said, was appoint chief savings officers, and you gave them 45 days to go through and come back with real ways to make the government more efficient. And that is exactly what we need to be doing. The government needs to be working for the people. The government needs to be helping out people, not only of New York, but across the country. And I really appreciate you leading the way on this.
Oh, you're very, very kind. And I think we just want to have a New Yorker be able to look at their city government and see something that's trying as hard as they are.
We have some really good news.
Let's go.
Twitch is now live. If you guys are in Twitch chat, we had a little bit of technical difficulties, but if you guys are in Twitch chat, we have now made everything more efficient. We have now cleaned everything up. I want you to drop your concerns about the government Let us know in the comments ways that the government can be made more efficient in your daily life. Let us know.
I was just going to say, I feel like I've reached the point in my life.
So is this like going to be a regular thing then with these guys? I mean, not complaining. That's cool.
For now, I'm my parents asking for help on how to use the remote, but here we are. With Twitch live, YouTube is live.
Oh, by the way,
comments,
Televani, I just sent you a few messages in Discord.
Chat, all the vocabulary of streaming is also active.
We have a really good question right here already from Sam Blyberg, and we'll get back into the Doge of it all. I think it's a really important comparison to make, but this is a really good question. Mayor, what are your plans for improving the protected bike infrastructure? Sam says, for example, multiple cyclists have been killed on Union Ave in Williamsburg with no improvements to the bike lane. Great question, Sam.
So thank you so much for your question, Sam. And that is something that means a lot to me, not just as the mayor of our city, but also as a cyclist myself. And when I lived in Astoria before I moved to Gracie Mansion, there were certain streets that I wouldn't bike on because I didn't feel as safe on them. I was looking for a protected bike lane. And frankly, that's too often the case where New Yorkers do not feel that they have the same level of safety. It's all dependent on their mode of transit. It should not be that way in our city.
Or it depends, like in Chicago. So, like, I think it's like this way in New York for different boroughs. But like in Chicago, you'll have different areas of the city that do have protected bike lanes where it's got its own median.
Now, a lot of this has to
But
do
man,
with
when that thing ends,
political will. Are we willing to build out the bike infrastructure that our city needs? That is something that we're already providing, whether you're looking at McGinnis Boulevard or you're looking even at 31st Street in Astoria. We are pursuing a more ambitious vision within our Department of Transportation.
for some reason, I keep expecting Mockler to disappoint me somehow, but he just hasn't yet. We got to get better at just enjoy.
But to the conversation we were having around,
Honestly, like, if somebody comes out and like disappoints you, just remember that it's not on you. Like, dude, I remember when this happened with Illuminati, where if you don't know who I'm talking about, it's like the the coffee having eye in the pyramid fucking video essayist who she did some really good work. And she did really good essays on like multi-level marketing schemes and that kind of stuff, and then just cultural stuff overall. But then, I was disappointed to find out that she was a toxic person just in general. And she had an infamous downfall at this point. It turned out that she was also extorting people, like allegedly extorting people. And like, just, it was crazy. And like, she was part of the leftist mafia for a while. I remember when like that was kind of a thing. And I was just, I'm not going to call it like that. I was devastated. I was not but I was disappointed. But I didn't feel like, oh, I should have seen the signs. It was nothing like that. So, just be able to enjoy people. And if they prove that, they're bad people, then just course correct. It's the people that defend those other people that are still a problem because they can't admit it's actually like the sunken cost fallacy.
One of the things that we're hopeful that the Charter Revision Commission can also look at is how can we expedite the construction?
Wait, she still goes on leftist mafia? No, she doesn't. She hasn't had an association with leftist mafia since the whole thing happened. I don't think, did they ever actually interview her?
Of bike lanes.
Yeah, I saw Olay was on the episode yesterday. I got to catch a little bit of that.
Because committing to something is one thing, but then actually being able to deliver it, that's also incredibly important. I can tell you as somebody who was waiting for years for the Queensboro Bridge South Outer Roadway to be open to cyclists, we were told again and again and again over many, many years. And that wait was one that came at a direct consequence to New Yorkers who would have otherwise had a safer experience biking.
Look what happens when we actually take direct feedback from people's personal
You can drink legally.
rather than being like Elon Musk, who got into power and immediately used
I
that
remember
power
that being like a
to
holdup for some reason on me, where I'm just like, wait a minute, you're telling me that some kid that can't even drink legally is going to tell me how it is in America? I don't think so.
Himself, it's very, very important to be, hearing from
matters.
people in particular.
It doesn't.
Can I ask you really quickly?
Hit me.
How jealous do you think billionaire Elon Musk is that he failed at making the government more efficient and the Democratic Socialist mayor of New York actually succeeded at doing this?
I think we will have our revenge in the actual outcomes that we deliver.
That's the best way to do it.
And I think that, for a long time, these things have been relegated to becoming debates. There was even a moment where it felt as if the words of efficiency and fraud and abuse, these were concerns only of the right wing. We want to be clear and direct. If you care about the public sector, if you care about public service, you have to also care about public excellence. we want to deliver that here in New York City.
A big problem was their weaponization of this apathy that exists across a lot of young Americans of all ages. This apathy that's developed from seeing people get richer and richer and richer while the average Americans don't feel like the system is working for them. So people like Elon Musk weaponize that in order to gain power and enrich himself. We have another really great question right here from Exploder11.
Shout outs.
The Department of Buildings is costly, opaque, and ever-changing, leading to frequent confusion. Will you be looking into ways to speed up its processes and ensure consistency?
To Exploder 11, 100% yes. This is one of the many things that we'll be looking at. So on the first
This is smart, man. Like, this is...
day that we came into office,
Wow.
one of the executive orders that I signed was to create a speed task force, which was to look at the entirety
Holy shit,
of the
dude. He's going to be really popular with people if he actually does implement these changes. Just in general, like this is smart.
Building land.
And you don't see this with like Brandon Johnson or any other fucking mayor for that matter.
Landscape within city government and see all of the different permits and processes required. What we found over the course of that was that on average, there was a 7-month delay between the end of construction and a time that a tenant would actually move in. We found that there were gaps of up to 2 years in affordable housing construction, as well as even 8 months in just the actual permitting of some of these things that we could cut out entirely if we were willing to hire appropriately and change some of these processes. That's exactly what we're going to be doing. And when it comes to the Department of Buildings specifically, beyond hiring so that we can expedite some of these permit approvals, we've also seen the fact that currently, before any of those changes happen, there are only 6 people at DOB, which is short form for Department of Buildings, who are allowed to approve permits for building housing. That is ridiculous. That is not a recipe for being able to build enough housing to keep up with our ambitions for this
That
city.
also explains like why everything takes for fucking ever.
And so one of the things that we want Code to take a look at is how can we change that structure? How can we change that set of responsibilities? How can we actually build for excellence, both in a literal way, but also in a procedural way?
By the way, if you're just joining the stream on Twitch or YouTube, you should know that if you're a New Yorker, next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, you'll be able to go to hearings live, and you'll be able to voice your concerns. You'll be able to talk about the ways the government hasn't been efficient for you, and your personal experiences will be used to inform policy decisions, which is beautiful. But let's prove the haters wrong very quickly, Mayor. Dima says we need him to come.
Right there, they should have had a list of locations that they were doing this. That's my only note there.
Housing, but I'm sure he's going to dodge questions about that. What do you have to say?
Here I am, Dima. I'm trying to dodge, but I'm
Oh my God, Bob Donnie. No wonder Trump loves this guy.
actually
Look at him bobbing and weaving. He's, you know what? He's so handsome, and he's also good at the bob and the weave. He learned that from me. He's, you know, that's my man. That's my Z man.
answer this directly. First and foremost, you know that I'm focused on the cost of living crisis. This is the most expensive city in the United States of America.
That's
Number
smooth
one
as hell.
driver of that crisis is housing. We have to talk about it every single day. We recently released a plan called Block by Block. I encourage everybody to check it out. It is a plan that commits our administration to the most ambitious vision of affordable housing in this city's history. We are going to be building 200,000 homes that will not only be permanently rent stabilized, but also actually affordable. We're going to do this while preserving 200,000 existing affordable homes and ensuring that we have the strongest tenant protections in the United States of America. And this is critically important because it's not just a $22 billion investment over 5 years. It's not just something that will make it easier to stay in New York City or to get people to move to New York City. It's also critically important because it creates 30,000 jobs. In a moment when so many New Yorkers are struggling to afford to live in the city, we want to build housing they could afford to live in, and then also create jobs that could pay them enough for that housing that they're so desperately looking for.
Mayor, I think we have our first repeat questioner, Exploder11.
Oh, he's back.
Exploder.
Or they're back. Or she's back, whoever it may be.
Exploder, you better be at the hearings. You seem very passionate about this. Show up, ask your questions. It says, New York City tower crane operator training requirements are unique to NYC and prevent tower crane use in projects where they would increase safety, speed, and decrease costs. Really quickly, this is exactly why it's so important to listen to people. These are some things that oftentimes can be overlooked that seem little, but they're not. This is very real to so many working New Yorkers. Any chance of looking into the NYC tower crane operator training requirements?
This To Exploder 11, this is exactly why I want you and every other New Yorker to come out to these hearings next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, because these are the kinds of ideas that we want the commission to be considering. We want the commission to actually explore. And I'll just make one addendum. This is an invitation to all New Yorkers and a very specific San Antonian as well. I'll just leave it at that.
Next Wednesday,
Yeah.
Wemby, you better show up. So there's another question that we want the chat to ask us about. If anybody in chat has questions about COJ as, you know, an agency or the mechanisms by which a COJ will be doing this, please ask your questions in chat. That's very important. Also, tell us more stories about the ways governments had failed you in your day-to-day life. We've already seen some really brilliant questions from people who very clearly feel like the government is not serving them, and the Democratic Party needs to be leading the way in rewiring that, rewiring the incentives of politicians to sometimes benefit themselves and do more what you're doing, leading the way on making the government more efficient in a very real manner. Shirley P. NYC, great name. Mayor, what roads are being impacted during the World Cup? I work by Madison Avenue, so will it affect pedestrian routes?
This is a great and very topical question. We just had a press conference this morning about the transit impacts from the World Cup. So I'm going to go through a few things. The focus of the impacts will be around where you work in Midtown Manhattan. So on match days, of which there are 8 games that we are going to be hosting in New York, New Jersey, on those 8 games, we are going to see dedicated travel corridors that are going to operate along 42nd Street and portions of 5th and 6th Avenue and on 40th and 41st Streets. Now, this is going to begin 6 hours before kickoff. It's going to last about 3 hours after the final whistle. And the access for those areas will be limited to New York, New Jersey stadium shuttles, to MTA local buses, to official World Cup vehicles and emergency response vehicles. So with all of that in mind, your access as a pedestrian should not be impacted. However, if you are intending to drive into Midtown Manhattan on those 8 match days, I would encourage you to either take public transit, to bike, or to walk.
Very, very good question. Is Wemby also invited to the World Cup or no? Just Jalen Brunson? Okay, continue. Cambonius says,
great name.
Was the name COJ sounding similar to the other organization that will not be named, designed to be a subtle jab? I mean, it would be a crazy coincidence if not, huh?
So to Cambonius, yes.
Yes.
This is a desire to show that, in fact, the conversation on government efficiency cannot be monopolized by Elon Musk's entity that was set up as a smokescreen to cut as much funding as possible to working people, both across this country and across the world.
Fox News would, I mean, dude, seriously, if that was Fox News, they'd just be like, oh, well, we have a very concerned viewer here that wants to ask, was this a subtle jab? And or do you feel like you're being, really witty with this?
And used as a justification in that manner.
Grow
but something
up.
that we can sincerely deliver on. Because the reason that Americans were hopeful about it speaks to the fact that many Americans are not seeing the level of efficiency they need to in their local, state, and federal government. And a lot of that also comes from an opacity as to what government is actually doing. And so much of our mission is to also pull...
This dude's going to be president within 15 years. If Trump all of a sudden decides, like, you know what, I got to give my main man, Z-Man, the benefit of the doubt here. We got to do away with that. Immigrants can't be they can't be president because we need the Z-Man.
Pull the curtain back and show you exactly what city government does, why it does it, and how we can do it better.
Elon Musk immediately began to cut life-saving cancer research.
One of those hard lines we got here.
Cut funding for working Americans who genuinely needed it. He then rewired that and made sure that, him and Peter Thiel got contracts from the administration. So actually seeing a commission on government efficiency with, chief savings officers and with real-time feedback from people's experiences is beautiful. I think this is our final question right here. We're running low on time. We have from...
That's what I'm
User
saying.
100, pretty basic name right there.
Shout
Will
out.
COJ be publishing open data to allow the public to help identify areas for improvement?
We want the public to help identify areas for improvement. That is absolutely what we want to happen. So we're going to ask you to just come to these hearings. Those hearings are open to the public, whether it's Tuesday, whether it's Wednesday, whether it's Thursday, whether it's in Manhattan, whether it's in the Bronx, whether it's in Brooklyn, or whether it's at the 7 other hearings that will come after this. We want you to be there, and we want you to testify to your ideas, your critiques, your hopes, your fears about this inefficiency or what could be efficiency. And that is something that we're really, really excited about. And again, if you want to find out more information, go to nyc.gov/COGE.
Last question for real this time.
Hit me.
Will you be giving Jalen Brunson the key to the city?
At Pearson-P8W. My brother, I do not want to jinx anything. What I will say, though, is that New York City is going to be celebrating every single moment that we have with this team. This team is incredible. This team has brought the city together in a way that many of us just have never seen before. And what we're talking about here is being on the precipice of making history. And it's a history that New Yorkers will not only remember in how we felt in this moment, because I can tell you last night at Locksmith was an incredible feeling watching this game, but also, frankly, even just as we're talking about fiscal efficiency, every home playoff game generates $90 million in economic activity for this city. If the Knicks go all the way, we're talking about more than $460 million in additional economic activity. This team is helping this city run.
Dude, he's even making it like, hey, you know, here's a plus side about having a winning team. Maybe, you know, get on that, Chicago. Jesus. Anyway. That was fun. Debate. Could Blanche cover up the Epstein files? I don't care. I'll be honest. Yeah, I don't want to watch a debate like that. Whistleblower exposes Trump and Elon. Unleashes. Let's do this one. Here we go. All right, we got some Kyle Kulinski. Yes, a dude watching a dude.
So as you all know, Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker were both banned.
Hit that like button if you haven't already, just like I did there. It helps us all out, and it, you know what? Spreading love. That if you believe in karma, you know, good things will come to you. Even if you don't believe in karma, good things will come to you.
From the UK, they were going to go do the South by Southwest event, among many other things. I know Hassan had something planned with Jeremy Corbyn, and they both had their visas revoked. And the reason for that was their criticism of Israel. There's been a lot of talk about this. We've talked a lot about this. It's obviously a massive affront to free speech and Enlightenment values. It's disgusting. It's cucking yourself to a foreign terror rape state. I don't have the words to condemn it strongly enough. I find it so grotesque, and it truly is stripping these guys of their freedom. It really is. Well, Cenk has been making the rounds and doing a whole bunch of interviews. Here he went on GB News, and you have this guy, one of the smuggest men I've ever seen in my life, this guy by the name of Jacob Rees-Mogg, who quite frankly looks like a fredophile.
Not needed.
And he has Cenk on,
honestly, just not even needed,
on with him here, and basically invites him on to accuse him of being an anti-Semite. He invites him on specifically to accuse him of being an anti-Semite. Let's watch, and we'll break it.
I mean, at this point, just say he looks like he's part of he looks like he's in the Epstein files, I guess. But
down here we go.
First of all, I hope I don't upset.
I don't know, man. Like, he's just a prick. Like, I watched this interview too, and he just came off as a monumental prick.
At the public order, because I'm sure that as soon as people hear me in the United Kingdom, mayhem will break out. That's according to the British government, which is hilarious and ridiculous. Second of all, I want to clarify on the grooming gangs that portion of what the British government said is a flat out lie. If you kept rolling that tape, it is on tape and it is indisputable. I said the grooming gangs definitely exist and they should definitely be prosecuted. So they just made that up, period. And probably they got it from the Israeli lobby. The Israeli lobby exists in America and the UK. And then people claim they don't have any power, which is hilarious. This is super important. There's a massive difference between Jewish people and the government of Israel. There's true.
Oh, Stan, you told him.
Of every single country, there's a difference between the British people and the British government, the Turkish people and the Turkish government, right? So now when you say that about the Turkish government or the Saudi government, everybody agrees. When you say it about the Israeli government, they weaponize charges of anti-Semitism in order to protect the government of Israel and the genocide they're committing. So I'm a fierce critic of Israel, but I never put it on Jewish people. In fact, I'm worried that Israel's defenders are using that in a callous way, and it endangers Jewish Americans and Jews in Britain and across the world, because they keep saying all Jews want this genocide. That's not true.
All right.
None of the Jewish people I know want this genocide.
Okay. But is it strictly true that you always differentiate between the Israeli government and the Jewish people? I believe you said Israel controls the American government through donations to 94% of Congress. But those donations aren't from the Israeli government. They're from individual Jewish people living in the United States.
That is factually wrong. The number one contingent of Zionists in the U.S. are actually Christian. They're evangelical, fundamentalist, Christian Zionists, people like Mike Huckabee. There's way more of them in the U.S. than there are actual Jewish people. And they also are massively in favor of Israel, massively in favor of the Israel lobby. They donate, they give money. But really, the Israel lobby is representing the government of Israel, right? So even if that weren't the case, it's still the case that the Israel lobby is representing the government of Israel. They lie and they pretend like they're not. It's like, oh, no, this is just Jewish Americans representing. That's a lie. That's bullshit. That's not true. But here he's trying to say, since you criticize the Israel lobby, isn't that by definition anti-Semitic? Because, like, it's all Jews who fund it, which, again, as I said, is factually wrong. But that's the argument he's trying to make. Like, in other words, if you criticize the Israel lobby as aggressively as you do, that by its very nature is anti-Semitic. That's his argument. Think about, like, the implication of what he's saying. What he's saying...
My cat is just staring at him.
...is... you're just simply not allowed to criticize this lobby, right?
Lito.
Which is crazy because like nobody says this about
mad.
Wall Street and their lobby. Nobody says this about the military-industrial complex. Nobody says this about Saudi Arabia. Nobody accused you of being an Islamophobe for criticizing the Saudi lobby. But for this one, he does. So it's just so fucking dishonest. And Cenk is about to crash out.
You back? Hell yeah.
Of Congress. But those donations aren't from the Israeli government. They're from individual Jewish people living in the United States. As I understand American election law, governments aren't allowed to donate to political parties. So
yeah, but that's it's a lie, right? Like that's a lie. That lobby ends up representing the Israeli government. That's what happens. There's a lot of things written in law, particularly when it comes to campaign finance and stuff like that, that in theory should be enforceable, but it's not actually enforceable. And the Israel lobby ends up representing the Israeli government.
No, but they also do it through like separate PACs. So then you find out later that you're like, oh, they technically supported this other PAC and they technically skated. Like it's all technicalities. Like they will use any loophole that they can exploit.
That's how it works.
Actually,
I mean, we saw that in Illinois, in the Illinois 7th.
Do sometimes conflate the Jewish people and the state of Israel, and that is prima facie anti-Semitic.
You know, you just made that up on tape, right? Like I said, Israel.
No, I've got this quotation from you.
Let me finish. You asked, you did a very serious charge, so let me answer it. I said Israel. You quoted me as saying Israel.
I did.
You said, hold on. Then you said no, but you meant Jewish people. Why? I didn't say that. You said that. Are you an anti-Semite? I'm worried you're an anti-Semite. Why did you say Jewish people? Jewish people don't actually support.
What was the whole Lego thing? I saw it in your title and checked Twitter. I have no idea what the hell happened. I thought it had to do with Iran, but apparently no. No. So DA, I'll be going through it. So there was like this big Lego theft that Penguin Zero, Charlie, he's been following, and it caught fire. I want to say from him because like he was the first person I really saw watching it, but then everybody started talking about it, and Reckless Ben is the guy who's been doing the reporting on it, who also he got a huge boost from this, but it's insane. Like there's over $200,000 allegedly of Legos stolen by this company Bricks and Minifigs, which does secondhand sales. They're like GameStop. And yeah, there's a whole lot of drama. We're going through it, but we're going to finish this first.
This current Netanyahu government, did you know that 63%? Hold on, 63% of Jewish Americans.
If you guys are interested in that, I will be covering it later. And also, if you are watching the VOD, I will have another video out soon.
Which I read out correctly, is that Israel controls the American government through donations to 94% of Congress.
Period.
Jewish people donate to congressmen. The Israeli government does not. So you have conflated, you've said...
Yeah, but that's bullshit. Because like I said, the number one contingent of American Zionists are evangelical Christians. And it's nonsense because that lobby does represent the Israeli government no matter what the fuck they say, no matter what's written in the law. That's just a fact.
Israel controls. You're meaning Jewish people control. You know that perfectly well.
You're putting words in my mouth.
So here's my question. how is Cenk or anybody then allowed to criticize Israel? Because I've seen what Cenk has said on this issue, and as I'm sure many of you have, and he makes a point every time he talks about this to stress repeatedly that Jews are not the problem. We are pro-Jewish. Our brothers and sisters are Jewish. The problem is the right-wing terrorist government of Israel. And if taking a solid 2 or 3 minutes aside every time you talk about this issue to make clear, let's not be bigoted, let's not be anti-Semitic, let's focus on the actual horrific government, the ethno-state committing the crimes, if that's not enough, then let's just be honest and say, there's literally no way you can criticize Israel where guys like this would admit it's not anti-Semitic. Let's just be honest about that.
Yeah.
That, like,
I mean, we have, like, anti-BDS laws here in Chicago, and it's ridiculous.
Actual position is just don't criticize that government at all. And that's the only way you
Still
can be
one of my biggest,
not
like, sources of contention with one of our something that was voted on in our legislation.
Anti-Semitic. It is, they have so thoroughly weaponized anti-Semitism that they're the ones who are undermining its seriousness. And I wish they didn't do this, but they are doing this. Like, they are the problem.
You're literally, and people can see it with their own eyes and hear it with their own ears.
Tell me,
words in my mouth. You want me to explain what actually happens?
On what legal basis does the Israeli government donate to 94% of American congressmen?
No, the Israeli lobby. Now, the Israeli lobby is made up of Americans, but it is not made up of purely Jewish Americans. I don't know why you want to be anti-Semitic like that. There are more Christian Zionists in America than Jewish Zionists. And they are part of the Israeli lobby that says give endless money to Israel.
But he has said that a lot of times. I've heard Sam Cedar say that. I've heard Hassan say that. I've heard Cenk say that. This guy's a right-winger too, I believe. I thought you guys were against this whole gotcha bullshit and the fake cries of bigotry when you're doing like a chief fake cry of bigotry. Again, I don't know how else he could talk about this, which would be more responsible than how he has talked about it. You know? It really is at the point where it's like, if you just state a fact that virtually every Republican takes money from the Israel lobby and do the Israel lobby's bidding, and most Democrats take money from the Israel lobby and do the Israel lobby's bidding. Just by saying that, they would say you're anti-Semitic. But like, that is how they're voting. They're bought, they're owned, and they are voting that way. Like, I'm sorry that objective reality makes you freak out and do false cries of bigotry, but like, that's what's happening.
Please stop smearing
That's not
Jews
what
like
you
that.
said. You said Israel
I
controls.
said Israel.
So you're
yes,
implying
as in
the
Israeli
government
lobby.
of Israel.
Okay. Now you want to do nitpicking, and if I said Turkey and you said
That is what it literally is, nitpicking.
Yeah.
Because it's a distinction without a difference. He doesn't acknowledge that a lot of Christian Zionists funded as well, and he doesn't acknowledge that it's all a facade. The Israel lobby does actually represent the government of Israel, right? Theoretically, if that wasn't the case, then why is it they literally never break with them, right? Like, that's the question. Why is it 1-to-1 on every single policy issue that the Israel lobby is with the government?
Oh yeah, you can finally relax.
Of Israel? It's because it's fucking it's bogus. The idea that no, they're just representing American Jews. Cenk
now
is right
you're leaving?
when he points out the majority of American Jews are against the Israeli government right now. That's just a fact.
Oh, well, no, that's Turkey and not the Turkish lobby.
Because
you wouldn't do
really
that in that
important.
case. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to smear me? It's weird.
I'm not trying to
telling you
smear
that
you.
a foreign
I'm trying to
government and their supporters are doing this, and
so
you can't dispute it.
Well, that made me want to pull my fucking hair out. Man, that was rough. That was rough to watch. But I mean, like, this all they got. All they got at this point is like their dirty tricks, you know?
Well, that's what I've been saying. I've been pointing out how it's
like
it's all the marketing stuff, but also this is where we do ourselves a disservice by not recognizing that this does have an effect. Therefore, because recognizing that would mean that it's like, okay, so we got to pivot a little and we got to start, maybe being better with our marketing. God, I hate. All right, maybe I need a different term now because even I hate it. But for real, man, like their messaging better what they're messaging. Their messaging sucks.
I guess this is the reaction after watching a live stream genocide for years now, and watching Israel now start attacking Lebanon and attacking Iran and fighting on 7 or 8 different fronts, and openly talking about the Greater Israel Project and openly talking about it's them or us and there's never going to be a Palestinian state. I guess this is what we're reduced to, is that like any criticism of Israel is just you're an anti-Semite. I mean, this is why, I've become more cynical now as I get older. It's like, Just realizing what percentage of the
No, that just happens. I hate to say that, Kyle. That just happens with everything.
dialogue is actually legit dialogue.
Your patience starts getting less and less. You start tolerating people's bullshit less and less.
Versus what percentage is just like, totally manufactured and contrived smear attempts. It is maddening. It is absolutely maddening.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell.
Oh, yeah. Give Stan or Lito a treat with...
as well for notifications.
2 bones super chat.
When videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Yeah. And also, that is a thing. You guys can... he's not kidding. Any $2 donation qualifies you... or $2 or above qualifies the cat and the dog for treat time. Which, here, give me 1 second. Let me get the cat camo. Stan decided to go elsewheres. Let's see. He's so cute. Look. Yep, there we go. Whoa. Yeah, you are so cute. This is why you get away with everything, including the stuff that you were doing today. Freaking clawing all, like, what do you, I think I've told you guys, like, he's become obsessed with, like, clawing wood. And, oh, man. Like, I have this, like, the stand for all my comic boxes. He's been, like, kind of putting them, like, his claws into the bottom of it and, like, riding it. Where he's just, like, it's cute. Where he's essentially, like, doing, like, a reverse army crawl on his back. He kind of, but at the same time, yeah, that's an antique. That's not, what's the deal? All right. I'm not dealing with that shit. I don't know why it's so much easier to ban people over on Twitch, where it's just like, I haven't, I have none of the patience that I do over on YouTube. For some reason, YouTube, I'll just, like, let it go until it hits that boiling point where it's just like, all right, finally, you pissed me off. Cats are therapy. You ain't kidding, man. Dude, dog therapy, I saw how powerful that is. My wife, if you guys are just joining us, my wife, is going through treatment. She actually just had surgery, and they got the tumor out. But, yeah, she was, healing up from the surgery, and they brought in a therapy dog, and holy crap, man, like, that was insane. Just immediately how it changed things for her. I gotta say, like, seeing the power behind that was cool. That was really, really cool. That actually inspired me to, what I'm gonna do is, Stan does not qualify. He never will, unfortunately, because he does not have the temperament. Let's put it that way. Because, like, he's great with people. He just does not like other dogs. He is very much, like, territorial in that regard. And even with his people, that's what part of the problem. So, yeah. But my next dog will likely, I hope that they would qualify for that. Because I would love to volunteer and have a therapy animal. Or if this little guy, if they would let a therapy kitty, I know he would work. Like, this dude, he loves everybody. That's one thing. I've never had a cat that loves people as much as this little guy. Say, yeah, Nito. Say, I love everybody. Chronic is the same. Yeah, look at you. Okay, why are you're... All right, this is too much schmoozing from him. He's gearing up to do something bad. He's cleaning my fingers, yes, but he usually does this when he's either going to, like, do kitty attacks or he's going to go after my headphone cords. Let's see. Either that or he's actually being, sincere. Sandpaper. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's those little hooks. Dude, if you ever see, like, the microscopic picture of a cat's tongue, it will freak you out a little bit. You'll be like, oh my God. He's so evil, but I know we call him El Diablo. That's his nickname. He is El Diablo. Wait, oh my God, look at him. Look. Ow. He's so cute. I have to share. All right. What are we doing? Are we doing the thing? You gonna play or oh, okay. All right, do your own thing. I prefer that. Alrighty. Okay, so what I'm going to do, we're gonna do one more story. Wait, oh, that's right, I got 4 more stories because I go right to the Dave Rubin thing. And it's not the Dave Rubin thing that you guys are thinking of. I can't play any of the Jubilee clips. I'm not even trying. It's just too much with that. I'm allergic, but love to watch them. Aw. Yeah, I am not. I am very much not. I'm not sure, actually. Like, I say I'm very much not, but then there are times where I'm just like, I think I might still be allergic. Your wife has cancer? Well, technically. Actually, see, this is the thing. Now I do need to change this anyway. We're going, by the way, if you are just joining us and we're not aware, we just recently reached our goal to fund some of the bills that have come in. Unfortunately, they are still coming in, but instead of doing like another $5,000, which is still too, like, technically, I'll be real, it would be like $25,000, which is just an insane goal to put up there. That's what would really help us right now, clear our medical bills. And that's not even all of them. That's just the ones where it's like, oh, that would make it not a problem at this current moment, even though we have like part 3 and 4 coming. Can I just say fuck the American healthcare system? Do I say that enough? Because holy shit, do I have to say that enough? How about weekly goals? Yeah, okay, actually, yeah, weekly goals. Weekly goals would, is she good though? So yeah, Perez, she just had surgery. So right now she has the all clear as far as 20 out of 20 lymph nodes that were tested came back negative for cancer. So good news. But I'm very cautious with the term cancer free right now. She's technically in remission. But because she just had the surgery and unfortunately the tumor perforated, so there is dead tissue like kind of still around from the tumor. We're being very cautious about this, so it sucks, man. I'm gonna be honest. It's good to hear. Thank you. But it wasn't easy because this wasn't the outcome that we wanted the outcome from the 20 out of 20. Like, trust me on that one. But there were other complications here that sucked. Like, again, the fact that the tumor perforated, that sucked. Or technically it was her intestine that perforated. I think I got that right. It was either that or the bowel, but she's so much better at explaining this, but she's also very okay with me talking about this stuff. Otherwise, I'd probably keep this private, but the thing is, and I'm not trying to do the thing where I'm like, oh, this is our mission, but it's now become part of our, at least my content, where I want people to be aware of this. Colorectal cancer awareness is now like a big part of my life, where, yeah, get checked, people. Like, do not fuck around with any of these sicknesses. If you think that like and you have the ability to go do preventative medicine, get on that, because holy crap, it is just watching somebody you love go through cancer, especially somebody like my wife is, so, we are young. Like, we were the youngest ones, really, pretty well. Actually, it's not fair, because there's, like, we met a 27-year-old that's going through it, which, yeah, young people are getting younger and younger with cancer, I'll tell you that much. So, but yeah, I will be doing weekly goals now, though. Like, I know I said daily, I actually meant weekly. And yeah, yeah, if I can reach these weekly goals, that actually would really help me maintain my streaming schedule. So, triggering all the snowflakes, melt the little snowflakes. Trump said he was going to be back, and he was honest and came back, and liberals made liberals cry again. I don't know. This guy, like, he's so fucking, like, programmed. Like, it's an obvious bot, but it's funny. I have to say, make America straight again. We need to take the tampons out of the men's bathroom in colleges. The gays stole the rainbow like the Nazis stole the swastika and turned it into something that it's not. Trump said he would be back, and he was honest and came back to make you liberals cry. Jesus. Bob McPherson doing pretty well, eating baklava cheesecake. That sounds tasty. That sounds very tasty. Ooh, fuck. Especially if they got that, like, perfect flaky. Oh. Now I want to try one. Sorry, I just should have seen that. I'm hungry. Sounds amazing. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds really good. If you're just joining us, by the way, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the show. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. If this is your first time seeing any of my content, I do some news, politics, and just kind of do a chill hang. Do long form streams, and also am looking at finally cutting up my content. So appreciate you guys hanging out. Just want to say I also do chat interactions. If you guys do want to have instant chat interactions, consider super chatting. Every little bit helps, goes towards a great cause. Like I was just explaining, my wife is recovering from her treatment right now, and thank God she's in remission. Yeah, the one thing that sucks is, like, even though I'm being perfectly clear here, I am still over the fucking moon that she has the 20 out of 20 fucking clear, and that she is in remission. They still are talking about, like, if they need to clear the area, that means that she would have to go under chemo for an additional, like, few weeks or treatments, which just, my God, even having that as a possibility is terrifying. And just chemo just fucking wrecks the body, man. So cancer is scary. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And there are many dude, that, yeah. She, like, we were talking about just, like, you know, going back to normality, and there is no immediately going back because, yeah, we have so many follow-ups. We have so many doctor's appointments. We, like, the next few weeks to, like, the next month and a half for her and me are going to just be, you know, making sure that she gets to every single one of these appointments. So obviously if there's any, like, you know, dips in my streaming schedule, that's also going to be because of that. And then, like I also said, you know, the future, we're figuring it out, folks. So if you guys do want to continue to see me as often as you do, consider donating or becoming a member to stream. Yeah, if I can maintain this, god damn it, it just sucks. It just sucks. All I can think about is just like, oh, that next one's coming. Like, somebody joked about, like, another medical bill coming in, and I just kind of had that moment where I was like, yeah, I think we're gonna be in medical debt for the rest of our lives. But thank you. Oh, Reverend Veritas, thank you for becoming oh my god, actually, for gifting a membership. Thank you. And congratulations to Octavius Prime. That's a dope name. Rebecca, thank you for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate that. Thank you for sharing the love. Also, for all the new members, yes, I do already have some members-only content. Check that out. And I also, just know that every bit goes a long way right now. And also, in general, I think that it's fucking awesome. I, myself, am a member of multiple programs that I really appreciate their coverage. So it's raining members. Hey. Also, yes, that this is my notification. Hold on, guys. I just had a hiccup. Come on. That was actually me, Josh. And hey, you know what? I'm glad that you recognize that it's a bub. I think I could say bubbler, can't I? But yeah, bubbler's not as like prevalent. I don't think that the that shouldn't cause a problem. Bubblers are cool, man. I love it. I need to share that one day. I think I showed you guys on Twitch one day though. So yeah, I also do some exclusive Twitch streams where we kind of hang. Actually, my Patreon streams, when those come up here, those are going to be good. Because then we can play whatever music and watch whatever we want and just kind of chill out and do whatever. But the big one is going to be, the Twitch Smokeathon that I have coming up here. The Zong. Yes, that's my baby. Yes. I do actually, I have two, actually. OG Zongs. I got to show you guys my my larger one. I also got a 3-footer that I want to bring out. I have a 6-footer that I want to bring out that will actually be debuted at the Smokeathon. So, does your mom know you're gay? My mom is dead, and I am not gay. I just love. I'm just gonna ruin your jokes, or your jokes, your insults. Just by being factual about it. The bubbler sound sounds like a Batman villain. Does that thing have a pump? No, the 6-footer actually it's all glass too. It's a 6-footer glass tube. Likely I will actually have to bring Uni on stream to help me with that one. So I think for that stream she will even be here, and we will if I cover the comics, I might be able to do that down here. Because that's a big thing. I just don't want to... I tend to go outside my studio because vape smoke different than having that stuff around comic books. Comic books tend to trap that kind of smoke, so you don't want to fuck with that. Strem. Hey Norma, how you doing? Norma Jeskes, how are you? Welcome. Who is your dad? All right, everybody, we're going to play a game. Who is your daddy and what does he do? My name is Officer John Kimmel. I'm a cop, you idiot. Yeah. Now, if you're just joining us and you do not know who I'm trying to emulate, I'd feel very bad for you. But at the same time, you just have to understand that I was one of the best governors ever. Oh, yeah? I don't think so. You're not even one of the best governors who was an entertainer. Technically, that was me. I was the best governor. I was the governor of Minnesota. Yeah, and you know what? The people love me. Fuck. Flow state. Hey, thank you for the flow state. I like that. It's chill. It's chill. He was an awesome governor. Yeah, he actually was. Unironically, Jesse Ventura was like the shit. yeah, but Arnold Schwarzenegger, he was not exactly the best governor. And at the same time, he just kind of, left the state in a pretty precarious position. And honestly, let's be completely real. him being in the governor's position made Terminator 3 a very shitty movie. And then we got 2 more shitty Terminators before we got the good one. Actually, I'm a hot take. Terminator Salvation director's cut, good movie. Anyway, Better in Twins. Twins is a good movie. I like that one. Yeah, Better in Twins. Hey, thank you for the jewels. I appreciate that, Bloodstone. F yeah, Pepe Ventura in the house. Now we're gonna have a British governor. I know, that's so weird. And he's like a B-rate fucking Piers Morgan. Genesis was good. We'll leave that there. That's arguable. I didn't like Genesis. But, yeah, you know what? Art's, it's subjective. It's subjective. I mean, you know what? It's subjective. It's kind of like how I actually like Alien 3. Not the theatrical cut. The theatrical cut is hot garbage, but the assembly edition is, even though it's not technically a true director's cut, I like it. Which one? That one, Salvation. Chat stopped working for you. Yes, Sophie, I actually, ironically, had the same problem on my end. So, just refresh your chat, and that should do it. I had to do the same, literally did that was through my YouTube studio that happened. So, maybe it's on YouTube. Didn't happen on my other end here, though. Oh, that movie, not bad. Oh, the movie, not the band. Yeah. She meant like, yeah, Terminator Genesis, the movie. Not great. I'm sorry. I just have to say it. I didn't like it. Wait. Was Genesis the newest one? Because the one with Linda Hamilton was not that bad. I just, spoiler alert for the last, I don't even know what it's called. But the newest Terminator movie that has Linda Hamilton in it, they kill John Connor like right at the beginning. And it was like, oh, so now there's a new savior and whatever. It made for a more interesting movie where I mean, the Terminator technically was Linda Hamilton, but not a Terminator. She was a human. I don't know. It was interesting. Yeah. And old Arnie fights new Arnie. Yeah, I didn't mind it. That last fight scene was okay. The thing is, I still hold that we never got a true turn. Like, if James Cameron came back and just did Terminator 3 and did what they've said they have done already, where like it's all alternate timeline bullshit, fine. I mean, I would very much like just a solid ending for that franchise, but it's not going to happen. They're going to milk that fucking cow until it is dry. Cheers, Blood, always looking out. Oh, yeah, shit. What hour till liftoff? Oh, yes. And what hour till liftoff as well. All right. Let's do this. We did Shank. I don't care about the bombshell report about that. CBS implodes. I don't care about that. All right. This is the last bit before we get to the Lego part, which I will make sure I lock that off as 2. Okay. Here we go. Thank you for whoever sent this in the Discord, because I got to get through a few minutes of it, and holy shit, this is gold. So I did what any good content creator should do. When you start sensing that this would be more fun to watch with an audience, you stop and you bring it to your audience. So guys, let's have some fun with this one. This is not the Dave Rubin clips that you have been seeing going around. This is him doing stand-up comedy, which I do have a little bit of a background in this, so I do have I think that I got some interesting opinions about this, but Yeah, this is gonna be fun to watch. Also, Pep, when will we get the last long stream? Last for now, OFC. Don't know. It's not official or anything. I'm just saying right now. I'm warning you guys that I'm at a point where I'm gonna probably but for now, until I make the official announcement, you just keep to the old schedule, and that will go from there. Okay.
This is my impression. It's the only impression I do. I literally haven't done it for years. This is my impression of Yoda having sex.
Pause it for 1 second.
Yoda
We should
having
say
sex.
he's saying then that he hadn't done it in years, and that clip has got to be 15 to 20 years old.
Sam, it's Ronald Reagan.
Oh, Ronald Reagan, you really want to be on today.
Yeah, this is really important. Yesterday, Brian attacked Dave Rubin for his comedy. He said he must have been terrible because he lacked the sort of confidence.
Bless you.
Necessary, I think, is what.
No, he had all the confidence and arrogance of every successful person, but yet still was unable to make it because of how unfunny he is.
Right. Okay. Well, I thought that was unfair because I don't know if you've seen his stand-up. I have because I went to a show a few years ago.
Remember that.
Radioactive levels of cringe incoming. Ooh.
I recorded the whole show, and I went back and I transcribed the section where he does his stand-up. He's like, now it's time for me to do some of my old stuff.
Oh,
and
pulled
so I
out the hits.
transcribed it, and I'm going to perform Dave's stand-up for you verbatim. This is word for word.
Okay, hold on for 1 second. Let's get a picture of Dave up because we want to make it clear. And I also want to make it clear, this is a voice actor doing Dave.
But be fair to him. Try to give some inflections.
Oh, yeah. Okay, zoom in on this thing.
Excuse me. Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm on the fence on whether I should do the voice. Should I do the voice? I don't think so.
Yeah, you should definitely get off the fence and do the voice. Yeah.
I thought I'd do some old stuff for you. It's crazy. The outrage machine at any point, at any moment, can take down anyone. Like, at any moment, I could say something up here where I'd have to fire myself, because I'm my own boss. So it's like, what could I possibly say where I'd have to go, I've got to fire Dave Rubin?
And I'm going to pause for the laughter.
Is that in the transcript?
That's Ray Gun voice. Ray Gun voice is Ray Gun, and then.
Gotcha.
That's why these hit pieces all the time. I'm out here on the road touring every day, and there's like another ridiculous hit piece about Jordan Peterson every day. Like, did you see the one in the Times like a week and a half ago where he's for forced monogamy? Did you see that? Yeah, Jordan Peterson is for forced monogamy. It sounds like some Handmaid's Tale shit, right? Really scary. You know what forced
Just remember, guys, this is the stuff that you see in early comedy. But like, damn,
marriage. Yeah, it's quite miserable, but everyone's doing it, which is funny to me that they were. You guys can laugh if you want. Which is there you go. Which is funny to me that they were trying to get him on enforced monogamy because it's like he sort of embraced it because it's just another way to say marriage. And like actually Eric Weinstein went into the New York Times archive and he put in enforced monogamy, and it turns out this is the stand-up portion of the show.
And he's already name dropped twice.
Yeah, wow.
The worst names you could possibly drop.
Yep.
In comedy, too.
It turns out the only references to enforced monogamy were from lefties that were pro-marriage. So it's like crazy. It's silly, So Jordan has kind of embraced it now in the show that we do. And so now we do enforced monogamy on the crowds.
What?
Okay.
Whoa. But they say Jordan's audience is mostly like angry men. I'd say it's more like 60-40, but so because of that, we've been doing some gay monogamy on the crowd.
This was his wait.
Into it, There's always like one guy who's like, I guess I'll do it. Why not? See what happens.
Is that guy Michael Knowles?
This was his 5 minutes. This is what he did.
We really need to put a chyron up here that's saying transcript of
Oh,
Dave
I would have
Rubin's
loved to
comedy
see the
show
other
because I think if somebody was to tune in right in the middle, they'd just be like,
talking about this. This would have been
"What the
hilarious.
hell is this?"
Also, the crowds. Is he referring to the crowds in the audience?
Yeah. Like when Dave was touring with Jordan Peterson, they were okay. I'm not going to explain it because then it gets less funny.
Okay. Sorry. We don't need to peek under the hood here.
That's amazing. That's
We're getting to the.
Yeah, this is transcripted.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And so the guy who is like kind of into forced gay monogamy, and then he goes straight into, yeah, Seattle. I mean, Jesus Christ, the coffee. I'm sure that's what every comic does in Seattle. Like, what's going on? I mean, are people just like running out of energy constantly?
Yeah, this was at a comedy club. Yeah.
It's the Is it the weather? It's the weather. So it rains, right? You get depressed, you drink coffee, it rains. Yeah, like just rinse and repeat. God, that is like so. You guys can move, right? Like, no, actually, I love it here. Okay, and then so this is. It's been all building to this. It's all been building to this.
Okay.
And I have to be quiet. I'm kind of nervous about this part because I do have I'm in an office with other people. So here we go. Plus I gotta pull this off. I gotta really pull this off. So,
yeah.
So I thought I'd do an impression for you. I do a lot of impressions, but I feel like this is kind of like my best one. And I thought I'd bust it out for you. I know my friend over here is going to love it. And then he literally points at me because I've been arguing with him during the whole show. This is Jedi Master Yoda having sex. Going to come, I am.
Oh my God.
And then
and you saw him back in 1988, right?
Not on your face, I did. No towel for you, do I have?
Segued into his secret. What was the group of secret smart guys?
IDW. It's mostly just Winnie the Pooh.
The IDW.
Yeah. Then it segued straight into his secret IDW guest, Brett Weinstein. So, anyways, I think you guys have been kind of hard on him.
Yeah, can you forward that again, Reagan?
Confused coworkers listening to Yoda.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I just wanted you to see that there's many facets to this guy. He's not one-dimensional.
All right, I retract
He
my
might
statement.
struggle.
And I apologize.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys.
Wow, that was
Minect.com.
Oh yeah,
Good to connect with you.
Ronald Reagan is on Minect. If you want to hear more,
yeah.
If you want more, if somebody contacts you on Minect and signs up, oh, he just left.
Yeah, talking about.
I bet if you went on Minect, you could get him to read the entire transcript to you for $1,000 a minute. Oh my God!
So, okay, as a stand-up, when you start talking about the city you're in like that,
I love it.
That's when. Oh yeah.
What's typically happening with
Wow.
the audience?
It's like, I just flew here. My arms are tired. Oh, this city. Yeah. Whoa.
Unfortunately, they usually love it when you talk.
I was just gonna say,
actually,
remember when Patton Oswalt came to Fargo?
Yeah, but the problem is, in their heads, that's when they're just like, shit. Like, it's usually post-bomb.
And he was talking about the strip club we have in Fargo, and everyone was
Although Stavros is good at this.
There's nothing
Talking about like the local beat. Oh my God, I just realized that I fall for this shit every once in a while too. When they'll start talking, like specifically if they're playing one like the mall places.
Everybody loves to hear about themselves.
Right, but he's
start ripping on them.
The crowd up. Yeah,
It's there's nothing worse than when you're headlining and a local comedian goes up before you. He's like, I was on 12th and Market Street yesterday. What's going on over there? And you're like, I can't. What am I going to do with this?
I love the idea that, and I think this was in the past 5 years that Reagan went, that in 2021, let's say, or maybe I don't know when it was, he's doing a Yoda impersonation.
Or coffee in Seattle.
Coffee's really big in Seattle, though.
Yeah, yeah. Starbucks
I've heard
just
about
came
Starbucks,
out.
yeah.
Just came out.
Oh my God.
He'll be lurking as your phone charges.
I
Nice.
met a guy, I can't remember who it is, honestly, because he was at my, I met him like waiting for my kid out in front of his elementary school. This must have been, I don't know, this could have been pre-COVID actually. And he came up to me and he goes, "Hey, Sam, I listen to your show, or I watch your show, and I should tell you, I wrote for the Times in the aughts or something, doing like some comedy stuff. And Dave Rubin would email me constantly asking for coverage of his comedy."
That's what I mean about that arrogance and that sociopathy required to succeed.
Yes.
No, that's
and
what
the pain
that's what it
tolerance
is.
of him being
The people with like imposter syndrome and the ones who overthink shit, they're the ones who very rarely get out.
also able to just eat shit on stage is exactly it's his number one skill set.
Well, then technically you would think that he would have an improved skill set. You need to learn how to eat shit, but the part of that is also you need to recover. Like that's part of that's the learning part, and then putting that to use.
But the thing is,
nothing is better than when you bomb, but you bring a crowd back. That
is key to success.
I'd say, because it becomes a challenge.
I have found, and his only success was I'm
Tyler Summers. Welcome to the show,
and
man.
this was like that's how
Appreciate you being here.
you know.
Thank you for checking the stream out.
The late, what was his first name? I can't remember now. I mean, he was a nice guy, and he was a lot less of a stooge than Dave Rubin. But Combs made his bones by being the foil to Hannity.
Oh yeah.
And Dave Rubin.
Oh my God.
Made
Hannity
his
and
bones by
Combs.
basically being one of the first apostates. Not the first, like guys like Pat Cadell sort of like traversed this road, but Alan Combs was a comedian, I think, back in the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I bet he was better than Rubin.
Oh, yeah. I think it wouldn't be hard.
I bet his material he did in the 80s is more relevant and up to date than what
It's
Rubin
quite
was
possible
doing
he
3
had a
years ago.
very similar Yoda joke.
It's very possible.
Been a while now, buddy, but thank you. Since Minneapolis, no kidding.
Coming in. Oh, that must.
Hey, I appreciate you checking in, man.
Must have been a punchline in
Actually,
the
should.
80s.
Just thought
Somebody
about this.
must have.
100
The exact
joke. 100.
Years
In fact, I would Google it right now, and you'll find like 25 comics.
Maybe the 70s. I don't know when did Star
nice.
Wars.
that Yoda like kind of flipping around of the sentence structure. I've seen that joke in other versions before, or like in other whatever.
Of course.
Yeah, it's.
I mean,
not versions, but
it's too bad because the way that Rubin works is that he alternates that with his Rocky joke.
Oh my God.
Right.
All right, let's go.
Can we?
Drinking coffee in Seattle.
This is disturbing.
I don't know what to say.
Wait a second. I found the Yoda thing, by the way, if you want to watch it.
Hack comedian he is.
Shit.
You found somebody else doing the joke?
It's posted to his own. Dave Clips found it, and it was posted to his Reddit.
We have to.
Keep Sam and M up there. I think that's good to have.
Oh, shit.
It's PIP.
Yeah, we don't want to get. He'll
We'll just
sue
hear it.
us.
Here we go. Sorry, there's 2 of them playing. That's still Dave, so that is his sound. Here it is.
This is my impression. It's the only impression I do. I literally haven't done it for years. This is my impression of Yoda having sex.
Pause it for 1 second. We should say he's saying then that he hadn't done it in years, and that
Man, why is it so easy for some people?
clip has got to
Yoda having sex premise. That's a silly premise. This guy's amazing.
be 15 to 20 years old.
Appreciate that. How's my wife? She's doing okay. Just kind of went through a breakdown not too long ago, but She just got out of surgery, literally. She just got home yesterday. So she is resting up, and yeah, good prognosis. And it's for now she is cancer free. So technically remission, I guess, is like, but we're very cautious with this because the oncologist did tell us like there's a possibility they will have to go through like another round of treatment. Which, if that's the case, then we're just going to wait.
It's the way that he's basically saying, like, I haven't come up with new material in several decades, and so this is what I'm going to go to. But I need to tell you up front that I acknowledge this is just an old thing I just am whipping out. It's not like it's part of my good.
I do. I literally haven't done it for years. This is my impression of Yoda having sex. Yoda having sex.
Unfortunately, he's getting laughs, which is pissing me off.
Going to come, I am.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. There it is.
Gold.
Why did you do the Miss Piggy thing before he said going to come, I am?
Oh, because Miss Piggy and Yoda's the exact same impression.
Little do they know about impressions, yes. Frank Oz did us both. His hand was up both our asses.
He's lucky, because...
Yes, and he was also up mine, but for different reasons.
As he's gotten older, his hairline's improved.
I was going to say the same thing.
That doesn't happen.
His hair got darker.
You got to get really... Yeah, that's lucky.
Heck yeah, man. I'm 5 years out myself. Nice. Congrats on that.
Actually, I'm going to pull it as a sound drop.
Oh, did you come up with that too?
Come up with that, I did.
Cancer free. I figured.
Oh, God.
This is a new shofar.
It's like, hey, can I get a shofar? My father just passed away.
All right. Lito. All right, that was solid. All right. Well, that's going to bring us to the Lego stuff. Maybe, I don't know, because there. Andrew Wilson apparently had a pretty heated debate, and one of my friends just sent this to me saying, "Hey, did you watch Piers Morgan yet?" You're obsessed with gay people. It's Lauren Southern. Oh, versus Andrew Wilson. Interesting. Okay. What do you guys think? You want to see Lauren Southern versus Andrew Wilson before we go to the Lego bits, or do we just yeah, she's back. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, wait a minute, I haven't heard that name in a long ass time.
They're LARPers, like
Who?
Andrew Tate.
Who was the
They're
LARPer? Andrew Tate's not a traditionalist.
Tate's not a traditionalist. Why you conflate the two? This is a half hour.
Okay, fuck it. This will take us right to 420. Fuck it. I'm so curious what the Lego deal is. Did Lauren get another check from Russia? Oh, shit. Oh, it seems like you guys might be, I don't know. All right. Actually, here we go. Do we want Lauren Southern on Piers Morgan with Andrew Wilson, or do you want Vosh reacting to FD Signifier's whole he hates the white left video? Because honestly, I already pre-watched the Vosh one. It was worth it. It was one of his better videos. Because I gotta be real, man. When people start reacting to FD Signifier the way that he kind of deserves to be reacted to, I appreciate that. Which, yeah, man, like FD Signifier really sucks with the whole fucking. Oh my god, I can't with the white leftist. Like, okay, bro, we get it. We all suck. We fucking get it, bro. And you're like, I've had this thrown at me already from fucking that one dude and that came over from this space chat, and it's fucking insane when they. Oh, so now I can't even have an opinion on it because I'm white and a leftist, and it's just stay in your lane, lefty, fucking, or stay in your lane, whitey. Oh, I saw that Vosh video. I was highly disappointed in FD Signifier. Yeah, I'm sure Vosh lost his mind. I reacted to it on Monday. I agree with most of what he said. Not all, but most. I mean, then again, you're in a different situation. You know, this is where FD Signifier could fucking totally even like call me out on this and just be like, see, here's another one. White. All right, fuck it. Let's go for it. I'd rather watch this than the fucking Andrew Wilson did. Get enough of that asshole on here anyway. Or not asshole. I mean, as I said, the fact that he was a nice guy is kind of like, shouldn't surprise any of you though. It's mostly performative. All right, where's this watch? There it is.
Tell you was.
All right, fuck it. Let's go for it. This will take us into the fun half, and then if it gets to the point where we just move on to the Lego stuff.
Yeah, okay. I'll look at the FD Signifier video, man. It's again like my position, but my priors on this are.
I love how his audience was pressuring him on it. Like, come on, Vosh, come on, man.
Pretty clear. Like it just seems.
It's like you and FD had that whole beef. Come on, man. We want to know what you think.
Like JD. Sorry, I was about to say JD.
The Lego stuff involving corrupt cops and the Mormons. Yep.
SD Signifier. Does racial grievance politics from an anti-white
Can't believe I'm getting
perspective.
edged.
That doesn't mean everything he
Lego
says is
news.
wrong. He often has good takes. It's just like that seems to be a biased, unexamined. Like much in the same way that there were plenty of super influential, intelligent, and still kind of racist socialists in the late 19th century.
Because his audience loves drama slop. The thing is, there's a place for some drama slop, man. And you can enjoy drama slop. You're not any worse than anybody else. I love some drama slop. You know, I get some of that shit from just watching like the stuff that my wife watches. She loves that stuff. Like if you guys don't already follow her, my wife follows Swoop, and I watch a bunch of those videos with her.
Recurring pattern. Marx
sometimes even without her, because Swoop's awesome.
Probably had some bad takes. I think Marx had some bad takes on Jewish people as well, because he was a little bit self-hatey there or whatever. Anyway, I don't know. It's not that he's like 100% bad. It's just like that's the vibe I get, I guess.
I'm putting
it's all Hillary Clinton coded to me, I suppose, but
on timeout until further notice. I've been hanging around y'all.
What did Vosh say about early socialists? Here, I'll back up just a little bit. Sorry, I was kind of talking over it a little bit.
Socialists in the late 19th century, you know, like a really common recurring pattern. Marx probably had some bad takes. I think Marx had some bad takes on Jewish people as well, because he was a little bit self-hatey there or whatever. Anyway, I don't know. It's not that he's like 100% bad. It's just like that's the vibe I get, I guess.
I'm putting
it's all Hillary Clinton coded to me, I suppose, but
on timeout until further notice. I've been hanging around y'all too long, and now I have lice. And black people shouldn't get lice.
That sucks.
That
does suck.
It doesn't work. And aside from Zoran Mamdani, you kind of see what's happening here. All we're missing is Hank Hill. Like, The main, mostly valid argument that I will get about Plattner is that he's one of the few folks amongst the Democrats that vows to pull military support from Israel.
Not a single taxpayer dollar should be spent on arming and defending a country that commits a genocide.
And that is extremely important.
Marx didn't dislike Jewish people that much, but he was very afraid of gay people. Many such cases. Aren't we all?
For Palestinian liberation.
Aren't we all?
But I do have to ask,
God, this is...
why are we being asked to not just tolerate Plattner for that reason, but to see him almost as the future of the Democratic Party?
By the way, this is something I've noticed in this style of rhetoric, that they always say stuff like, why are we being asked to blank? Like, I don't know who you're listening to or whatever, but I dislike it because it frames this as a personal grievance. Like, it's about your relationship to the discourse rather than about being about Plattner himself. You know what I mean? Like, if you have a position on Plattner, say the position on Plattner, but like, how does one argue against or in favor of this nebulous, like, dialectic between people and the community? The community can be anything you want, man. The community, the community is an abstract enemy that can be reshaped to suit your rhetorical needs at any point. You can say the community is hyper woke or reactionary. You can say the community is overly deferential or under deferential to any group you want. It's millions of people, you know?
Maybe even the left. Why has he become the darling of the online predominantly white left in this time frame? Why did the fight agency scout him in the first place?
Well, because he's like a nobody proletarian who rose from obscurity to end up beating the corrupt Democrat former governor establishment pick Mills, and looks like
he's also really good at communicating with the rural base.
He's going to take a Senate seat.
He reminds people of all the dudes that they've fucking met, whether it be on like a snowmobile trip or like whatever the hell it is.
Republican. It's pretty exceptional.
It's because the fight agency knows that this image of white American exceptionalism and especially masculinity is still highly valued amongst the white masses.
It's so much. It's always race baiting. I don't even know. It's always race. It's never like. It is very woke one. It is very woke one.
Doing a reskin of the Marlboro Man, or better yet, like Don Draper, Joel Miller from The Last of Us. Literally, he looks like Walter White. And I want you to...
In what way is Plattner like Don Draper?
Yeah,
besides them both being white. This is just... Okay. Okay.
Remember, all of these characters were villains. And his halfway decently developed racial analysis. And this is just... Capitalism, the Negro question is a grave one. And I'm bringing this up because I want to show that and isn't a very vulnerable out just for y'all. If you want to
he's already skipping through
vote for Plattner as an odious candidate that will help end military support to Israel, go ahead. But it should be treated as a tainted compromise for the sake of a free Palestine, not a vision for the future of the left.
But why doesn't he like Plattner?
He should not be in our faces as much as he is.
Like, I know I skipped a bunch there, but like, cut me some slack. Why doesn't he like Plattner? I just want to know. Like, it's fine to have reasons to not like Plattner. I just want to know, like, what the reasons are. No, seriously, how do you justify his invader past? What do you mean? The fact that Plattner served with the military and was a mercenary? That he was like a vet chud? I don't know what you mean. I don't justify it. It was bad. What? But even the framing there.
No, the thing is that's lost on those idiots is like, okay, so Susan Collins, it is
weird to me. How do you justify?
So we're not even going to try?
I feel like that implies something kind of weird about the relationship between me and...
This is my problem with like the broader leftist experiment is as far as trying to get a Plattner out there who has socialist fucking policies. Still not good enough. It's always just still not perfect, not the person I wanted out there. I can't support this, even though most of these people don't probably even live in fucking Maine.
Plattner's history, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to sell you as him as a morally pure candidate to you or whatever. Like, yeah, Graham Plattner doesn't try to justify it either. It's not like he's going up to the cameras and being like, nah, dog, the Iraq war was based. I love being a mercenary.
No, he's actually done the opposite. He actually, like... has been very apologetic towards his role in the Iraq war. He's been very honest about how that radicalized him going to war.
You know what I mean? Like, and so I guess, like, in what context am I being asked to defend it? I think it's bad. I don't want to defend it.
You got to go get on with your days. Much love. All right, Rebecca. Thanks for hanging. I appreciate it.
You know,
check out the VOD for the Lego story.
Potentially went to Iraq and Afghanistan multiple times. Yeah, that's what professional soldiers do. They go to war multiple times and called it fun. Yeah, that's also something soldiers do. He's worse than Mills, and now you've lost me. Mills is openly and unambiguously in favor of a genocide. She has used her political power and will continue to use her political power to defend actual existing Nazism. She represents the rot in DC. She's also like a million years old. The fact that Plattner was like a chud military boy, but now regrets it, I just don't see. Again, it's the conflation of like lifelong moral purity with good positions. In a consequentialist sense, Plattner being in office as a senator is way better than Mills being in office as a senator. So I don't really.
And it's not even Mills; it's Collins.
Know what we're arguing
Like the fact that they're still talking about this in the context of Mills.
about. Like Mills didn't go to war, I guess. Yeah, I'm sure she's like an 80-year-old woman. I mean, I don't know. If she had gone to war, would that make a difference? You skipped the part where he talked about further left black politicians currently running that the online left aren't talking about as much. Okay, sorry, Tempest, I'm not going after you here. It's just that, like, it's such a non-discussable talking point. Like, why is... For one, I have no idea what the black population is in Maine. It's probably not huge. I could be wrong on that. But it's... This is a non-falsifiable complaint that you could always employ. You know what I mean? Like, what percentage of black politicians should I support? I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't really understand. Well, here's a good white politician, but here's a black... Like, why is it a tainted compromise to support Plattner because he's white? I guess. Because he's not, like, a black senatorial candidate. If there was a black senatorial candidate in Maine who had a shot of beating, like, Collins, I would also support them. If they were good, right? Like, if they had... good politics like Platter does, not if they had bad politics like Mills. Just explain the part you skipped. Okay, so Tempest, did you see this video on your own? 3% of Maine is black? Okay, yeah. I watched the first part. Okay, gotcha. I just don't want to... It's just, would you vote for an ex-IDF soldier who committed war?
Foch is just arguing with himself. This isn't even the argument. Or FD says in the video that Plattner is better than Collins. The end. He's talking more about online spaces, focusing on it.
If he ran for office and pretended to be anti-Israel? Are you suggesting that Plattner is pretending to be anti-Israel? I'll answer your question. I'll answer the good faith version of your question. If a former IDF soldier participated in like bad military conflicts or whatever, but then like had to come to Jesus, well, okay, not come to Jesus. It's not about their faith. You know what I mean? Turned around and were like, hold on, Israel's actually a genocidal ethno-state and the stuff that I did was bad, then yeah, of course I'd support them. Isn't that like, aren't those historically like the most politically powerful people anyway?
I got the clog out.
Like, what does lifelong purity mean to you? You know what I mean? Aren't we talking about like the ideal, like the former agent of the machine who realized they were serving evil and turned around and is now a warrior against it? Isn't that like narratively a really powerful force to use?
What's up, Matt?
Because
with
then
two
you
T's.
can pull over more people. You know what I mean? And what's the alternative? Like, should I then
welcome to the show?
Should I then support the actually pro-Israel candidate because the anti-Israel candidate used to serve the idea? I just don't understand. I don't get it. Look at anti-war veterans coming back from Vietnam. Yeah, I feel like they were like some of the loudest voices in the left in the 60s and 70s, the like former Vietnam War veterans. To this day, they still are like a large bulwark of them. But like, I guess, like if they came back from war and we'd just be like, well, fuck you, well, I guess a lot of them would have been drafted. What if they volunteered? What if they volunteered and then they came back and they were like, holy shit, that was like nothing. What if they came back and they were like, man, I thought war would be like World War II or whatever, when we fight off evil, but it turns out it's just like throwing grenades into village huts. It's more a question of, do you trust them in their change? I have no reason to believe that Plattner is secretly like pro-Iraq war. Like, it's all coming back, Joyce. I think there's no reason to believe that. I have no idea why I would doubt him on that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's secretly a pro-Iraq, pro-Afghanistan war vet or whatever. I don't know why he would be like that.
should not have the defenders that he has that I know will show up in his comment section. He should be the online left's sneaky link that you never see in the light of day and never talk about in public. And the fact
why
that so many white leftists don't feel this is sadly par for the course. The red flags that he has don't bother some of y'all because those red flags have never been weaponized against you. But when you're someone who's historically been
It reminds me of how Contra talked about Gaza a little bit.
targeted by this archetype, you pay attention to those patterns. You don't compromise with that. For reasons I won't get into, I've had to spend the last few weeks arguing that normalizing Nazi terminology, but wokely, is bad and that no one on the left should be doing it. And I've had some, not many, I want to be clear, but plenty of white leftists try to argue that nobody.
It's always race bait. It's like every it's like it literally like control F white in the it's every video, every political position all the time is here's why the white people on the left are doing something bad. It's crazy.
I'll be honest, that's my issue with him.
It's not even like it's necessarily a bad topic.
No, and that's what like
it's just
he's
like,
not wrong. It's just it's always steeped in this.
He genuinely talks about it more than like
new trauma.
Neo-Nazis talk about Jews or white nationalists talk about black people. Like it's such an incredibly powerful theme in the content.
Cares about Nazis as if a couple of Nazis didn't just shoot up a mosque in San Diego just a few weeks ago.
But what are we talking about? Is he implying that people who support Plattner also are okay with the San Diego mosque shooters? I don't like it makes no sense if you think about it for any length of time. But he arrives at this line by abstracting the point to now like
supporting white spot if you will.
Plattner, the progressive anti-Zionist Democratic Senate candidate, means that you're okay with Nazi symbols, which means you're okay with Nazism, which means you're okay with the San Diego mosque shooting, which is like, again, like it doesn't make any sense.
Or the fact that that exact type of Nazi terrorism happens like every 6 to 18 months in America. And it's impossible to remain in community or struggle with people who don't seem to mind that.
Really think about what he's saying here. He's suggesting that white leftists, the white leftist community, doesn't mind Nazi terror attacks. It's deranged. It's completely deranged. What the fuck? I have never in my life seen a white leftist be like, oh, the San Diego mosque shooting, well, I'm fine with that. I've never seen this. Never once. It's crazy.
Always put the
but I kind of get what he was saying specifically about the ideology being similar.
Themselves first, especially when the struggle isn't about them in the first place.
Especially if, like, I get what he's saying about, like, how it's like if you excuse Plattner's tattoo, then, you know, that's the kind of thing that could excuse the mosque shooting. Do I agree with it? Not necessarily.
And after half a decade online, I'm tired of seeing
he didn't
this
say that.
pattern.
Well, Kowalski, he doesn't like really have good
Oh, shit.
politics.
Kowalski.
Like this, he's doing bad politics right now too. Like this, these are pretty bad arguments.
And repeating these same complaints. But the problem is that this entire space has always catered
we got to get an FD Vosh debate 2.0
to a specific type of white guy online. And that's what it was built for and what it always probably will be. See,
the fucked up thing too is like he's right. Like there are some negative social consequences of the left in America being predominantly white. I mean, America's predominantly white, so the left in America is going to be predominantly white, which means there are going to be biases carried over. It's not fundamentally an illegitimate topic at all. There's like plenty of good, meat to that engagement or whatever, to that subject.
No.
FD's been under attack by Bad Empanada fans who downplay Nazism. Okay, then go after Bad Empanada. What the fuck does that have to do with white? Is Bad Empanada even white? I don't
know at this point.
Know what that has to do with white.
Seems like he has good positions as far as like Israel Palestine, but realistically, look at the people that have been popping up with good opinions on that one specific subject, but are pretty shitty otherwise.
There's like a lot of people in that category. Like, how does that's crazy? Would you accept that in any other context? Like if a nebulously black person was bad to me, then I made a bunch of takes about how I'm leaving the left because of black leftists or something. I don't know, man.
BreadTube emerged as a venue to rehabilitate.
Like, if he's beefing with some white leftists, why make it about the whole goddamn movement? White leftists, that, like, depending on where you draw the line, that's like millions of people. There is a layer of the dark woke types that seem to be really eager to be racist to minorities they don't like, but he's not talking about that. He just said that people on the left who are white who support Platner are the reason why, or like aligned with white leftists who don't mind occasional neo-Nazi shootings, which is insane. That's an insane thing to say. You can't like charitably engage with that. It's
I don't
like
agree.
you can.
That's
you
what he
can-
was saying,
you-
but
the only way you can make that make sense is by lying about what he
I
believes.
think you're overthinking that one, Vosh. But
Basically, which I'm not willing to do on his behalf because I think it's a toxic influence. That's not what he said or meant. Ramsel,
that's what most people are. Hey, I'm glad that his chat's piling on him.
Ramsel, we're all watching the same video, Ramsel.
Yeah.
You're funneling it through a charitable like layer here, just like you did to that fucking liberal.
Why not? Why does everything have to be so rigid? I don't have like. Listen, I'm not exactly like the most religious viewer of either of these guys. I probably watch just as much FD as I do Vosh. So it is kind of interesting to see where it's like, how does he not understand that? Number one, he does keep fucking like. I don't want to say he's like putting words in his mouth, but he is taking them out of context.
Consultant woman on CNN because of their race. But I'm not racist.
Now Vosh is gaslighting his audience. Oh yeah, he does.
So I just take people at their word, you know. Someone's feeling spicy.
That's the thing that I've never enjoyed about like the way that like you can't tell with his condescension whether or not he's actually genuinely that condescending or if he's joking.
Can I be real with you?
You need to have a tell.
I actually don't think I've said anything even remotely spicy at all. And I don't want
I'm with Vosh on this one. I think y'all are being too charitable.
at all. Because I don't care. The country is getting raped to death by.
This is interesting. I don't usually see this type of agreement here.
Let's be real here.
Or this type of disagreement.
White pedophiles. I'm not interested in like a protracted discourse on the,
like I'm very charitable, but I think Vosh is pretty correct with his analysis.
Political biases of maybe too overly online, like black leftists or whatever. I think this stuff he's saying is crazy. That's all.
Right-wing edgelords into leftist progressives, all after the rise of the alt-right. It has always had an extremely high tolerance for what Graham Platner is, because he just like them for real. And while not every aspect of BreadTube has catered to this reformed edgelord Reddit troll
BreadTube
archetype, it's clear that this element of the space remains influential and often sets the tone for the space. Because even if these types don't make up the largest part of our audiences, they're almost always the loudest part, always the most online and the most active of the bunch. So let's talk about some drama for a bit. For years, I have not responded to drama publicly, and any drama from other creators who are seen in the same light. I would love to be not put limitations on how colonized people fight their oppressors. So no, I won't condemn Hamas the same way I wouldn't condemn the Mau Maus in Kenya.
This is one of those, I've had this in content creation. It's when you're watching a video that you were recommended and you're like, man, I wish I could get this in a little bit of a quicker summary.
Or the Nat Turner slave rebellions, or the Haitian Revolution, or the IRA in Ireland. All of these entities were called terrorists at the time of their
13 minutes until takeoff.
existence by their oppressors, and all are recognized as liberation movements today, despite the ugliness those movements may have existed in.
It's actually complicated.
And I believe Hamas will eventually be seen in the same light.
He supports the IRA. Maybe he takes a 19th century perspective. He thinks of Irish as black people.
Would love if violence didn't have to occur. And there are anti-colonial movements that do happen to occur with minimal violence.
This take is going after the Progressive Party as a whole, regardless if that is what it's trying to do. So I get Vosh pushing back on the overt race card bullshit.
It's not fair to call any anti-colonial violence senseless, because it is.
I think that FD does, again, this is kind of my problem with it, where it's like, I've seen this from him in other respects where it's like, okay, but that's not what it was. So in this instance where it's like, okay, this could stem from this, it's kind of like that boy who cries wolf thing.
Direct response to the condition that the colonized are living under. And the thing to keep in mind is rappers in the world low-key say free Palestine way back in 2000. Palestine videos, especially 2 years ago, were very popular. Sean's Palestine video 2 years ago is his second where I wasn't already somewhat of an expert on the topic.
How's this relevant to Plattner? I mean, it's the same as every one of his videos. He's just talking about white people. He just has grievances with the behavior of white people. It's the same video every time. Plattner's just like the title and the thumbnail. Maybe he talks about Plattner again. I'm looking for...
Hero for oppressed people to make up for his past sins. And mind you, every piece of anti-colonial liberation theory that you will ever read will tell you that the colonized must free themselves, but don't tell that to your favorite bread tuber or...
Oh my fucking... It's every...
By the way, guys, Uni is watching, but she's just not feeling very chatty right now, but just give her your love.
It's like there's never more than an 8-second gap, man. It's every fucking... They could skip to any point in any video, and it's like, hey, just so you know, I have problems with white leftists. Is every single time? Oh my god. It's genuinely like the most racial grievance based political content I've ever seen in any channel, including the alt-right channels that used to infest YouTube. And I'm not kidding. Like, at least the alt-right channels would talk about anime sometimes.
Is that any different than a Fox
favorite BreadTube fan? Because they'll swear that
Who
it
still calls it BreadTube? Nobody does. Nobody calls it BreadTube. He's just been recycling the same grievances for years and years and years.
Them, that's the key to...
I will say that much. Nobody calls it BreadTube except for the people that like watched BreadTube at that time.
Liberation for insert other group here. But further, Plattner shows the failure of the American...
Johnny Walker Dread reverse Uno.
...left presenting a principled...
Oh, fuck. He didn't say American white left. He was thinking it, but he didn't say it.
Anti-Zionist stance to a larger general public. I've noticed in my personal life and online that there's been a rise in what I'm going to describe...
FD Signifier does movie reviews. Yeah, and he should do those.
And as he said, what FD Signifier is saying isn't technically wrong. It's just fatiguing to hear him say the same thing over and over. People do it. Yeah.
As America First Anti-Zionism. And normally when I make up a new term, I want credit for it, but please do not repeat. I'm positive there is somebody more worthy, some actual...
I just hear it called LeftTube, not even BreadTube anymore.
Palestinian scholar that is...
Like BreadTube is, I feel like that's like old... like the old school stuff, but
this is
I could be wrong.
Again, it's a non-talking point. Like, if you don't have a criticism of a person, you can just be like, well, shouldn't you be talking about someone else? It doesn't mean anything. It's infinitely applicable. There's no if, ands, or buts about it. There's no way to engage with it. It's just like, do I think in the abstract we should all pay more attention to the to progressive non-white people in America? Yeah, fuck yeah, sure. I mean, I still like Plattner. I don't know. I don't know. You're not going to believe what he mentions in the movie reviews? Yeah, probably. I'm not going to tell you what race gets brought up in the FD Signifier movie reviews. It's the white race. It's the white race. It is. It is the white race. You know it.
Saying the exact same thing I'm saying. So find them and give them credit for that term.
Sorry, no, that was funny.
But Plattner is a perfect example of what that is, because while he does claim to want to stop aid from Israel, he also wants to improve...
FD is not conservative, you're nuts. He is reactionary, but no, he's not conservative. His politics seem to be at least heavily informed by racial animus, which is bad, but thankfully the racial animus that he's being informed by is the not harmful kind, or the relatively less harmful kind, right? Like, white supremacist racial animus is incredibly powerful and has tens of billions in capital backing it every election cycle, obscenely powerful, right? Whereas black supremacist or I guess anti-white racial animus is a relatively innocuous. It still doesn't lead to good analysis though, you know? That being said, you should always be suspicious of people who equivocate harm-wise, because obviously that's not
holy shit, Vosh is straight up chauvinist.
Very few people are being hurt in any material
This is my surprised face.
way by black supremacy in America. That's just not a powerful political force, you know?
Military recruitment. So he is not against American imperialism like you might think, which undermines any anti-Israeli stance he holds. And that's...
No? What? I just disagree, I guess. I don't know. I think you could argue it's hypocritical in a kind of general chud way. He's anti-military industrial complex. I don't know what statements he's made specifically on recruitment. Does anyone know? What has he said to that effect? Has Plattner said, I don't like going to war for Israel, but I do think you should enlist? He wants Maine to build more ships? Well, sure. I mean, American shipbuilding would be nice. It might be the shipbuilding thing. Is that it? But the shipbuilding thing is fine. I think he's spoken positively about a service. Yeah, I guess we're being very deliberately vague here.
Typical of pretty much all the Democrats right now. The sad reality is that the Democratic Party and the alleged progressive leaders in America have allowed themselves to be outmaneuvered on Zionism by the likes of Tucker Carlson and
This is just Republican propaganda. The idea that Tucker Carlson has outflanked the Democrats is true, but they have not outflanked the left flank of the Democrats. That's just a lie. The idea that Tucker...
No, he's playing into what Anna Kasparian was saying about AOC and all that,
Carlson or
which is bullshit, and I'm still gonna fucking
Marjorie Taylor Greene are outflanking
He's right about this.
progressivism is absolutely not true.
Yeah.
Marjorie Taylor Greene,
this is that
who,
TY.
unlike
This is literally that TYT bullshit.
Zionists on the left are in fact obvious anti-Semites. Tucker Carlson is a crypto white supremacist who has spent years trying to normalize the Great Replacement theory, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is a former QAnon adherent who brought us Jewish space lasers and believes in blood light. Yet both are being mainstreamed in a way that I wouldn't have thought possible just a few years ago. People like Carlson and Greene have infinitely more reach and influence than any of your favorite bread tubers.
Bread tubers, man. Yeah, that's true, because one of them was literally the top pundit at Fox News for decades, and the other one was a...
All right, let's get to the fun half. We'll go to the fun half with this, but then I think...
RedTube is an antiquated
We've
term
got most of
describing a
it.
bunch of YouTubers. They're not more influential than Mamdani.
At this point, we're just going to ride it
like,
out.
if we want to compare apples to apples...
This
like
is
us,
the
Mamdani-
fault of Bad Empanada, the shipbuilding thing.
He's only a mayor.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a...
Which, great job. Yay. I'm so glad that we're building coalitions, and I'm so glad that we totally aren't, doing this division thing again. Yay.
Congressman or a top primetime news pundit, but he's pretty influential, right?
And thus they have been able to frontline this American first anti-Zionism.
You're really quiet compared to your... Oh, yeah, I have my PC audio turned up because when we were talking to Katie yesterday, I had to turn her up so far. Okay, I've normalized the audio now. It should sound a little bit more normal.
And it's become a popular position.
He has the same problem I do.
However, this is a good thing.
Got to go back to work. Kids need jobs too.
And I'll explain why in a second. Anti-Zionism is a
take care, Matt. Thank you for hanging tonight.
popular sentiment to hold, but anti-Zionism that is America first is letting America off the hook for its role in that genocide.
There's an element of truth here. There's a good point to pursue here, but I think it's complicated is the issue. It really depends on what you mean by America first. By the way, I just want to say, I hope what I'm doing right now doesn't come across as drama content, because I'm so burnt out on that shit. I think FD Signifier is often a moron. I'm engaging with his positions and what I consider good faith. What bothers me isn't when people disagree with me. It's when, because every time I cover a video like this, there are people who are accusing me of engaging with his positions in good faith, and I think you are huffing it. I think you're deep in the copium mines. The canary is long dead. It just bothers me sometimes because I feel like a lot of people are engaging in bad faith themselves by refusing to consider the merits of my positions and treating all of this like drama. I think what FD Signifier is doing is drama here, because he's gotten in a beef with fucking Tabernacle and Bad Empanada and Noah Samson or whatever. There's some kind of drama there, and he's turned this into yet another screed on the evils of white leftism or whatever. But I'm just trying to engage with the position, I guess. I don't know. It's not a secret that I dislike him. Anyway, yeah, the America First thing's kind of complicated, I guess. I think that there are ways of doing it poorly and ways of doing it well, I suppose. Obviously, the first priority of an American politician is going to be their constituents. That's kind of how politics works. But the framing for it is pretty important. I think the key to me for Plattner is that Plattner does not A, frame America as a victim of Israel, because that's cope, that's bullshit. And B, sorry, I don't know why the Gatorade gives me the burps. And B, Plattner is not an isolationist. Plattner doesn't talk about why America needs to pull away from the world. You know what I mean? I think leftists should be in favor of U.S. aid. I think that the fact that Elon directly killed millions of people by cutting that aid is bad. I think it's bad when millions die for no reason, I guess, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know.
Oy vey, Vosh is worse than I thought.
Plattner doesn't give me like the warning signs of an American chauvinist.
It's kind of interesting to me to find like people that don't know a lot of his content. So I
He
always
does have that
enjoy this.
military bent to him, and I think that there is an element of hypocrisy there. But I also think it's take it or leave it. It is a component of an authentic, messy personality. You know what I mean? It's an expression of his identity, which is often riddled with inconsistency. Not like a consultant or means tested
still left
position.
off? Yep.
He seems
1
authentic
minute.
to me. Not to interrupt, but Jasmine Crockett just endorsed Xavier Becerra because of course she did. Yeah, makes sense. Unsurprising.
Had a lot of people, both online and in my encounters in real life, smart people say something along the lines of Israel is controlling America. And no, the tail does not wag the dog. Israel is a settler colonial project built on genocide and mass murder. America is a settler colonial project built on genocide and mass murder among.
I think that conflating Israel and America in this regard is stupid and anti-intellectual, but obviously, yeah, America is doing what it's doing because it wants to do it. It's not doing it because it's a victim of Israeli occupation or whatever. America is not a current settler colonial project. We did it. We settled. We colonized. The American political and economic sort of bent is no longer committed towards those projects because we won. In Israel, it's like 100% of
lift
the weight
off,
right
and
now.
then we're gonna move on to the next subject here. I haven't seen anything from Vosh. This video has
plenty of Zionists
that.
who are at the helm
really?
of powerful American institutions. And our current president does seem uniquely compromised in his ability to not be influenced, not just by Israel, but everyone. Like it's everybody.
Trump is extremely susceptible to everyone around him. He's incredibly easy to influence. He has a big ego and he's difficult to manage because but he's like super, he literally like sells pardons. Netanyahu gets him to, it's a weird MAGA talking point.
Gets a piece of our president, but please believe that confluence of power between Israel and Zionists in America is not some secret, mystical thing. That's just how power and capitalists have always worked. One example of this America First anti-Zionism is people often say America was forced or tricked into a war with Iran due to Israel, but this ignores the history of hostility America has had with Iran. Iran, as a sovereign, strong nation, has been able to withstand American influence and thus impede on America's dominance of that region and the resources that Iran controls, even with Israel sitting at Iran's doorstep. And Israel, because of its Zionist nature, has always wanted to attack Iran, along with everyone else in that region for years. But for the longest, America has not allowed
This is almost
them to,
done,
because
so
most
I think
American
we'll wrap
presidents fully understood
this
that we
video and
probably
then go to the Lego thing.
Is completely correct. Yeah.
Can't win a war with Iran, which, if you're paying attention, is clearly correct. But that doesn't mean that we didn't desire to do the exact same thing Israel did. This is why you see so many other American politicians wanting more action from America in Iran, low key on
mixed in chicken and
both
stuff.
sides of the aisle. America has not just allowed, but has encouraged Israel to be exactly what it is for decades at this point. It's just that this time around, Palestinians were able to show the world.
FDE is an idiot. No one's saying it's hidden. Everyone's saying they're doing it out in the open.
What is happening to them? And I want to be clear. Palestinians do not care and should not care how they get free or who in America is going to bring them to that point. If they get free because of a right-wing regime.
Of course they should, right? Like to whatever political force potentially frees Palestine. Obviously, Palestinians should care what it is and what they're doing and how they do it. But
Tucker Carlson always looks like such a just putz.
I mean, because the details are really important there for Palestinian people too.
Ushered in by Tucker Carlson decides to act on their innate hatred of Jewish people and pull support from Israel. That's an us problem. That's not a them problem. There's a great short essay from Laith Marouf. Again, I apologize if I got that wrong, where he's responding to a recent interview where Norm Finkelstein basically says exactly what I'm saying here. But Marouf comes back to reiterate that none of that is a Palestinian's concern.
Kind of pedantic. Well, no, it's pretty important. Yeah, in the long run, the difference between a Palestine that's freed by like an internationalist, principled, anti-colonial effort to rein in Israel is very, very different from a Palestine that is freed because American neo-Nazis take over and cut aid to Israel.
No, this is mine.
The former path
you
probably a better one for Palestinians, right? Because you ideally you wouldn't want them to be
It
out
kind of sounds like FD saying don't do anything ever. Now that, Sylvie, I'm glad you said that. That's kind of what I took from this video.
on their own. Yeah, it's
where
the same reason.
I left this video just being like with FD, where I'm like, okay, so what's the answer? What are we supposed to do?
Why,
just be like, okay, we're bad lefty. I'm too white to vote, I guess. So, all right.
Two-state solution is insufficient because what happens if you give Palestine its own state? Israel invades it. It would, like, that's day 2. Day 1 is they get the state. Day 2 is it gets invaded, you know? Ramsel, you can't keep doing this, man. You can't keep lived experience. Lived experience is the most, like, 2016 Hillary Clinton cuck language in the universe, okay? There's no lived experience. There's right and wrong positions.
Just don't be
white. If a person
white.
is telling you about their personal... Like, I wouldn't argue with FD Signifier on, like, whether or not his high school teachers were racist to him. That's a lived experience. That's what lived experience means. It means the experience that he's lived. I wouldn't argue with him on that. Unless he said something, like, that I knew was wrong, I guess. I don't know. Like, that's what a lived experience is.
Wait, Pep is white?
Right now, we're talking about Plattner and Palestine. That's not lived experience. We're just talking about the world. He and I are both equal residents of the world. You know, we both equally occupy the earthly coil.
Says literally, why is it so hard to believe that America first could actually be Israel last? So if the left, and by that I don't just mean us here on YouTube, although we are somewhat to blame, if the left can't present a crystal clear principle stance against Zionism to combat the nationalistic and ultimately fascist version that's taking a hold everywhere, including somewhat on the left, then we're fucked and we deserve it. So again,
I don't understand what this is in reference to. I think Plattner's a pretty principled anti-Zionist.
To Chris Robb and Charles Booker, I guess. I'll leave some links on how to support them in the description. But the bottom line is how we get anti-Zionism into our government is our business. If it takes hold in a way that is not good for black people, gay people, Muslims, etc., is only good for these white folks that like to act like Nazis online. At the end of the day, that's our problem.
Pep, FD is trying to get people to do some self-reflection. That's all. Why is Plattner some superstar and Chris Rabb is just, yeah, okay, good for him, I guess. It's internalized racism.
Not Palestinians, and I agree with that wholeheartedly.
So I'm going to ask then, is this one of those situations, because I had heard about this somewhere, where, or actually, I remember where I heard this. I heard it from some shithead on Piers Morgan that was talking about how he's technically invited to the cookouts because, you know, he's open with his racism. He's just like, yeah, man, I just say it. And they've told me that they'd rather deal with someone that they know is a racist than one that internalizes his racism. I thought that was kind of stupid, but is that true?
What I want to make clear is that if you pin all the atrocities Israel is committing right now,
genuinely asking now, because I'm a little confused,
on them secretly controlling America to help them out, then you miss the fact that Israel and America's imperial interests are one and the same 99% of the time. And even seeing that as advocating for a free Palestine is short-sighted, because while Zionism couldn't function effectively without American aid, they would still be there in that region doing something horrible to those people, the same way America is doing.
Yeah, MLK said that. Be aware of the white moderate.
Horrible things to people all over the world right now, not just in Palestine, but in...
If you're being drowned, you don't take the time to worry about who pulls you out of the water in that exact moment. I just don't understand what bearing this has in reality.
That's not a bad
like,
analogy.
These aphorisms are cute. They're great on a bumper sticker, but like in reality, in the long run, when we talk about Palestinian liberation or just like preventing Israel from starting World War III in the Middle East, obviously, like there's a lot of nuance and tact with regard to how exactly you would advance that, you know? Israel is a powerful, wealthy, nuclear-armed nation with incredibly close ties to American industry, politics, and you know, just society broadly. Like, yeah, of course, it's like a difficult, protracted battle. It's just like, at the end of the day, it seems like we're always coming back to the same central thesis, which is like, you know, white leftists are bad. I don't really understand what the drive is, I suppose. Like, we're all anti-Zionist here. Plattner's anti-Zionist. I don't really understand what the specific criticism is.
Cuba, Venezuela, Sudan, the Congo, all of these places where there are global calamities going on, comes back to us in some form or fashion. And this is not to say that Zionism doesn't have its own specific interests, or that it doesn't have nukes, or that it was not still doing Zionism before it had America's help. But understand the relationship between Israel and America is one of mutual benefit, not some type of mind control that's happening from afar.
That's true. Though it's obvious, like, it's not really mutual benefit, right?
Where are we
Like
at?
what Israel's doing isn't actually benefiting Israel, and what
10
America's
more
doing
minutes.
isn't
What?
benefiting America, you know?
This was
Like,
shorter.
the Israeli and American adventurism in the Middle East is no more beneficial to the populations of those countries than did the
Thank you to whoever gifted me this membership.
the
Oh.
population of England benefit from the king waging a 100-year war.
welcome,
Like,
DJX.
the colonialism disproportionately benefits the
I
upper
don't know who gifted that one
margins
today.
of society. Like, I know the average American is in no way benefiting from the shit we're doing in the Middle East.
No longer available.
Everything is about transferring capital upwards, and capital is international. Doesn't really benefit Americans. This is a point I've emphasized before, and I'm always really clear on it. I don't think racism benefits the dominant racial class. Like, I don't think white people actually benefited in any way from racism or slavery. Even though America got free labor out of it, I genuinely don't think it made white Southerners like better in like a development index or like moral or like general happiness way. I think that overall the quality of society is worsened for its inequality. I think inequality hurts everyone. It just hurts the people at the top the least. Much in the same way that ultra wealthy people are rarely happy, you know? I think that an equal society where people work together is better for everyone, which is why I don't think white people are hurt at all by like anti-racism. I think they benefit from it, you know? I don't think the knowledge that black people in Africa are dying because we cut USA does not in any way benefit white Americans, like not even slightly.
Be right back.
In
Cool.
fact,
You'll
racism
make
is
it just in
almost
time for
always
the
employed
Lego.
deliberately by the capital class, by the moneyed interests, as a way of distracting racist white people from the fact that their conditions are getting worse. White man, don't join that union. There are blacks there,
Finish
etc.,
this so my
etc. We're
cat
still
doesn't
doing
try
it to
to
this
keep getting
day.
it.
Latin people are stealing
She
our
added
jobs.
chicken to this, so
really? Are they? Or is it
he's
just
going
not enough,
nuts.
like, are they actually? Because the increased labor supply in America should also increase the demand for labor. Economists are consistent on this. Like, there is no stealing jobs. If they live here, they need services here. If they need services here, that means that more jobs are produced for their existence. They're lowering the cost, the cost of wages. They're lowering the wages for everyone else. For one, no, that's just factually wrong. And for two, if it was, the wages are being lowered by the capital owners. Like, this is all solvable. Anyway, I just like I think it's always important to remember literally everyone benefits from an equal society, in my opinion.
And the reason why I connect that conspiratorial framing of Zionism back to a lot of white folks, white liberals, white leftists is because
You hadn't mentioned white leftists in a while. You jinxed it, socialist gun nut.
it allows them to remain virtuous and not reflect on America's own history of genocide and how they fit into it. It's a framing to allow them to still be the heroes of the day, even when they're literally the villains. It allows them, like a grand partner, to say,
hey, I might have been part of the problem, but now I'm going to be part of the solution.
And all this other shit, just ignore it. Just pay no attention.
I don't know what position he's referring to. I don't like, it's just a vague generalization. I don't know what he's referring to. I think it's because Plattner wants to increase military spending. Does he?
To the other things that clearly say that this is not the case.
Does he actually, or is that just somebody being wrong? Because now I'm curious.
This is white savior shit. A lot of it.
Plattner firmly opposes increasing U.S. military spending.
Okay, so that's this is the shit that bothers me. They need to create their own villain. So like they will create misinformation, because that's blatantly what that was. That was just as bad as any fucking Republican.
He advocates for redirecting taxpayer money away from,
Yeah.
but he's so vague, you never actually know what he's talking about, which is deliberate. He's it's always,
not all of it, not everyone, but a lot of it. And
I'm sorry to contradict him here, but like supporting Plattner, the progressive anti-Zionist
Jesus, you hate Vosh's cadence.
main senatorial candidate, does not make you a white savior.
Yeah, it's literally just steeped in condescension.
Like, I know he's just mixing up a bunch of stuff here to the point where nothing
Really
means
is.
anything, but like, it doesn't.
I'm tired of it. And I regret the fact that it's
So funny, dude. Like, one of my friends, I remember watching a Vosh clip with him, and he said the same exact thing, that it's just like, it's like, dude, he's not wrong, but his cadence just makes it insufferable.
Racial abuse from a bunch
Have you
of...
tried Yang Chow fried rice? No, I have not.
One thing I said years ago before...
Dog, you can just say crackers. You don't have to go the C slur. You can just say crackers, man.
for any of this was serious is that
Yeah, well, maybe not.
once you've been
I'm not
around
sure
the
if
block with
Twitch is still cool with that.
so-called white allies, you recognize that they often don't care about you as much as they say they do. Again, word to Hubert Harrison, they just care that you represent a proxy for their fight against each other most of the time. They will use the premise that they're fighting for a good cause to troll other, usually white people that they don't like on Twitter. They'll literally act like Nazis, and then when people reasonably say, "Hey,
dude, if you're talking about specific people, just say the people, man. God, this is crazy. Genuinely, what is he talking about?
I think it depends on where you're from in the U.S. because he doesn't sound that condescending here to me. At some parts he does, but he doesn't sound overly condescending.
He's mad.
I guess you're right because like the Pacific Northwest, like
like bad
yeah,
or something. I don't know why the fuck he's just say it.
yeah.
It is
I know,
bitch, man.
one of my now that you say that, one of my friends from Portland talks almost exactly like
that bullshit." They'll cry that they're being tone policed, and y'all are so unserious. And it's my fault for allowing
Obvious
that
spot.
unseriousness
Yeah,
to put me in this position.
It looks like it's. I guess he's just going to talk about drama now.
To have to be like, but like from y'all, it's just racism because it's hard for y'all to imagine that there is a large enough black community to make my numbers number the way they do. And I want to be clear. I have videos intended for a white audience, and those videos tend to do great. But the vast majority of my...
I wonder, maybe I'd like one of his white boy videos. Maybe I'd like getting sent over to the white boy.
Maybe I'd like one of his white boy videos.
Would fix me. What's a video for a white audience? I'm curious.
Most watched videos on all of my channels are videos...
Yeah, SFW, safe for whites.
Focused on black culture. The white audience comes around...
This is what I'm here for, is just like those little slips into it, just where he just
only for the explicitly political videos, which is one of the reasons why Stop has over 3 million views. I do not need a white audience.
Like, he talks about his viewership a lot, man.
He does.
Don't mistake my cordiality
No, he
and your
does.
presence for thinking you run shit.
I've
here.
noticed that.
Y'all's
He did that with
access to
yeah.
me
So if you
should
watched
just
it, because he did I watched his retort to Bad Empanada. It's another one, believe it or not. It's about 45 minutes long. It was very similar.
A commonly held notion amongst longtime FD signifier viewers that white people run the channel. Just really getting at the core of the issue here, you know?
has been me trying to be a positive force in the space as much as I can manage to. For those who don't know,
Nebula. Okay, yeah, gotcha. All right. Damn, man, he is really insufferable. God almighty. As a white male, such and such. As a white male, I feel it's important for me to comment as a white male on every video in this channel. They really pushing a Blackwater mercenary and somehow believing he's not going to have imperialist tendencies. They really just want the Republican to win, man.
Yeah.
Their positions are indistinguishable from those.
No,
of
that's kind of
Schumer,
how
or
I feel
like
about
the
it.
Democratic Senate committee backed attacks on, like they're literally one.
It's not just FD. I'm talking about just in general. There's like this segment of the left that just seems to want to give it to Susan Collins.
The same. Like they pretend they don't want the
I don't get
Republican
it.
to win, but they'll go after, like they'll employ the same disingenuous idpol attacks against Plattner in an effort to smear his character. As a white male, I watched this video, parentheses, wait, no, hold on. This FD watching an FD signifier video as a white male, parentheses, please put on second channel. There we go. Phew. Feels to me like this is the end result of idpol. Idpol was always like the polite term for what is essentially grievance politics. So many people have invested so much money and effort, most of them liberals, like reactionary liberals, trying to distract people from real issues and real solutions and turn you towards like insipid
yeah. No, sorry about that.
infighting,
I was
just
about to say, I'm like, wait, where's he
nonstop,
going with that?
bickering and like, well, you have a correct point, but who are you to say that? Your skin color, your lived experience, your privilege, your blah, blah, blah. And it's like ultimately the goal here, it's all a CIA op. The goal here is to waste everyone's time.
Yeah.
It's to make people,
Dude, I've been saying that.
Make people ineffective.
I've literally been saying that. It's like, dude, come on. Who benefits? Come on. Come on.
You know, it's the
Come on. Come on. Who's the people that benefit the most from all of us fucking being upset at our own people and doing the purity politics all the time to the point where we literally will be instrumental in getting the fucking opposition to win, and then the opposition turns out to be like the worst corporate fucking candidate ever, a la Trump.
Shit that leads to like Twitter hate mobs over white women writing cookbooks involving noodles. It's not real. I am not and never have been a class reductionist, but like this is not progressivism. FD signifies one of those lefties who still talks about debate bros. Dog, he says the word bread to multiple times per video.
Oh God. Is this what happens? It's like we're cringe now because like we were a little older when we saw this stuff and we were just like, oh, okay, this is what the kids are saying.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
All right.
FD edit.
Yeah, we're done.
The debate with Bad Empanada, you know? Yeah, I hear they took turns calling each other me.
Okay, that did end on a banger line. Shit, he's a nihilist. My spelling sucks. It's okay. No, he's a nihilist, yeah. You know what we say about the nihilists here? Yeah, we have another nihilist here named Peter. Eric, I love that you bring me in. It's okay, Peter. Now, we need you to just recognize that you are down with the nihilists. You are black-pilled, yeah. God damn it. Welcome to Pep Talks. We are in the fun half. I missed you, Peter. Peter missed you too. Yeah, it makes the nips very, very hard. Is it coated here, or is Nachikit getting free with the compliments? Yeah. The compliments make us, they make us so happy. Yeah, Eric's. Pep, they're anti-pragmatists. I get that. I mean, I get it. You got people that think that the lesser of two evils thing is just like, I'm sick, but whatever. It's the reality we live in. I would just appreciate if the left, like the lesser of two evils, happens to be a progressive candidate that can move us very, like, not just close. I want them to move us to socialized medicine. I want somebody that can take the floor and make a convincing argument to the American people that this is ridiculous and that voting against this would be detrimental to your political future. The fact that nobody can frame it that way on that, like, literally just with any of these fucking votes is kind of beyond me, man. Bosch is basically Tim Dillon without the charisma of a comedian. Yes. Yeah. Actually, it was funny. DA, I was watching Story Wars last night with Tim Dillon and Dan Soder on it. And Dillon definitely had that issue. It was kind of funny. Where people could, like, tell his story like it was his story just because it's like, that's Tim Dillon. And they were right. The one with Steve-O was fucking hilarious, by the way. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, the show Story Wars is a bunch of comedians run by Louis J. Gomez and Big J. Okerson. They get together, tell some stories, and you have to guess who told the story, and based on, and the panel has to guess. And it's funny because you know, it depends on how well you know a person, whether or not they're going to be right or wrong, and it's just it's a lot of fun to watch. So check it out. Am I from the USA? Oscar Fuertes. Yes, I am from the USA. Welcome to the show. Appreciate having you here. If you have not already this goes for all of you. If you have not already, double tap the screen, hit the like, and also sub to the channel. I would really appreciate it if you did so. Helps all of us smaller creators, and yeah, you guys can join this awesome community, because I do have a fucking awesome community. I would like someone to explain to me why BreadTube isn't the proper term anymore, because even Google has it and explains the use of it. Because we're old heads, duh, and Vosh just turned 30, bro, so he wants to still be, you know, hip and relevant to them fucking youngins or whatever. Where we chill here. Sorry if there were any misfires. Yeah, it's alright. What do we do if we've already liked and subbed? Share the stream on your Twitch or your Twitter. I don't agree with all your politics, but you seem like a pretty cool dude. Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I try to be, even if I'm disagreeable in some of my politics, I try to be just a cool dude. I don't know, man. I got a lot of different types of people in my life. Like, dude, I hope you understand that I would have to genuinely hate, like, I'll just say it, I got one of my sisters that is pretty hardcore right-winger. She's an idiot. I love her because she's my sister. And, I've known the little brat her whole life. And just because she's a brat doesn't mean that, this isn't like that, oh, yeah, you should disconnect kind of thing. No, fuck. I don't know, man. Yeah, Vosh doesn't want to embarrass the high school girls he's trying to date. I actually think that, I'm going to get all serious and all that now, but I think that he is gay, if I am not mistaken. And he is with a partner, so, I don't know. I don't know. I don't agree with all your parents. Oh, it's because I'm going back. I just inverted chat. My bad. That's hilarious. Okay. No, the guy you are watching in this one. Bosch is... Okay, there we go. Now I can get it back. Hype the VODs. Oh, yeah. Definitely hype the VODs. Also, yes. I appreciate everybody watching today. As I said, definitely hit that like button. Not going anywhere, just saying. Actually, I do have to go pee, so... sorry if I went off a little hard. That was infuriating to listen to. Well, if it invoked emotion, that is good content. Plain and simple, according to YouTube analytics. Alright. Are you a gamer? Kinda. I mean, not like not here. I am more so a commentator, but I do, yeah, I game. Play a lot of Pokemon ZA, because I can take that one with me, and it's, just pick up and play. About to start some Crimson Desert whenever I eventually get time. Although I should have more time now that my wife is finally out of surgery. But yeah, we still have a lot of medical stuff to do. So I wasn't able to see or hear Voosh on that one. Plus, I'd never seen the FD thing. Honestly, I mean, I'm still kind of... I think that FD does go a little hard in the paint with his fucking, fuck whiteys. Like, I'm just gonna say it, man, but whatever, man. He really took that don't trust the white moderate thing to heart, and I guess that's what he bases a lot of his politics on, which, cool. Just, yeah, there's also a bunch of confused white dudes like myself that are just like, okay, so you're telling me that I have, like, deep-seated racism. Okay. So you're saying that I should just be more open about the fact that I have this weird deep-seated racism that I don't even really know about because I don't feel it, but okay, you're telling me how I feel. That's great. Cool. What are we yapping about? Stuff. Just wrapping up a video that I just watched, and yeah. I think that, yeah. Cool. Like, whatever. I get what he was saying about, like, how it can be annoying, too, but realistically, yeah. Never been one to do the opposite, like the opposition thing. You know, grew up in a pretty diverse school, and believe it or not, that's such a disingenuous take. What? What's a disingenuous take? It all comes down to, would you vote for Plattner over Collins or not? All I said in another chat, if FD is saying to vote for Collins over Plattner, he'd be wrong. I mean, that's true. Human history is nothing but atrocity. That is true. That is true. My take on it is if you're out here disagreeing with like history and things because it makes you uncomfortable that white people, you know, were the people that were doing it, then yeah, that's kind of like one of those things where it's like, yeah, like that's racist. Yeah. I would like some better examples on where he's coming from. He has a real problem in grievances, but the ones he wishes to bring to the forefront and the ones he wishes to say are typically non-conducive to the general discourse. Yeah. I support black community policies. Yeah. I mean, that's why I was kind of upset about the whole... Like, this is what pisses me off, is the fact that sometimes it's like, oh, so we're going to talk about this and not how the Supreme Court just took us back to Jim Crow? Okay. Whatever, man. Let's focus on the fucking left whiteys, not the ones actually coming... Whatever. What the fuck ever. That's where I just throw my hands up and go, I'm going to smoke more and I'm going to just kind of... Fine. You can think what you want to think. It's the same way that one dude fucking thinks that I'm racist. It's like, okay. Fine. Okay. Because there's no arguing against this, I guess. Fighting our allies is such a dumb strategy. They don't see that! They don't ever fucking see that. No, we can't all get along because that's kind of part of the thing. But like, this is one of those things where it's like you have a friend group, but you talk mad shit about everybody that you hang out with. So it's like, why are you even friends? Yeah. Here's the thing. White people do not like being told about anything about themselves. Fuck you. What are you talking about? What do you mean? You try to make me do self-reflection? Well, fuck you. Sorry, I am trying to put it on a bit. Bad time. Bad timing, I should say. That's what he's talking about. I disagree, though, because I think that's too generalistic. That's like me saying something about about like black people, you know? That's like that you people fucking thing. It's just like, now I get it, man. Damn. What do you mean, you people? One of the funniest goddamn fucking scenes in Tropic Thunder, I swear to God. That movie. I reject racial politics. It's meant to divide us. I think so. That even lefties will recoil and retreat to white supremacist vibes without even knowing it. I don't necessarily agree with that, though. Like I said, like, I think that's almost being too generalistic on it. It really is. Like, I mean, if you're talking about like some fucking white libbies that are just like, oh my god, this black family moved into my neighborhood and like they have like the gay pride flag, and they're just like, well, there goes my property value. Then yeah, that might be that case. I could see that. You know, I could totally fucking picture that too. It's like 90% of the fucking people that live on my block. They got fucking like Ukraine flags, Slava Ukrainia. Fucking in this house we say gay, trans, and we love everybody, blah 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 blah. But you hear that shit, you're just like, motherfucker. That's just plain old racism. Yeah. Trust me. You do see some of that shit. There's nothing. It's actually funny. I'm not sure. Actually, Alex, you ever dealt with this? Like, cause one of my favorite things that happens is when, like, I have a white passing Mexican friend. Well, actually, he's... See, now that's me being racist. I say Mexican because I fucking forget where the fuck he's actually from. Jesus Christ, one of those South American countries. Peru! He's Peruvian. All right, but he's Peruvian, totally white passing, but he speaks perfect Spanish. And like, you meet the rest of his family, And for some reason, it's almost like he should be albino, but he's not. So it's like weird because he's had. He explained to me how he has like this thing where like people will fucking be super racist against Spanish speaking people. Stop, you're digging a hole. I know, but no, it's really funny because this guy, he told me a story about how he works in a kitchen. And these guys, like, he had this one dude just, like, straight up come up to him and just be, like, he was, like, the owner of the restaurant, just fucking be super racist. And then he just, he started speaking Spanish to him, and the guy fucking kind of freaked out a little bit. Yeah. Now, that is a level of racist versus embarrassment that kind of, worked out. He kept that job for a while too, so I was wondering, I'm like, did you use that as leverage? Oh shit. Hey, what's up? Yo, what up?
Sorry, did you see the thing? Am I on the stream now?
Yeah, you're on stream. Yeah, you're live.
All right. Hey, folks. I it's too much to type, and thank you for letting me pop on for a minute here.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Literally like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
you're
good.
Okay. So hey folks, I'm Devil's Advocate Productions. I'm on Twitch and YouTube. I just covered Summer Games Fest. I got a bunch of trailers on my channel. Go check it out. But anyways, I watch this over on this space, which both me and Pep are hosts on, which is live Mondays through Thursdays. And I literally went through this whole video on Tuesday. So what I got out of it, first of all, Vosh pisses me off. That's a bias off rip, right? And the reason is because of the old FD debate.
Oh, is it really that? Okay.
In the same way that Brianna Joy, I don't fuck with anything Brianna Joy Gray says.
Yeah.
Like I watched that whole like ContraPoints thing, right? We talked about that. I'm like, Brianna's right. Technically, the words coming out of her mouth are correct, but the reason she's saying it is for these wrong reasons. Where she ultimately wants to take that. Same thing, I think with Vosh. Like, as soon as he, like, I think FD knows what the fuck he's talking about, and has far more education than Vosh, or at least in this specific arena. And again, this, like you pointed out, this was a second response to Bad Empanada, which I don't know from outside of, like, I've seen him on Twitter, and it seems so it seems like he's trying to do a Kyle Kalinske, but doesn't have the credibility of Kyle Kalinske. I don't know what. I watched that FD like video about the Empanada debate and him going through it, and yeah, it seems like there are some people who specifically leaning towards white dudes who do, like Elon Musk, miss being able to say the R slur and the F slur, like Legion of Skanks does all the time.
That's me. I just recently cut the R slur out of my fucking stream again because people, they just said, yeah, I don't like it. And honestly, it's like when somebody said you're better than that, I was like, oh, god damn it. You got it.
So,
all right. You win.
So like, it's that whole thing of like, dude, we grew up in it. Like, it's still common. Again, they're trying to like make it official legally. They use it, but the whole thing is like, FD's like criticism. I think, first of all, I want to check in always with different perspectives. I'm going to watch black creators. I'm going to watch gay creators. I'm going to watch, trans creators. I'm going to watch indigenous people. Like, I need to know. I'm also from New York and you're from Chicago. So everything, we're all mixed up together and we have different cultures like outside your door. A lot of places in the country aren't like that. And a lot of white people don't. And it's taken me a long time to come to this shit. I didn't want to hear it either. I grew up on South Park and Comedy Central like you. I don't want to hear like, oh, you're telling me I'm racist. What? Again? And me, for those of you who don't know, because I'm on audio, I'm half white, half black, half Christian, half Jewish. I don't like to be told what I am by anybody or how to say what I am by anybody. So I definitely bumped up a lot against the everything's racist and there's white supremacy and everything and patriarchy and everything. But you know, the more you learn, the more you witness, the more you understand the cycles of power and whatnot in the country and the world. It is in everything. And it makes you sound crazy. It's like talking about Jeffrey Epstein, where it's like, no, this dude literally is responsible for microtransactions.
No, but what about like your personal experience to it though? Because you were just talking about, like, yeah.
So my personal experience is like, kind of not feeling represented in any media, whatever, growing up, and again, like I am taking in perspectives from everyone I can. The only people who are like, oh, that's a white person, black person, is like Lenny Kravitz and Halle Berry, and then Barack Obama. But my point being, learning about and internalizing what I've been told by my father, the black side of my family, and teachers. I went to very progressive schools growing up and shit. I would rebel against those teachers. I hated those teachers. I hated that shit, dude. But eventually you're like, damn it, they were right. I hate admitting that the authority figures in my life were right about anything, because fuck them. You know what I mean? So like, my hippie teachers who were telling me about like, it's the corporations, man. They're fucking up everything. You know, they were right. The black people in my life and in my family and on the screen and comedians and whatever, Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, you know, they were right. Everything is fucking racist. And I think FD's video, ultimately, this is the whole reason I wanted to come on. I'm going to jump off in a sec. But FD's whole thing is, a response to basically like a firewall. This is the last video I'm making about this fucking bad empanada shit. Like, you got to understand, like, the behind the scenes, you know, goings on, like big YouTuber beef, whatever stupid faux celebrity shit is happening behind the scenes. And just knowing the metrics of like, oh, now his audience is gonna flood my fucking videos for months and it's gonna take forever, you know, like, again, who knows what he's trying to make deals with of making bigger productions. And hey, here's my YouTube page. Oh, it's brigaded with like trolls from some other guy. We don't want to work with you as a brand deal. You know, I get how like those dynamics are playing out, like Hollywood kind of shit. But on a much more micro and pathetic level. But so this video being like both a firewall of like, this is the last thing I'm saying about Bad Empanada without mentioning him. That's why Vosh being like, just say it, dude. It's like, well, you would do that because of course you would, because you're Vosh, because you want to fucking get attention and swim in the muck with like, you know, Jeffree Star and David Dobrik and these other like lunatics YouTubers who just like, this is my life and this is all I think about all the time. Whereas FD's trying to like accomplish stuff and like move a conversation forward that needs to be moved forward. And really the crux of it is the last thing he said. And you can watch my reaction on from this space. But the crux of what he said towards the end was, it's the white savior complex. Why is like, sure, Graham Plattner, anyone running against Susan Collins, who is been in that seat forever, is always the Republican. Oh, I'm the moderate Republican. I'm the example that there are moderate Republicans because I disagree with Trump and then I vote for whatever he does anyway, but I vocally disagree. Fine. That is a national story. Anybody going up against her, because that's a challenge. But why is Plattner in particular getting so much outsized spotlight? And it's because of the shit that I've been talking about. I've been excited about him since I found out. Holy shit, this guy, he sounds like Ron Swanson. He's muscular. He's from the fucking army. He could speak to these guys, these chuds that were he could speak to the chuds. He's the chud voice. And, you know, the idea of like...
Well, it's not, I wouldn't say chuds, though. Like, that's the thing. That's where it kind of... It almost... You're taking away the fact that this is middle America, man. This is where I talk about, like, I work with these assholes. Like, I literally work with, like, these everyday fucking like they play hockey at night, or they fucking, got intramural baseball. They got their 2 kids, they got their wife, they're very proud, of what they do. But they're also, some of them are idiots where they're just like, yeah, if they tax the billionaires, they're coming for us. They're totally those fuckers. So this is where I would
totally
say that
get
he
it.
speaks to those guys.
I agree. And that's why I'm still like, I think it's good. Like, I think it's a good thing that he's in the running. I hope he wins. And even FD doesn't say like, I hope he loses and Susan Collins. He's like, no, it's a net benefit. That's why he's saying like, it should be like a sneaky link. Like you shouldn't really put this much national attention on him. But first of all, it's not in anyone's control. It's the media. They want to fucking do it because they want to like they did with AOC. Here's the warning. We're worried. They're worried. The right wing is worried. They're making a story about him. The left wing is excited because, oh shit, how are you going to call this guy weak or whatever? Because we're talking about like 5-year-old fucking mentality of this guy has muscles, therefore he's strong, therefore he's smart, therefore I follow, like dumbass shit, So yes, like, is it beneficial overall? I guess yes. I agree, and that's why I'm like, supportive of it. But I think,
but when like FD's like
wise-
referring to like these types of white leftists, like, I mean, be honest with me. Do you think he's referring to someone like me? Because now I am kind of like,
Maybe.
okay,
maybe a little,
okay,
maybe a little big. Well, in as much as like, the feeling of like, you're telling me I'm racist even though I don't feel it inside. Like, I understand that exactly. I went through that in my schools. All this like critical race theory that they were talking about being taught
this
in
is where
schools and all
like,
this
no,
shit.
dude, you remember not
But,
even
like-
critical race theory. Sorry to cut you off, but for real, like this
No,
is
sorry.
where I remember like back in high school, they were talking about how like you had racist, where it's like you were a hateful asshole. But then you had racial, where it's like, yeah, you just talked to like this is. It's like you could. There was this nuance where you recognize the difference. It wasn't about being a white savior. It was just about understanding at some point and just being like, okay, well, there are some just lines I can't cross, I guess, or like just not even lines you can't cross, but just like there are some things you just will never understand. But it's the same. Like you could say that about any given culture to be completely real.
And I agree. And yes, absolutely, dude, absolutely. There are things about every culture that someone not of that culture just isn't gonna get. And that goes down to like neighborhood, where you grew up, in location. But and me being told like you don't know that you're doing this, it immediately makes anyone defensive, because what do you mean I don't know myself? You know what I mean?
It's
Like,
also, but it's not like you're. It's not like that's not the. I would almost. I'm gonna sound condescending here. I know I am. But
No, it's
it's
all right.
not the way you should say that, because like immediately it is kind of. It's almost inviting them to be defensive. At that
Yes,
point you
and-
could just be
and
like, you're
I
not
get
thinking.
that.
You're not being. You're not thinking of this with like a certain racial side to it, or like just there.
Yeah, but
I don't have the
Pep,
perfect way of
Pep,
saying it, but
here's the thing. Can you see it from the other way of like,
yeah,
I have to tell a white person who, by all accounts, like when he's talking about white leftists, he's talking about people who think they have everyone's best interest at heart. That's what we're all trying to do here, is like get to fucking, free healthcare, socialism, whatever. Good shit for most people. The most good shit for the most people. The end. That's the equation.
Yeah.
People who think they're trying to do that, but are blind to, and in some cases don't want to recognize how initially what the thing was FD was criticizing Bad Empanada for calling someone a Zog slave, a black person, a Zog slave on Twitter.
Yeah, I kind of
And
remember that.
Zog, Zionist or occupied government, is a term that was coined in the Turner Diaries, which is a neo-Nazi like the neo-Nazi literature. And that's where it comes from. So using, again, it's the Kyle Kalinske thing of like, oh, I'm gonna call you gay, or I'm gonna whatever. Or even like I even said it on this space, like Mike Figueredo, when he used the F slur, but he's gay, he can kind of do that. But like Kyle Kalinske is not gay, so why is he calling people gay other than he wants to be like Eminem? Like he dyed his fucking hair and he wants to feel that way of like he wants to feel unleashed, and I get that. I feel like that's the crux of Anna Kasparian and
actually,
Cenk Uygur. Like,
Alex, this
like
is
annoyed.
No, because I think you get this because like this is gonna sound lame as shit, but it is because like you mentioned Eminem. It's because we grew up in that time, and a lot of us were just like. Yeah, man, we just kind of understand that it may be cringe to you, but it's not hateful. That's the difference.
Right. But first of all, now people, not everyone is educated enough to understand that it's not hateful. And a lot of people liked Eminem, who, I mean, Tom McDonald exists. You know what I mean? Like Kid Rock, a contemporary of Eminem, exists and doesn't understand that like Eminem identified with black people because he grew up with black people and recognized that we're all poor regardless of color, and he was the minority.
Where I was going with a lot of this too, where I was just like, I mean,
but like, okay, so like FD explaining, and it makes someone defensive because yes, I could see that, but from his perspective, or it's like, why should I have to cater to your fucking insecurities? That's what it is. It's insecurities of like, maybe I'm not as pure as I think I am. Maybe I'm not as woke as I think I am. Maybe I'm not as leftist as I think I am. If I'm bristling up at the idea that maybe Graham Plattner does have too many red flags. And like, that's not to say don't vote for him if you're in Maine. Yes, if he's the candidate, vote for him. It's blue no matter who, whatever. You know what I mean? But like in the primaries, sure, look around, see who else is there.
The problem that I have with the Graham Plattner thing is I don't see the red flags because he has been so out and open about the fact that he was exactly who he said he was with the Blackwater, BlackRock thing, or I never get those two right. But like the fucking mercenary, he was a mercenary bull, like that shit, the fucking tattoo thing. I really do. Like, I know that we got some in chat that don't believe it, but I think that he was just an army chud, and that was one of those things that they did.
Exactly.
And no, I do. I do buy that.
He's an army chud.
But the thing that
he's an army, exactly.
The problem I have is that we're not giving him the credence to actually be the person that he has been selling as the reformed version of this. I mean, by all accounts, he literally could just be a Trumper. Because he has all the marks where it's like he was in the military. Sure. He was a military contractor, farmer from Maine, or like a contractor from Maine. Like he had the markings of a Republican, which I think that's why that's my this broader point is why that already scared people and turned them off, because they're like, well, that's not really, I mean, it's not but that I guess seems okay. But now it's like, I've been seeing this where it's almost like everybody's looking for a red flag. Like they don't want, they're just like anything, just give us anything that tells us that we don't need to vote for him.
I understand. And also what's in this video that I don't think Vosh talked about that much is also his explanation of like,
hold on. I don't know what you keep saying this thing about him being the face for running for Senate. Like, I don't get this criticism. We'll go into that in a little bit here, but that's the second time I've seen you say that.
So in chat, Natch said Empanada stirs up way too much shit, way too edgelordy, and that's the key. It's just like edgelords who like want to be seen as good guys. That's what the Ethan Klein. He's an edgelord who wanted to be seen as a good guy. Yeah. He had that moment with Steven Crowder, got him more attention than he had consistently. Right? He's like, oh, I saw a spike in viewership or whatever.
So it wasn't as big as you think.
Let me team up with Hassan.
No, honestly, whatever. I see. This is the weird part. As I used to watch H3, and I'll just say this much: like, no, Ethan fucked up. He should have never gone political. He would have maintained his viewership base.
Right.
That motherfucker, like he is a literal a classic example of how to torture career, and like you could go step by step in how he did it, where it's just like, holy fuck.
That's what I mean. he was an edgelord who, like, you should have just stayed making edgelord shit or like comedy, whatever, like dumb podcast shit, and fine. But then that's it. Don't if you wade into this shit, then you're gonna get a criticism and oops, like now this is the only thing you do is just talk about Hassan. Same thing again. Same thing with these other people like Vouch and Destiny and Bad Empanada. I don't know. Most of what they do is talk about other critters they have beef with or personal problems with.
No,
overall,
no,
and I wanna
disagree.
jump
I
off
mean,
here.
Destiny more so, yes, because he's got that market capture thing where it's like he sees he does it disingenuously. He does it literally because he sees that it's like, oh, I'll get the boost here. It's like you are saying. Vosh, no, like this was one of those ones where I caught it in the clip too, where he was just like, oh great, now like this is gonna be clipped, and he's like, all right, put this on the second channel. Like he kind of knew what he was starting here a little bit.
Oh yeah,
but
Vosh
he also saw
definitely-
that it was gonna do numbers, just kind of
Yes.
like
Yeah, right. And he's doing it to do numbers, and that's my point. Is that
so is FD though. FD's doing it for numbers too. Fuck off. No, for real. FD signifier, he does this shit. That's the reason he
does it for
titled it
both.
"Why I'm Leaving the White
Yes.
White Left" or whatever.
Yes, of course.
Like, come on.
Yes, of course. He says it in the video. He says it.
Heige.
He says he made he talked about his fuck the police video, and he's going like, I accidentally put out this like radical set of ideas onto a commercial platform where a video that you spend months researching and make essentially a documentary yourself and you put it on YouTube versus a video of someone getting kicked in the balls. They are both still YouTube videos and they are both treated as the same product. They are products, period, in a capitalist system. That's the point. And that's why FD is not saying names in that video. Yes, he calls it something provocative. Yes, he's talking about people obviously that he has had recent, if you're following him in public, you probably know about. But in those circles, I didn't even know this fucking debate thing happened until he made the video and I saw it recommended to me. Oh, okay, all right. And I don't know Bad Empanada outside of Twitter, like I said. The thing that Ilidra said earlier, why does the reform chud have to be the face running for Senate? I'm going to take a piece of that and end it like this, because I appreciate you letting me jump on. I've talked too long. My lovely wife is sitting here. We're supposed to have a Friday evening. Just got out of the bath. I've been streaming Summer Games Fest all day and working all day. Again, go to my channel, folks, Devil's Advocate Productions, or on YouTube and Twitch. But essentially, why does the reform chud have to be the face running for Senate? The whole crux of why he put Graham Plattner on there as clickbait, yes, as clickbait to get numbers and to get, of course, to make all the points that he wants to make in this video, including that of like, here's why I haven't made a Palestine video yet. Same thing Olay did when people
I
were
think you're
criticizing her.
misunderstanding. She's saying that as a Senate candidate, why, like, she's saying most, and I might even have this wrong, but you've said it twice now, so I think I got this right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, why is he the guy, essentially?
Right.
And
He's
why
the
is
guy
somebody else
because
not? Because
numbers.
that's just who we got. It was either him or Mills. He won. We
Right.
don't
Yeah.
have a
Yeah.
choice
The end.
anymore.
Right.
Maine doesn't have a choice anymore. So now it's literally, I'm gonna just say it, man. This is where it does like get annoying, where it's just like you don't live in the reality then. There's
Well, no.
nobody else. I don't
he
see
never
anybody
said-
else stepping up to fucking be there. So at this point, is it just
He's
okay,
not
so-
saying, dude, no. He's not saying like don't vote for him for this seat. He's saying don't be like, oh, he's got to be the next presidential candidate now. Like, and I've
don't see
even talked
anybody
about
saying
maybe
that.
he could be.
I just see it because it's it's literally the most popular fucking seat right now. I had
yes.
I had the same exposure on my fucking like here with Kat Abu Ghazaleh. Like
Right,
it was
that's what
hot
I'm
for a
saying.
minute. Dude, if he wins, great. If he loses, you know what? It's all gonna disappear like within a little bit. But I think
Yes.
that if he wins, then it turns into okay.
more-
now we
he's
can
more-
see what like, does he actually advocate for leftist policies, or does he do the fucking Fetterman thing?
Right.
The,
But that's what I'm
realistically,
saying.
though, it's no better. It like just having Collins win is objectively way worse.
Of course, that's something everyone involved in this we're talking about. Like you, me, Vosh, FD, all agree.
Yeah, Lyra.
That Collins winning is bad.
Yeah.
That if Plattner is the candidate, Plattner should win. That is what he said. That is what we all agree on. The point he's making is why is specifically white leftist independent media, yes, all of us on Twitch and YouTube and whatever, why are they it's like overemphasizing, but like, oh, it's because the right wing is doing it. The right wing is pointing it out. The right wing, they're reacting. The left still has to learn how to create stories instead of react.
The broader point that I'm seeing from Vosh and other like reactionaries on this one from the left is the fact that it is doing the dirty work for the right at that point. Like you're just
right, and I understand that.
I hate to be this condescending guy where it's like, then focus on something else. You don't have to focus on that. Realistically, like I said, if you live in Maine, fine. If you don't live in Maine, honestly, fuck off.
Yeah, and that's yes, and it's also something to talk about. The right wing loves pointing at anything that's not the blatant corruption that they're doing and blah blah blah.
No, but this is why they're good at it. Angry Ginger said this shit about how they are very good at pushing a narrative and getting the left wing to fight themselves on it.
And again, I think that's mostly what FD is trying to say.
Yeah,
get good. Fucking Dark Souls. We're talking about video games. I'm so excited you're gonna play Crimson Desert, dude. You got to stream it. I want to see it.
All right.
Or we'll give each other updates. Anyways,
okay.
The crux of the video is why is white leftist media not asking for more interviews with people like Chris Rabb, Charles Booker?
That's fair.
And highlight and creating stories, creating narratives, and instead of
I mean, you could argue that guys like Hassan are. I mean,
yes,
you could also
guys
argue
like
that Hassan's not fully white.
That's why you know FD is like Hassan. Like I'm still looking at you, Hassan. Like I'm still watching you, and you're doing your thing, and you know it's good, but I'm worried about you, and blah blah blah. Because he's like, you easily could fall apart, and that would not be good. You're kind of putting yourself in this position of like, okay, I'm the guy, and can you handle that pressure? It's here now. Can you handle it?
Yeah, that's fair.
And he's still even side-eyeing that, and that's fair. It's just. It's always good to get other perspectives, is all I'm saying.
No,
like
no,
I'll
you're
watch
not wrong.
I watch Vosh clips. I watch fucking like Destiny just to see what they're saying. Tim Cast, you know, Candace Owens, these lunatics. I watch them all. I watch them all just to see what they're saying. And yeah, checking in with Black Tube or whatever you want to call it. Red Tube is too old. We call it Black Tube. I don't know. Olay, Foreign Man in Foreign Land, Kenny JD, fucking Jesse Wu. Y'all don't know about Jesse Wu. I guarantee you.
Hey.
But like Joe Budden podcast, like all this shit. Mark Lamont Hill, Jamel Bowie. Like this is
Cam
it's
James.
good to check in.
You forgot one. Cam James.
Good. Yeah, Cam James. Oh my God, Cam James. Good to check in what's going on in all corners of the left in this big ass tent that we have. Good to check out what everybody's saying and do some spring cleaning here and there. And again, just keep your eyes open. Is all he's saying. And again, why not more highlights on the things Chris Rabb is doing and fucking Charles Booker and Ilhan Omar. Like again, she's a black woman. Ilhan Omar is a black woman, but everyone just sees her as Arab because of what? Internalized white supremacy, bro.
You could argue, but you could argue that like black tube or like fucking black commentators aren't really focusing on her as much, unless especially if they don't have like if them themselves are not Muslims. Like
yeah,
I could
think
argue
Ilhan
that they
Omar,
fucking do the same thing, but
I
that's
think
why
Ilhan
I'm saying,
Omar
man,
should
like
have a much bigger platform for sure. I think she should get do a lot more, and I think she is. She has been starting to. She's going, she's been on Song. She's doing more, just kind of like regular media. I don't know if she's done hot ones yet, but she should. I don't know. Make her a star.
Yeah.
Fucking come on, left. Fucking do shit. Move. Anyways, folks, thank you so much. Pep, thank you so much for letting me hop on.
I will catch you later. Good night.
Good night, guys. Sorry.
That's too funny. Yeah, that was completely unplanned, by the way. He wanted to jump on. He had a lot to say tonight. So here, let's just turn this. There we go. I'll have to keep that handy. Oh man. All right, we'll do the Lego thing here. I gotta pee. Gotta rip a piss. Still haven't done that. Good discussion. No, and like, dude, listen. I'm always willing to accept this. Like I said, I grew up in a diverse area. I've never really had this issue. Like my best friend was a Mexican. My best friend was also like my friend circle didn't look like me, you know. Nice of you to let him in. What up, Kois? How you doing? But that's where I don't know. I'm not even trying to do the pushback because it's almost lame to do that. I'll just accept it where it's like, all right, if I'm a fucking lame ass white dude that's fucking trying to speak to issues that I shouldn't be, all right, okay. That's why I don't want to be an expert on this shit. But yeah, here, Anna, Devil's Advocate Productions, no worries. I appreciate you articulating my position. I was getting hot-headed. It's okay. Hey, no need to get hot-headed. We can agree to disagree on this one. Like I can most of the time. You don't know it, but one night I hopped into the Discord on my drive to work, but couldn't tell you, but you never noticed, so not your fault. Wait, what? Oh. Wait, really? Oh. I didn't know that. Say whatever you want. Well, that's what I want to say. I am saying what I want. Wait a minute, now you're confusing me. Wait. Now you're making me wonder, am I self-censoring? The reason I was hot-headed is because I felt like this issue is a core contradiction of our movement. I don't feel like it is. All right, so I've got to piss, and my cat is really fucking pissing me off tonight. Dude, Lito, why? Stop. You're about to get banned from the basement again, dude. I wish he could understand that. It's like, you're this close. You're this fucking close. Because he's like this close to fucking starting to use my comic boxes as a claw pad, and he does that, he's out. He's out. This is the reason you didn't meet him for so long. God, please go piss. All right, yeah, here. I'm not even gonna leave anything. Just oh, wait. Oh my God, I just realized this. Just do this. There we go. Holy shit, why does this like have... Hey, you can make it small or huge, or small or huge. What the fuck is with this? This is hilarious. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to fuck with this. I will be right back. All right, come on, you little shit. Let's go. Come on. Actually gonna stop being a pain in the ass. Hey, I'm back. We don't. Yeah. Anna, the problem is it's gonna be you and like fucking 3,000 people, if that, in any random localized area. It's just, it's impossible on the scale that you're thinking. That's why a lot of us just kind of look at it as it being it's not pragmatic, especially when you can work within the, the politics. I'm going to just say it. A lot of it is impatience. A lot of it is not being able to conceptualize it either, because we constantly get fucking beaten down by these liberal shill shitheads. But realistically, this would be so much easier if we could just get to that first step of taking money out of politics. First step done, get the money out of politics, then no more AIPAC. Then we can actually stand a chance. But right now, we are fighting such a goddamn uphill battle that it fucking sucks that we always get bogged down in this bullshit. You know what I didn't hear about the video? Call to organize. Okay. Shut up, Pep. Why? Wait. Do you realize you're downplaying calls to organize locally? Not really, because I've seen what calls to organize locally do. Like, I'm sorry, I have. And you know what you get when you call to organize? You get a bunch of fucking old white people that want to come out with their signs and they want to, they want to have a day of fun. And then we say how we don't need them, and then they feel like they don't want to show up for us when it's important. The impatience isn't coming from the person spending years to build an organization. I mean, then ban the parties? What do you mean ban the parties? Hello, everyone in the house. Hello. I don't see it as, I don't see it as that, Sylvie, but yeah, can agree to disagree. I'm gonna keep saying that, because realistically, that's what it is. I mean, then who's alright, I'm gonna ask some hard questions then. Who's organizing it? What are we doing? Do we have an idea of, like what the actual push is? I would like a plan here. I wasn't saying don't help your... Now you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that shit. Got it. Don't organize locally. Don't help your local community. That's not what I was saying. I was saying about calls to, like, fucking revolt. It's a little different. That's what it comes off to me as. You harp on everyone that says to do that. What do you mean? How am I fucking harping on people that, like, I'm talking about political organizing, like specific. I'm not talking about fucking mutual aid or any of that bullshit. I'm talking specifically about organizing the vote or organizing the electorate to actually care. To me, the point of organizing is to eventually eventually campaign and win elections. You have to win elections to attain political power. They don't see it. Listen, this is where I do have like fundamental disagreements, because I don't think that that's realistic. You guys do. That's where we have a fundamental disagreement on things. Hey, LibFem, how are you? In a minute. Hope you're doing well. You have to go through the previous... Wait. Some are conscious of it. Oh, shit. I don't know why the fuck this came in. Hold on. Sylvie, for some reason your comments came in weird sections here. Oh, it's because you. Okay, here I got mixed up. All right, there's a lot of orgs that are doing that with doing this without even knowing it. Oh well, that wasn't obvious to me. I didn't hear you say anything about a revolt. Okay. And you have to go through the previous stages. I know you're going by history. I understand that, but we live in modern times where whoever controls government controls the enforcement. That is true. That is very true. I mean, I don't know. This is where, like I said, we have fundamental disagreement on this. I think that this is where my hopium, and I could be wrong about this. Listen, I could be totally wrong about it. So far, I have been wrong about it. Bernie proved me a little bit wrong about this. A little bit. I just saw that as the first step because it's the first time it's ever happened. In my lifetime, and I think anybody's lifetime, really. Outside of Ross Perot, but he wasn't even like a true progressive. Like, dude, this is the first time a progressive really got that fucking close because people saw through the bullshit of the establishment. They saw that he was consistent in his morals and his in his political standings because he'd been advocating for this shit since the 60s. So I don't know, but that also, outside of the negatives of what happened to Bernie, it also gave me positives because it showed me that this could happen. It showed me that we got that close. It showed me that, had we just been able to overcome one specific hurdle, and that's Citizens United, which you do have precedent now with Hawaii coming out and being like, hey, no more of this bullshit, but thinking that because we're in modern times, we are immune from historical trends. It's not about historical trends. It's about learning from history, also what winning tactics are and where we can go with this and how you can the biggest thing is selling these. We in America do have this thing where if we can sell people on ideas, we can win an election that is too big to rig. That is actually but the problem is nobody's out there fucking amping up the base, or not even a base. They want just their base. God, this is what I'm so sick of. I don't know. I learned this in fucking elementary school when I was doing the fucking the student government bullshit. And I know that I've made this I have already made this comparative where it's yes, but it's classroom politics. The fucking person that's, knows how to, actually communicate. All right, we had this kid, Sean. Oh, God, no, fuck it. No. His name was Sean T, because there is another Sean in this. So, Sean T, he prepared forever for the debate. And he thought for sure he was going to win. Then we had this girl, Tiffany, who went against Sean for the presidency. Then comes fucking Sean F. Sean F., he was an idiot. But you know what? He knew how to work these people, and he knew how to work he was good. He was just good at doing things. So he got all of us to go, to get behind him, and we all voted for him, and he won because you know what he ran on? I'm going to convince our teachers, and I'm going to convince the student governing body, or the governing body, to give us more recess, longer lunches. He was talking about how he wanted more, an extra study hall for all of us, and he fucking won in a landslide. Poor fucking Sean F. sitting there preparing for his stupid fucking debate against Tiffany because they were so up their own asses because they're so smart. They were the fucking, the valedictorian and whatever second runner up to valedictorian was. Yeah, they were those assholes. But man, but yes, that's what works when you can amp up a fucking populace. And that's kind of the thing is I'm not saying to promise them everything that's false. Obviously, Trump did that and he ran the elementary style politics, but he won with them. That's another thing. Anyway. All right, I've been promising this. Let's do this Lego thing. All right. Whew. All right, that is going to hurt my computer. There we go. I just realized that this VOD is going to be brutal. The oppressor always chooses the tools of liberation. All right, yep, Lego, Lego, Lego. Alrighty, let's do this. Finally. Fucking Natch is just like, I have been waiting for this for 5.5 hours. I mean, do we have to cover the Lego? That's all right. Let's do the Lego thing. The Lego thing. The Lego thing. Here's the... Hold on. Can I do this Lego thing? No, I am. I'm just looking for... I lost my first video. Hold on. Oh, where the fuck are you? Dude, where is this? They didn't remove it. There's no way they removed this. It was fucking incredibly viral. What are you doing? All right. Ah, found it. Okay. All right, let's get Philly D. He does a good breakdown of the beginning of this, and then we will go into the updates. All right, so here we go. Also, let me fix this. There we go. Now that feels better. All right, Philly. Fill us in on what's going on. The Lego drama.
The $200,000 Lego scandal, it just got so much worse. Hassan Piker just got banned from the 200.
Are you serious? Oh my God. I tried to hit record and it didn't work. All right, we're good to go. We're good to go. Oh, gotta go. Oh, what? You know, what up, Derek? How's it going? You're just like, oh, I don't want to do this. You guys aren't talking politics. All right, Lego drama time.
The $200,000 Lego scandal, it just got so much worse. Hassan Piker just got banned from traveling to the UK over Hamas and Israel comments. But Spencer Pratt's exposing about LA, and Graham Plattner's sexting controversy has the internet divided. We're talking about all that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, so buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it, starting with this. The United Kingdom just brought down the ban.
This is not... No. We don't need that. We don't need that. Local... here we go.
Prosecution. Because that whole reckless ban, bricks and mini... Prosecution. Because that whole reckless...
Wait, what the hell?
About Muslims, black people, and queer folk as well. But also, while we're talking about people getting banned from different countries, I want to give an update on someone who isn't banned per se, but apparently exiled himself from the United States to avoid prosecution. Because that whole reckless ban, bricks and minifigs, Lego scandal that we talked about, it's just gotten crazier and crazier. And also, if you missed the coverage last week, and so you're like, what words just came out of your face, Phil? We did a whole thing on this last week. I'm just going to link to it. It's too...
Oh my God. This is the wrong video. God damn it. Oh, I hate this. This is what happens when I don't cover something for a long time. Bricks and minifigs. Where's the bricks and minifigs? Okay.
This $200,000 Lego scandal is literally one of the craziest things I've ever seen. The Nazi misogyny situation that you might not be aware of is getting even worse. And we've got huge news on Trump's gerrymandering wars. We're talking about all
this is it.
Of that on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, so buckle up.
This is officially The Lego drama.
Hit that like button and let's just jump into it, starting with this. Because we have got to talk about what may be the greatest YouTube conspiracy of the decade. You've got corporate Lego thieves, vigilante YouTubers, legal battles, police raids, even the Mormon church is involved. And it all starts with one of the biggest Lego collections in
You
the
heard
entire
that right.
world. To meet the main guy behind this story, Brian Manzel. And Brian says that his dad, he began collecting Star Wars Lego sets in the early 2000s. He's been racking them up for some 20 years until he had a collection worth up to $200,000. But then in November of 2023, with his dad suffering from health complications, Brian decides, hey, it's time to sell the Legos. And so he goes to a franchise Lego store in Salem, Kaiser, Oregon. It's called Bricks and Minifigs, and he signs a consignment agreement with its owner, Crystal Law Gorman. And according to the contract, and this was reviewed by the Salem Business Journal, while Brian would retain full ownership over the Lego sets, Bricks and Minifigs, they'd sell them out of its store, giving Brian 65% of the proceeds. So then here's where it gets complicated, right? Because 1 year later, Gorman was planning to leave the country, so she reached out to Bricks and Minifigs' corporate office. And both sides of that exchange, they have wildly different accounts of what happened next. Corporate's chief executive, Amin McNeff, he claims that Gorman wanted to close the store, but he told her that wasn't an option. She then becomes uncooperative and he terminates the franchise agreement. And since according to him, Gorman owed corporate some $200,000, that allowed him to seize the store's assets to pay off her debts. But in Gorman's telling of the story, she says she wanted to sell the store, not just close it, but corporate seized it immediately, then threatened her, wouldn't let her conduct an inventory, and then forced her out the same night. And she also disputes that $200,000 debt and argues that corporate used it as a pretext to take the entire store.
Okay,
By the way,
that's what
for
I thought.
Brian, he says that the issue for him was that all the Lego sets that he legally owned were still lining the store's
Yeah.
shelves. And so
Yeah.
then with all this, you had Gorman.
This was all consignment. So we have a Legal Eagle video that ties into this, the breakdowns that breaks down all of the legality here.
Gorman releasing what she claims is video footage from the store in which you can hear her telling a corporate representative about Brian's agreement, and you have the rep replying that the store's new owners will take it over.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
Right.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
So Brian, he then reportedly sends a letter to the store's new owners, canceling the agreement, demanding the money that he was owed, and asking for any unsold Lego sets back.
Right.
According to Brian,
Which under their contract, he was totally in the right to do.
the new owners denied any knowledge of that agreement, and
And
corporate
this is
told
where
him
it
to
gets
take it up
hairy.
with Gorman. But of course, he was like, what are you talking about? Gorman doesn't own the store anymore. You guys own it, and you have my Legos. With him also claiming that this is what happened when he argued with a corporate rep about it.
The guy just looks at me, crosses his arms, and goes, "Let me tell you what's going to happen if we go to court."
And so that is where YouTuber Ben Schneider, also known as Reckless Ben, comes in. And Ben's known for these investigative projects where he puts on spy glasses and goes into place like the Church of Scientology or McCamey Manor, right? That haunted house attraction accused of abuse that Hulu turned into a documentary. And well, his latest project is actually to get Brian his Legos back. But that turned out to be so much more complicated than he ever could have imagined. And I want to preface here just by saying so much of this story that we have is only through Ben's point of view up to this point. So just keep that in mind. But first, he went to the local Bricks and Minifig store, but the manager there told him to go to corporate. So then he goes to corporate headquarters, but they tell him to talk to the local store owners. So he then goes back to the store and he tells them what corporate said. But the manager accuses him of harassment, calls the police, and trespassed him for life. And at this point, he wants to talk to the store's owner, Josh Johnson, directly, but he doesn't have the guy's phone number. So he gets a little creative, right? Because in Ben's mind, the Bricks and Minifigs employees were brainwashed. So he decided to create what he called his own Lego cult by brainwashing an employee to join his side. And to pull this off, he had his friend Victor pose as a famous YouTuber who was filming a big video at the store.
My name's Victor. We're going to Bricks and Minifigs. Let's go.
So Victor set up a fake competition, then invited the employee who won it to accept her award.
You're the Lego Queen. Yes, she's the Lego Queen. Lego Queen. Lego Queen. Lego Queen.
Then, after gaining her trust, they asked her about Brian's Legos.
I know some of it. They were going to reimburse him for everything, and then I think they did, and he's still upset about everything, which I get.
They reimbursed him for everything?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have any of his stuff on the shelves.
Really?
Yeah, we don't have any of it.
We think they've been lying to you. So these were all the sets in the store, and they're all metadata time-stamped.
Wait, we do have these ones.
Yeah, those are all his.
No, some of them I think we do still have.
Yeah, I know you guys do. You showed me one of them when I asked.
Did I?
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, you're it's called one of you?
Yeah, all I did was...
Oh my god. You know what's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested? How do we
Dang.
get them arrested?
And lastly, she apparently
Damn.
gave him the owner Josh's phone number, so they called him up. But he denied having any knowledge of the Legos.
Yeah,
and
she
argued
got
with
worse.
co-sign- Simon contract had nothing to do with him because he wasn't the one who signed it.
That's
So
a good
Ben's
bad
next
word,
move
but
was
at the
to
same
take
time,
bricks and minifigs to court. But he says that doing it the normal
Blair
way would
Witch
have been
Wives, yeah.
prohibitively expensive. So instead, he did it the abnormal way, baiting bricks and minifigs.
I mean, just so you know that those guys, if anything happens to her, they're going to be haunted by a woman in the woods that literally shouts, "Lego Queen, Lego Queen."
Suing him so that the company would cover the upfront cost of going to court. And his method was to create his own business, steal their brand name, and make it seem like he changed the tagline to "We steal from old people." But
is where I'm going to make my grand reveal. You see, this entire time, my company name was actually called We Steal From Old People. Yeah, the words bricks and minifigs, that's just the company tagline. In America, there's no specific law that says whether the tagline has to be above or beneath the company name, so I'm just allowed to do this. So people are just assuming that the name is bricks and minifigs, but that's really just the tagline of our company. And our company name is actually We Steal From Old People.
Except bricks and minifigs, they don't take the bait. So over the course of this video, he comes up with a number of schemes to try and take this company to court, including creating a lottery to give away some of Brian's Legos, planning to vandalize a store with fake signs and banners, tricking the manager into a contract that says she owes him $5,000 for each time she called the cops on him, which is 8 times by this point, deep faking a fake apology video of Brian, and exploiting a legal loophole by having Brian split the ownership of the Legos 10 different ways so that the store can be taken to a small claims court 10 different times. And actually that last trick is what finally worked. The store seems to do everything in its power to dodge getting served, but once it does, they just don't respond to the lawsuits. And it looks like that results in a bunch of summary judgments, but when they go to collect, the store's been closed down. At which point, Ben claims that this is just the latest scheme by the owners to avoid liability and keep the Legos. And that is where the first video ends. And after all of this, Ben claims that he was swatted by police, and if everything up until now already did not sound like a spy movie, brace yourself, because he posted part 2 on his Patreon where he claims that the police and the Mormon church are essentially colluding with one another to protect each other. And so we bought it to see what he's actually claiming went down here. And again, and I stress this, keep this in mind, that all of this is Ben's presentation of the events. But it begins with him trying to personally sue Josh and Brandon Best, the other owner of that franchise bricks and minifigs location. And to do that, the court tells Ben that he needs to first demonstrate a good faith effort to resolve the dispute prior to filing. And so they first track down Josh at his house, they stake it out, they monitor him before then confronting him. So they go to the corporate office and they say they kind of want to give him one last chance to make everything right, but the employees, they call the cops. Ben and his team leave, they then drive back to Josh's house, except footage shows cops arriving there too. And so suddenly they find themselves stopped by the cops again, and the cops claim that they didn't fully stop at a stop sign, but Ben says that's a complete lie. He even plays footage that he later obtained from the police dash cam that seems to show them coming to a full stop. But also, either way, this interaction, it goes kind of how you think it would by this point. It devolves into him talking about the Lego situation before the cops let the group go. And at this point, Ben really starts hammering in this idea that whatever the cops are doing here, it's meant to protect these men. That also does not appear to stop him. Ben then tracks down Brandon next, and Brandon also calls the cops, who hand Ben a trespass notice, but again, let him go. And then this is where the whole Mormon aspect of it apparently comes into play, with Ben saying that he discovers both Josh and Brandon are Mormon, so he ropes in members of their church to talk to them. Right after that, they're stopped by the cops again. And according to Ben, someone reported them for having heroin. With police searching the car for 2 hours, Ben saying he has to undergo multiple drug searches, but ultimately, the cops don't find anything. They are eventually let go, and long story short, their lawsuits are approved, so they go to serve the papers. Except, the cops are called again. Twice. And the second time, the cops actually offer to go serve Brandon the papers themselves, but a few minutes later, they bring them back to Ben and they claim they're fake. And for Ben, this is really where a lot of the collusion claims start coming together. Because Ben hasn't even moved from his spot, and now police start coming up again for a third time, and they take the papers from Josh again. With Ben also playing body cam footage that he says he obtained through legal requests, where you can hear an official telling these cops the papers are legit. But after that call, the cops arrest Ben, and according to his team, they didn't give him any reason as to why. And while he's eventually released, he never really dives into the details here. But also, this is where Ben goes all in on another front. He reveals that in an earlier call with Brian,
and he has all the support from the internet now. These cops are so fucked.
Brian alleged that the cops are part
Your small town in Utah is so
community,
fucked.
with Brian saying, quote, they're like a huge clan that takes care of each other. And Ben outright claims that the justice system is actively protecting the bricks and minifigs criminals, as he calls them. And so he's at the end of his rope at this point, feeling like the only thing that he has the power to do anymore is just kind of raise the money for Brian directly and wash his hands of it. So he sets up a GoFundMe, and as he is hanging a banner for it at the place where he is staying in Utah, guess who shows up? And it ain't Joseph Smith, Surprise, surprise, it is the cops. They ask one of Ben's team to hand over his phone. He hands it to the officer. And according to Ben in the footage in the video, as that team member goes to lock it, the cops try to snatch it from him before he can. That's also when the officer starts cuffing and arresting that team member. He's then taken away, interrogated, and as the team's waiting to see what happens next, police then descend on the house where they're staying, guns drawn. The cops yelling at Ben, don't move like that, but the footage appears to show Ben standing pretty still when he's grabbed, and Ben here actually claims that his shoulder got dislocated by that whole maneuver. And as for how the police were able to enter the house, they obtained a warrant to search for stolen Legos, with Ben noting that at one point previously, Josh has even threatened to accuse him of this. And since this is his second arrest, the cops request that Ben be held without bail until days later, a judge dismisses that request. But then as soon as he's released, he realizes that there's another warrant out for his arrest and he's been listed as a physical threat to Josh. And so I kid you not, this guy ends the video by saying that he's fled to Mexico so the Utah police cannot get him because otherwise he could face up to 5 years behind bars. So after all of that crazy, this is where we are right now. You have a lot of online outrage over this whole thing. Bricks and Minifigs responded by saying this is all a complex business dispute reduced to edited social media clips, claiming Bricks and Minifigs was not a party to the unauthorized Salem consignment agreement. And you got Ben promising a part 3. So while we wait to see what happens next, I have to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Thoughts, opinions, reactions, takes, any and all. I would love to hear from you in those comments down.
Yeah, he really, dude, he milked the shit out of this story. All right. Here we go.
Someone actually hacked into the American Fork Police Department and released all the footage unredacted of my interactions with them. So this is the original footage I got with the redactions in, and this is the new unredacted footage. I'm lining them up and I'm going to keep only the redacted parts to see what they were actually saying.
Chill. I understand. This ends today. I know. We're talking to them. Okay.
Sadly, they weren't able to get the first 2 days where I was accused of having heroin on me. But the final 2 days, we were able to see a lot, actually. The footage starts with me going to Josh's house so I can serve him his legal court papers. Josh knows that if he goes to court with me, he's going to lose. So instead, a much easier option is he calls the police on me to prevent me from serving him.
His name is Ben Schneider. He's stalking my house. Will you come to my house, please, and come get them? I'm not going to have stalkers.
Are they there right now?
They're on the side of the house.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were gonna shoot someone.
I'm done with this. Officer, can you please help me and my family and make this stop?
Yeah, absolutely.
She had a consignment deal with a guy named Brian Mansell. A year and a half, almost 2 years, she had this consignment deal with him and she never paid him.
So right away, Josh is lying to the police, which we can easily verify with all of the metadata timestamped pictures that show that the Lego sets were in the store when Josh took it over.
He's hired this YouTuber. His name is Ben Schneider. He's Reckless Ben. They sent people in saying they're going to murder our manager. I'm done.
What are you guys doing here?
So we are in a court case with them and we have to serve them legal papers.
She is a process server and she's trying to serve you papers.
She's not a process server.
Okay.
Get the papers.
They're
fake papers. They're fake. Go get the papers.
Nice lip fast.
Okay. You okay if I bring those over to you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
They're fake.
Can I see those papers?
Yeah.
So this is what you're trying to serve them with?
Yes. I wish we could just send him an email. I wish we could just send him a phone call, or the court could just send it to him, but this is what we're required to do from the United States court. So we're just following the instructions of the government. He thinks if I just call the cops on me, he can get away with it, but we're showing him, like, we're not going to let him get away with this crime, so.
Okay. You okay if I give these papers to him?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Hang tight. Are you okay if she just gives you the papers so we can just get
Have
her?
you looked at the papers? I've talked to the Kaiser Police Department. There's nothing filed. So no, I'm not accepting service from him.
Okay.
Absolutely not. It's fake.
Okay.
It's not real.
That's completely fine. You have that right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad that these guys are getting exposed for just being fucking bullying pieces of shit. But just remember, these are the guys that get away with this shit. These are the guys that have the cops behind them.
Literally, all this police officer has to do is be like, "You are served," and then he doesn't even have to accept them. He can literally just drop them. But as long as you say you are served, that counts as illegal serving. So why doesn't this cop just do that? Like, this whole thing could be solved in literally 3 seconds. Like, here, I'll time it. You've been served.
1.52
yeah, like,
seconds.
literally 1.5 seconds, and this could be solved. This could literally be solved in 1.5 seconds. And this police officer is just purposely choosing to make this way more complicated than it has to be.
Hold on. All right. What are you wanting done today? Besides, obviously, talk to.
By the way, a YouTuber put all this to like the AI Lego videos, and it's incredible.
Much as you humanly possibly can.
I can screen charges. I'm open to screening charges through our attorney.
Yeah, instead of serving these court papers like the police officer promised me he would, this officer would rather screen all possible charges for me to see what random stuff they can make up about me.
I'm gonna go talk with him, give him his paper back, since you do not want this.
Can I just peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit of a
Never mind.
bind.
It's fake. There's no lawsuit in there.
Okay. So anyway, I'm gonna give this back to him and trespass.
Can I peek
Because
at it?
here's the thing. Like, think about this logically. Do you think a process server would show up with a guy that's been harassing a YouTuber to serve papers in Utah?
Josh knows that if he gets served these papers, it's
Yeah,
going to
then
be
he's
really
legally
bad
bound,
for him.
yeah.
And at this point, it seems like he's willing to make up any story he can to get us arrested before he gets served these papers.
They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, "Oh, I'm going to murder you," to Amanda, the manager.
And now Josh has just
He
committed a felony.
That's a felony. That's a fucking felony.
Lying to the police.
Oh, dude. The fact that this is going viral on YouTube is both going to be good and bad for a case against us, but goddamn, the fact that he just did that.
Officers about a false threat I made to get me arrested is super duper illegal.
He called the store a billion times, threatened the employees.
He does not want the paper. So
He's not want the papers?
here's that back for you.
Okay.
I'm not sure what this is. I've never seen something like that. To be honest with you.
These are court papers.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna erase your deck.
Okay, see ya.
Yeah, process server's really going to ride with the YouTuber. I mean, how stupid does he think I am? They have fake service papers. And the girl is like, she's like, "Oh no, I got to serve him these papers." Like they printed up a fake lawsuit, you know? And I'm like, "Oh yeah, do you think the process server would really be riding with the YouTube guy to deliver papers to a guy that he's been harassing?" I'm like, "Do you think I'm stupid?" I don't know what to do, man.
So, did you call the police again?
I just don't know what to do, man. I'm done with these guys.
We're ready and willing to arrest these individuals for Utah statutes for cyberbullying and digital stalking because they're using electronic means for communication and coordinating their stalking habits.
Oh, it's digital stalking, not stalking.
It's all of the above.
Okay, got it.
But because they're continuing to use additional tactics and other things like that, thinking that they're being cute and whatnot, can't continue. So somebody has to be arrested to show that they can't continue to do this.
No, we're just kind of wanting to know what you want done on this.
As much as we humanly possibly can.
He's going to submit, have it screened for charges with our prosecutors, right, with our city prosecutors.
That's awesome. Literally fucking.
He's very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers. Okay.
That's fake.
It
That's
doesn't
illegal.
matter.
You can't pretend to be a process server.
So
you can't. It's illegal.
Why not? In the state of Utah, to be a process server, all you have to do is be over the age of 18 years old. You got to be not affiliated with the case, and you can't be an attorney. And this girl meets all three. She is over 18 years old. I literally met her like 10 minutes before we showed up here, and she's not an attorney. So legally, in the state of Utah, this woman is a process server. And I already explained this to the police.
So anyone can be a process server. You have to be 18 years old, and you have to be not affiliated with the case. So she is not affiliated with the case. She's over 18 years old. That qualifies as a process server.
Okay. Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her. Yeah, she's.
Yeah,
we have
I
no
just
relationship. That's
barely
why
met
she's here.
her.
Yeah. That's
I
why
mean,
she's here.
the
We
fact
have no
that you're sitting in the
relationship,
car
and
with
that
her,
is
that doesn't
who
help.
she is. The exact person.
I'm gonna be
that you're
honest.
That's fake. It is a lie. She's impersonating a process server.
So for this girl to be impersonating a process server in the state of Utah, she must either be under 18, which the cops took her ID and verified she's not under 18.
Do you have an ID or anything like that on you?
She has to be related to this case, which Josh says he's never seen her before, so she can't be related to this case. Josh has verified that. And so the only option left is Josh must assume that she's an attorney. But if Josh has never heard of her before, how does he know she's an attorney? And spoiler alert, she's not an attorney. But so I don't know what Josh means when he says she's pretending to be a process server, because it seems like he's verified that she meets all the requirements to be a process server. So basically what Josh is saying is, even though she meets all these requirements.
I'll be completely real. What's annoying me is that he's saying this with a degree of certainty that it's like, dude, if you're wrong, then honestly, you do look like an asshole here.
I acknowledge she meets these requirements. She still doesn't meet these requirements. You're making no sense, Josh.
Impersonating an officer of the court, that carries it's pretty significant, you know, like...
Yeah, you can't pretend to be a process server. Sorry. Yeah, you can't. That's got to be illegal.
And that's, like I say, he's getting combining charges.
It's a Class A misdemeanor to impersonate a process server in the state of Utah.
So right now...
I want her arrested for impersonating a process server.
So right now...
I can't just go and pretend, I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
So these papers that he printed up are
fake. Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Okay, so now serve him with those papers since they're so fake.
Again, this is Ammon. I'm with the corporate office.
He's the CEO.
Oh, hi.
So what's happened is we had a former franchisee. Mr. Schneider is just a YouTuber that got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys and if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that
Reckless Ben.
money?
Here, I'll
And
link
that's
it.
what they're trying to do, is the individual who actually owes the money left the United States.
And now Eamon has just committed obstruction by lying to the police officers.
He created a fake contract, forged a manager's signature up there, threatened to kill her.
The thing is, now there's
Sign no agreement.
now, like they're out here saying that the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs, like that they had nothing to do with this. This proves otherwise.
Stupid agreement.
And then they're trying to say, "Oh, Bricks and Minifigs is like it's like a franchise thing. Like you don't not shop at Bricks and Minifigs." It's like, no, they have proven that even if the franchise were to have something legal happen, where they have to oh my God, they have to liquidate the business. I couldn't think of the word. Then all of a sudden they would be stuck in the same position. This is proof that you don't want to do business with Bricks and Minifigs. You want to talk about fucking like having something good come from this? Fire that, like get rid of that CEO and then replace them with somebody that then puts the policy in that this would never happen again. But it seems like that's not what's happening. It seems like they're weaponizing the police against somebody trying to get what they're owed.
I like how he can just lie to you guys. Just straight face. Oh, he owes me $200,000.
I'll check with the court, see if
You
it's
just
a
love
valid
how like he is so smug about it too.
civil case that he's trying to push through, and we'll go about it that way, okay?
Thank you for holding. How can I help you?
Trying to speak with someone to verify if a case is, just verify if a case is real.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
Okay, thank you for your help. I think that's all.
Wow, 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 wow.
Okay, thank you.
And after this phone call, I guess the police officers turned off the microphone on their body cam because I guess they really didn't want literally anyone to hear this, even if someone gets a hold of the unredacted stuff. Not even we now can get it to hear what these police officers are saying. But anyways, the police officer ends up going back to talk to Josh.
They're screening some charges, okay?
Yeah.
But we're just kind of working through. It looks like this is a real case. It just hasn't gone to court, okay?
It's a real case. Who's it against?
It against you, him versus you.
Ben Schneider?
Mm-hmm.
What an idiot.
So.
He's just racking up the charges, and we're working together.
So basically the consensus is we were all wrong here.
Yep.
However, let's just arrest Ben anyways.
Yep.
Like, letting them go cannot be an option here, guys. Like, there's got to be something for cyber stalking, bullying, like all of the different things. Like, there's got to be something to arrest them. and send a message that this is not appropriate, this is not okay.
I'm in agreement with you. Again, that's why we're kind of working through this right now.
Hello.
These cops, dude, they're so fucked.
Am I being
It doesn't
arrested?
matter, like, oh
Really?
my god, they're so fucked. Thank you to whoever got this footage.
I love you. I love you. Hello, officer.
There we go.
I love you.
So,
Okay, I love you. I love the American Ford Police Department.
So now let's get to the search warrant, where the cops raid my house because they heard that I was the one that stole the Legos from Brian. So I might have found out an answer of why this cop was so rough with me and threw my arm back. Before we enter the property, the cop warns all the other police officers to make sure we are not filming.
Hey, they're probably going to be quick to film. They're probably going to be quick to pull their phones out, so just be aware of that.
However, when we got raided, I instantly pressed the record button on my phone because I was terrified these police officers were going to do something and try and hide it from the public. But I guess the police officer sees that I'm filming, and once he sees I'm filming, I think he was like, as punishment for filming me, I'm going to bend your arm back upwards and injure you, is my guess of what happened, because afterwards he says this.
The main kid had his phone recording, so I shut it off, but...
The other kid had a GoPro.
How many did you get? You got banned?
We got 5 right now.
Mormon gangs.
Including Ben
Mormon Lego gangs.
Schneider?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sweet, that's good.
Next, we got some unredacted footage of me using the bathroom.
Ripping a piss.
Another thing about this unredacted footage is we get to see the police's entire office building. We get to see their detective board of us. We get to see that they're actually a member of the Church of Scientology Sucks. All my old school fans will know this, but basically I made a religion called Scientology Sucks, and it legally got approved by the IRS, and Scientology Sucks worships a gold plunger as their god. I even got it tattooed on my wrist right here. It's like a plunger cross on my wrist. I guess the American Fork Police Department is active members of the Church of Scientology Sucks because they literally put my god on their desk. That's exciting.
We have a felony stalking case right now. Felonies. Everyone's facing felonies.
That's pretty serious shit.
It's super serious. I know that you've been told all of, oh, it's a fundraiser. This guy stole $200,000.
Yeah.
If that was the case, that guy would be in jail.
Yeah.
So
No,
let's
when I
use,
went
we're
back to
going to
the-
use
By the
critical
way, I
thinking.
had
Anyways, we're going to fast forward a bunch. So this is basically a spoiler for episode 3, but basically this Bricks and Minifigs company has nonstop been making fake bomb threats, fake fire threats, fake murder threats in my name that I'm going to murder them. The only problem is obviously these are all fake threats. I would never do something like that. But the police think that these are real threats. So now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me. Here's a phone call from just a few days ago of the Los Angeles police calling the Utah police of them scheming of a way to get me arrested for all these mystery threats that I've been making.
Paul, we got a complaint from a guy in Provo about this guy Schneider.
Okay.
And so it seems like I talked to the guys in Sandy police too, and then trying to get a hold of Provo police. So it seems like, yeah, Schneider's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
Basically, so he called me and he's just like, this guy's crazy. He's like making threats against us, my employees, our business, et cetera, et cetera. It seems like this guy might live in LA, or his last known address is in LA. So I guess I'm just trying to track down like what you guys are doing, if anything. I know, like, at least I've been told that there's technically like a couple open cases. This guy's already being charged in Utah by 3 different places. Like, what are we doing? Any idea where he actually is?
No idea.
Okay.
I know we had asked to hold him until we had further, but I'm guessing they just let him bond out. So.
Okay.
The only problem is I'm in a place the American police have no jurisdiction over, so they're never gonna catch me here.
Yeah, no American police in sight.
Good luck finding me. You are never gonna find me, police officers.
So he's in Mexico. This is fucking insane. Okay, so then we have, all right, we already got this. All right, here we go. This is the big one.
Did Bricks and Minifigs steal $200,000 worth of Star Wars Legos from an 83-year-old man? Well, the truth is more complicated than you might think, and it actually might be worse than you think. Or it might be better. It depends. It's complicated. But one thing is for sure, it's definitely different than you think, because there is a lot of misinformation out there. Because everyone is getting this case wrong. But this case has everything a law professor could want. Theft, conversion, bailment, the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, franchise law, successor and interest liability, contractual interpretation, bailment, Latin, conspiracies, giant law firms, and Legos. But if you're watching this video, you probably already know who Reckless Ben is. And according to his video and subsequent court documents, starting around the year 2000, Brian Mansell's father, who is now 83, began collecting retired Star Wars Legos set. The family invested around $30,000 and amassed a collection of over 780 sets and 1,200 minifigures, all sealed in the original packaging. This family project started—
That's insane. Okay, to put that in context, that is like having the early Star Wars toys, like in the mid-90s when those things peaked, and having them in box and like, dude, this, like, when they said $200,000, a lot of people were just like, that's insane. And like, how did somebody have a collection worth that much? That's how.
Started out as a genuine love for the Star Wars franchise. Remember when we all used to like Star Wars?
Yeah.
But it turned out to be a great investment as well. By the time Brian was an adult, the value of the Star Wars collectibles had skyrocketed. As the police report put it, quote, he and his father own a large collection of Lego sets valued at a significant amount of money. Many of these sets are vintage and difficult to find. Now, I'm not telling you to drain your 401k and put it into Legos. Ask the Beanie Baby collectors how that worked out. But some single sets like the legendary Cloud City are worth more than $10,000 a piece. The solid chrome Darth Vader minifigure is going for over $1,300 a pop. And Mansell estimated the value of the collection at approximately $200,000. But also, it may not have been worth anywhere near that. Some estimates peg the value of this extensive collection more at $60,000. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Now, the plan had always been to sell it to fund college for their grandkids. But as his father's health declined, Brian decided to act and consigned the collection to Bricks and Minifigs, a chain where collectors trade in used or unbuilt Legos for cash or store credit. Now, a consignment is a contract where you, the consignor, gives something to a third party, the consignee, to sell that thing for you. Generally, you retain the ownership of that item until the store sells it. And when it sells, you get paid and the store gets a commission. Or as Reckless Ben explained it,
so I wrote up a contract.
In the contract, it says that these are still the family's Lego sets, but every time one gets sold, the store gets to keep a small percentage of each sale.
This was a store.
I've got my Lego Piranha plant back there.
Of inventory. So that store that day was nothing but my dad's collection. Like, all the shelves filled. They had to bring in extra shelves and fill.
They had the original X-Wing
party room with shelves.
Now, it's very important to note, this particular store, located in Oregon, was a franchise, meaning that a corporation, a franchisor, licensed its brand, trademarks, and business model and operating system to a franchisee who owns and operates a semi-independent business under that brand. Now, McDonald's is famous for this. Most McDonald's restaurants that you see are not owned by the McDonald's Corporation. The McDonald's Corporation agrees with an independent franchisee to own and run that particular location. But because Bricks and Minifigs seems to operate on the McDonald's model of franchises, I think it's really important for people to know that they shouldn't be review bombing other Bricks and Minifig stores. Your local store probably has nothing to do with this whatsoever. And even if you hate Bricks and Minifigs corporate for what you think that they did, don't take that out on the individual stores. Because
I don't know about this one.
They're probably just independent people, some of them probably mom and pop stores, who have absolutely nothing to do with this whole affair at all. Now, this particular store in Salem, Keizer, Oregon was owned and run by Crystal Law through her company BAMF Salem 1 LLC. So on November 22nd, 2023, Brian Mansell and Crystal Law signed a consignment agreement. Since this is the document that basically everything in this case turns on, let's actually read that agreement. Section 4, titled, quote, title to merchandise, spells out the ownership of unsold Lego sets in one sentence, quote, Consigned merchandise shall remain the property of Mansell until sold. Now, this is the classic scenario. The consignor, Mansell, had legal title to the Legos even while they sat on this Bricks franchise shelf. And as the consignee, the store had no legal claim to the collection at all. They were just holding it to sell it. So to try and simplify this, we're really talking about 3 different buckets of stuff. The first bucket are Legos that were sold and the proceeds of which were returned to Mansell, or Lego sets that were not sold and given back to him. Obviously, there's no dispute over that. The store did what they were supposed to. They sold the Lego set and gave the proceeds, or at least his portion of it, back to Mansell, or eventually returned some of the Legos.
I've had consignment stuff. I did a consignment at a comic shop, never sold.
Sets. Then there's bucket number.
Anybody looking for the Sideshow Mark II Iron Man?
2. Those are Lego sets that
$350, it's yours.
Were sold, but the proceeds of which were never given to Mansell. We don't know exactly how big that bucket is, but we do know there are some sets that fall into that because there was a messy takeover that we'll talk about in a second. And then finally, there's bucket number 3. Those are Lego sets that were not sold and were not returned. Again, because there is...
Bucket number 3 is where most of this kind of falls.
A messy takeover from one franchise to another. That's where the main dispute is going to be. And let me tell you right now, it is highly disputed how many Lego sets and the value associated with those Lego sets actually remain in bucket number 3. And mainly, this video is talking about bucket number 3. And the one thing we know for sure is whatever amount is in bucket number 3, it's not anywhere close to $200,000. Now, Mansell could have asked for all or part of the collection back at any time prior to the sale, and the store would have to hand it over. And the contract actually anticipated the store changing hands, which, spoiler alert, is going to happen. See section 10, quote, transfer of rights. This agreement shall be binding on any successors of the parties. Neither party shall have the right to assign its interest in this agreement unless the prior written consent of the other party is obtained. So the deal binds whoever takes over the store, and neither side could assign its interest without the other's written consent. And the store had certain obligations on its end as well. According to section 5, it had to maintain insurance that covered the full replacement value of the Legos, just in case something bad happened. You know, like the store burns down. Quote, Bricks shall be responsible for all shortages, loss, or damage to Star Wars Legos, while the Star Wars Legos are under the control of Bricks and represents and warrants that it has purchased insurance sufficient to cover the loss or damage of the Star Wars Legos due to, without limitation, fire, flood, theft, or vandalism. Now, assuming that the Gormans in the Salem 1 store had the insurance that was required, I think what they should have done here is made a claim on the insurance. They should have claimed that the underlying Legos were stolen, which seems like it would be covered by the policy that they would have gotten. And then the insurance company would have paid them out. They could then pay out the Mansells. And then the insurance company would have become what's called subrogated to the claim, and they can figure out who is the person that, or entity that actually did the stealing and get compensation from them. That's what an adult would have done. Or as one of my favorite journalists, Mike Masnick, put it, everyone in this Lego dispute should have spoken to a lawyer earlier than they did. Yes, that is going to be an extremely common theme throughout this affair. And by the way, you should totally read Mike Masnick's article about this in Tech Dirt. Now, if you don't have $200,000 worth of Star Wars Legos, you might have had to take out some student loans to get through college. And if your private student loans are in default or you're struggling with payments, the sponsor of this portion of the video, YRefi, is an excellent refinancing solution. What makes YRefi stand out is how truly student loan borrower friendly they are. Monthly payments are built around what you can actually afford. Rates are fixed from 1% to 5.99%, so you never have to guess what your payment is every month, which is basically unheard of in private student loans. There's no minimum FICO score required, bad credit will never disqualify you, and they even offer a Skip 12 program if you ever need to skip payments for any reason. And if you have a parent or cosigner on your student loans, YRefi can help with that too through their cosigner. Extremely important, which we'll get to. But Mansell also had an explicit payments. So if you have private student loans, click or scan to talk to YRefi today, or I'll see you.
I hate when I do that.
Now you'll note the contract refers to Bricks. In this context, this contract refers to the franchise location, not Bricks and Minifigs corporate, which is the franchisor. Now that is extremely important, which we'll get to. But Mansell also had an explicit right to inspect. Section 3 says, and I quote, Brian Mansell shall have the right to inspect such records and the remaining inventory from time to time. Now, the store earned a 35% commission on gross sales, and Mansell got 65% of the purchase price payable to him by the 15th of every month. Now, the agreement expired on January 31st, 2025, so that whatever remained unsold would be returned to Mansell no later than 10 days after the expiration date. Now, there is some dispute about whether this store, the franchisee, was authorized by Bricks and Minifigs Corporate to sell things on consignment. And as you can already probably tell, selling things on consignment can get messy. You're holding inventory that belongs to somebody else. But there are advantages. Rather than buying everything at once, coming out of pocket, and then reselling it, you don't have to pay for anything that is unsold. So pros and cons. But the store announced the deal on November 7th, 2023.
This one is why I call this the greatest set I have ever seen. Keep in mind, these are brand new in sealed boxes.
So the store hyped the collection and the attention drove sales. And for almost a year, it worked.
That was the Ewok Village. That one was a good one.
The store sold sets, Mansell collected his cut, everything tracked on a spreadsheet and backed by receipts. And this particular store in Salem, Keizer, Oregon, was owned and run by Crystal Law and her partner Benjamin Gorman through their company named BAMF Salem One LLC. So Bricks and Minifig Salem One LLC. So to try to avoid confusion, I'm going to refer to the original owners of this particular franchise as the Gormans. Not to be confused with Bricks and Minifig Corporate, that is the franchisor. And by the Gormans' own account, about half the collection had sold by early November 2024. Then everything fell apart. In early November 2024, Crystal Law, the Gormans, contacted BAM Franchising, the company that franchises Bricks and Minifigs, because she and her partner Benjamin Gorman were considering moving abroad, and she asked generally about selling the store or having Bricks and Minifig buy it back. And again, the franchisor owns the brand, the logos, the trademark, manuals, training, marketing, and licenses that to franchisees who pay an upfront fee and ongoing royalties. And they generally have a say in the
Ewok Village Lego set? Yeah, it came with like 9 fucking Ewoks. Chewie, C-3PO, Luke Skywalker, Leia, Han.
Shutting down of any particular
It had
franchise.
so many damn
where the two
minifigs.
sides tell very different stories. According to BAM Franchising CEO Ammon McNeff, the Gormans contacted corporate after receiving a job offer overseas and asked how to shut down the store. McNeff says that BAM informed them that closure was not an option. By that point, he says the Gormans owed roughly $200,000 in unpaid obligations, including the original purchase price of the business and accrued franchise royalties. Now, there is a discrepancy in the amount the company later claimed that she owed, because BAM would later tell police that the Gormans, quote, currently owe the company over $100,000 in royalties. Now, it's undisputed that the Gormans wanted to shut down their franchise, the Salem One franchise, and reached out to Bricks and Minifigs Corporate to do so. It's also undisputed that the Gormans Salem One LLC owed Bricks and Minifigs money. Now, how much is in dispute? The Gormans also claim that they were unable to pay because of Bricks and Minifigs practices. Now, it seems that Crystal Law Gorman was the former manager and that she purchased the franchise. And she claims, and we'll talk about this later, that BAM Corporate refused to turn over the lease for the store or the bank account, which made it impossible to effectively operate. And she claims that it was Bricks and Minifigs Corporate, their failures that caused any breaches of the franchise agreement that eventually led to her unpaid debts. Now, Bricks and Minifig Corporate says that Crystal was way behind on her bills and was the one that had refused to pay out the Mansells for the stuff that they had actually sold. That the Gormans knew that they were going to abandon the store, so they stopped paying on their debts, which required Bricks and Minifigs Corporate to act. Bricks and Minifigs Corporate alleges that Crystal basically ransacked the store and failed to pay out creditors, including the Mansells, knowing that she and Gorman were leaving the country and abandoning the store to move abroad. Again, those are the allegations. I don't know who's telling the truth.
Yeah,
so this is bucket 2 stuff that was sold, but not paid out to Mansell.
You'd still watch a movie about this? There's going to be. I guarantee it.
And to the extent that there were sets that were sold but not paid out, Mansell would probably have a claim against the original franchise, the Gormans, and perhaps
depending on how this ends, bricks and murder.
Become a creditor to the new franchise, and that is complicated in ways that I don't even want to go into, but that is different from a consignor bailment relationship. And it wouldn't surprise me that if a store that is behind on its debts and doesn't pay out what
call it shit and bricks
it owes to creditors also doesn't pay out some of its debts to the consignor also, especially if it's being taken over by the corporate mothership.
Shit and bricks, the brick.
Or if it's
the Lego scandal that shook the world.
It's being ambushed and taken over, which we'll talk about in a second. But as a franchisor, Bricks and Minifigs Corporate does have a right to take over a store that is in breach of the franchise agreement or is going to be abandoned, and it looks like it did have a security interest in the assets that the franchise owned. Now, there's obviously a lot that's going on here in this one particular event. I don't know that it's especially clear whether it is Bricks and Minifig Corporate that is taking over this franchise, whether it is the new franchise owner, the new franchisee owned by Best and Johnson, or whether it is Minifigs Corporate taking it over for the benefit of the new franchise owner. And BAM's own termination letter, quoted in the Gorman's lawsuit, lists the alleged debts as $25,000 in royalties, $23,000 in unpaid rent, and a $48,000 purchase balance. And those alleged debts only add up to about $97,000, which BAM offered to waive if the Gormans surrendered everything and released their claims. But here's the thing. How much the Gormans owed is probably legally irrelevant to who owned Mansell's collection. And we'll come back to that in a few minutes. But McNeff said that the contract permitted BAM to offset store assets against the outstanding debt, which he described as, quote, similar to an asset seizure in a bankruptcy sale. Now that makes sense, but McNeff's analogy is inapt because bankruptcy does not magically convert someone else's property into the debtor's estate. In both bankruptcy law and secured transactions, a creditor can ordinarily reach only the debtor's interest in property, not assets the debtor merely possesses but does not own. Now, that distinction is especially important
especially for consignment.
Because if Mansell retained the title to the unsold Legos, I'm sorry, the plural of Lego is Lego. So dumb. But under the agreement, then the franchisee possessed at most a limited right to display and sell the collection for commission, not ownership of the collection itself. So a franchisor exercising contractual offset rights could therefore seize only whatever interest the franchisee actually had. So if those are the underlying facts, the better bankruptcy analogy actually cuts the other way. Trustees routinely distinguish between estate property and third-party property held by the debtor, because property belonging to someone else must generally be returned, not liquidated to satisfy some other person's debts. So for example, if you loan your car to a friend and that friend then goes bankrupt, the court can sell all of your friend's stuff, but they can't sell your car because your friend doesn't own it. In other words, people can't take what you don't own. So in essence, a creditor can offset against the debtor's assets, but the legal dispute here is whether the Star Wars collection was ever the debtor's asset in the first place. Okay, so the Gormans say that when they told the company that they were considering moving to another country, BAM held a friendly mutual separation meeting the morning of November 14th, 2024. But BAM said nothing about an immediate takeover.
Look at that huge pile of Lego. It sounds wrong. Yeah, it feels wrong.
The company sent a representative to the store to demand the keys and threatened to call the police, warning that if they resisted, he'd, quote,
We talked to her. If you fight this, then you're putting yourself into a whole lot of shit.
That representative was Kai McAllister, BAM's director of operations. And while McAllister ran the seizure in person, he was on the phone with Brandon Best, who turned out to be the incoming new owner, all while Crystal Law was being walked out of her own store. The whole exchange was captured on the store's security system with a Ring recording corroborating it. And the Gormans told McAllister on that recorded call that the store held Mansell's consigned collection and that Mansell had not been paid for unsold sets. According to her complaint against the company, McAllister responded that BAM's corporate office was, quote, assuming responsibility for the consignment agreement. That is, of course, contested. Then the next day, when Crystal Law again tried to sort out paying Mansell, a BAM representative brushed her off, and according to the recorded conversation, quote, Law stated that the consignment collection owner has not been paid his percentage yet, and that, quote, if I don't have my tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay. And apparently BAM's representative dismissed her concerns, stating, quote,
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment liability.
Now, later, every person tied to Bricks and Minifigs,
I'm gonna just say right now,
new owners would later insist they knew nothing about the
fucking A. Will this ever fucking pause the right screen? Like, god damn it. So this is my thoughts on it. It sounds like since they knew that these people were leaving, that they were going to do this shady thing and put it on them with like the whole, they knew they were leaving the country, so this is, they totally did it knowing damn well what they had. Like they probably ran the numbers on even half the collection and were just like, oh shit, like that's enough to cover her debts and then some.
Consignment. Or alternatively, that this conversation wasn't binding on the relevant parties. Now, there are some circumstances where one employee doesn't have the ability to bind the whole company. This is complicated and is going to turn on a lot of facts that we don't have. But as she was removed, Crystal photographed the shelves. Her lawsuit says that she and Gorman took roughly 220 photos and 11 videos that night documenting the inventory. And the photos show Star Wars sets marked with her yellow dot stickers, the markers identifying Mansell's property, still in the store. The Ring camera also shows Brandon Best inside at 7:12 p.m., with people detected through at least 8:34 p.m. The Gormans also say that BAM cut their access to the inventory spreadsheet in every other business system, so they couldn't even print the records tracking each consigned item. And apparently Bricks and Minifigs corporate did not send over a formal notice of immediate termination until hours after the agent was already
That's shady as fuck.
in the store taking the keys. And in fact, Crystal can be heard on the video mid-seizure saying, quote, you might want to let them know to send me that email. And when the night ended, the Gormans left with a single box of personal belongings. Now, spoiler alert, eventually Bricks and Minifig Corporate is going to sue pretty much everyone involved. And you can imagine why. You have various franchisees engaging in conduct that they don't like and possibly hurting the Bricks and Minifig brand. Now, this is its own legal can of worms, but suffice to say, they haven't exactly covered themselves in glory either. Now, the store and its inventory passed to new franchise owners Brandon Best and his partner Joshua Johnson. Now, Best apparently handled inventorying the store after the Gormans were removed. Now, what was that inventory worth? Well, lots of different numbers have been tossed around. In later filings, Bricks and Minifigs claimed the store inventory was worth only about $38,000, of which just $5,000 was in Lego sets. But that number is difficult to square with a store that spent months marketing a $200,000 collection. But of course, the Mansells had every incentive to use the highest number possible. And the Gormans say that the store had about
that's on them.
half of Mansell's collection.
For anybody thinking that the Mansells are the assholes in this case, you are so fucked.
In its inventory,
You guys are literally rooting for the most corrupt people on the planet, and that tells me that you're probably Republican.
Hitting the value at over $100,000.
All the footage and evidence is there. In the security cam footage, it's him at the store kicking her out. In that footage they sent us is Crystal asking him, how am I supposed to pay this guy? These are sets he has not been paid for.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
His own corporation is sitting there on video saying they're going to take it.
Yeah, and that's the CEO.
After this woman got kicked out of her own store, she called Brian explaining how corporate just came down and is now trying to take the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection without paying for it.
Now, Bricks and Minifigs Corporate alleges in their later lawsuit that they had no knowledge of the underlying consignment agreement. In other words, they were a bona fide purchaser with no notice of the consignment. They also claim that the Gormans still have never provided a fully signed contract of that consignment agreement with Mansell. And obviously, a lot turns on
that's
the security camera footage that involves a conversation about the consignment arrangement. Now, I'm going to say that that video is somewhat ambiguous as to what it actually means, and I'm not sure even if it's crystal clear if that qualifies as sufficient notice to put a bona fide subsequent purchaser on notice. And I'm sure the Bricks and Minifigs Corporate would argue that even if that conversation were crystal clear, and even if a phone conversation is sufficient notice to perfect the creditor rights of the Mansells, it happened after they had already taken over the abandoned store, which doesn't affect their rights as a bona fide purchaser, which we'll talk about in a second. And then Bricks and Minifigs Corporate also alleges that Best and Johnson, the new owners who owned through their company Baker Salem, had no knowledge of the consignment agreement either. They allege that the new owners didn't take over the abandoned store until early in 2025. And on top of that, Bricks and Minifigs claims that Mansell harassed the staff of the store seeking compensation for the consignments, and that after Mansell confronted the franchise staff, Best and Johnson
harassed the store? You mean just showed up and asked for his shit?
And tried to corroborate the contract, including with staff who worked at the prior iteration, who worked with the Gormans, and those staff members told them that there was no such consignment contract. So both Bricks and Minifigs and the new owners Best and Johnson claim to be bona fide purchasers for value. Again, this is a factual mess. I have no idea who's telling the truth here. But I can also imagine that when you have a messy takeover of a store, a lot gets lost in the shuffle. And it's important to note that the general rule, and I think probably the main counter argument here, is that a subsequent bona fide purchaser, someone who acquires a property for value in good faith and without notice of a prior claim or interest, takes that property free of many pre-existing rights that otherwise would have bound the seller. And that's yet one more reason why you follow your UCC1 financing statement, so everyone in the world has indisputable notice of your claim. Now, we also don't know for sure how many sets were sold. The Gormans claim that they were prevented from doing a full accounting by Bricks and Minifigs Corporate when they were terminated. Bricks and Minifigs Corporate says that almost all the sets were sold by the Gormans and that they were the ones that refused to pay out the Mansells. And we don't know what Bricks and Minifigs represented to the new franchise owners, Best and Johnson, when they took over. Did Bricks and Minifigs know some of the sets were Mansells? Did they have knowledge of that? Could they have had knowledge of it? Did they tell Best and Johnson? And even assuming that Best and Johnson and their company Baker Salem knew that some of the sets were Mansells, they might not have known which ones. Some were probably marked, but seemingly not others. And the termination created...
No. This is where I have to call bullshit on him. He's trying to play this to both sides. I get it. You're a lawyer. No, the yellow sticker consignment thing, it was on all of his collection.
Fog that might have.
So, no, unless they were then trying to do the thing where they wanted to just say, no, the yellow, it wasn't yellow sticker, therefore it was ours.
Made it impossible to know exactly.
No, dude, like the whole problem with this is that the guys that sold this collection had an ironclad contract, man.
Exactly how many sets.
Like they covered their asses. So I don't understand why Legal Eagle here isn't just saying blatantly, hey, the Mansells need to be paid out.
Were left. How many?
Period. None of this bullshit. Oh, it's a little murky. Who ended up with what? No, dude. They ended up with they had a piece of the contract that literally said if it gets sold, then it still needs to be paid out. Period. And the person that takes over the business is then taking on that contract. Period. How in the fuck is this happening?
How many were sold and how many were paid out? But as you can imagine, no one knows the full story here. And some of that might have been intentional, some of it might have been negligent, and some of it might have just been a byproduct of an emergency situation. So what happened to the Lego sets?
So Brian called the store to see what was going on.
Called the store and I said, what happened to Crystal? And he goes, well, that's kind of a private matter, but the corporation's taken over the store. There's something I can do to help you with. I said, well, yeah. I am the owner of about half your store's inventory. All those vintage Star Wars sets you have in there are ours. And he goes, I don't know anything about that. I said, well, you better get to learn about it because I have a contract, I have photo evidence, video evidence, like that is our collection.
Now, Johnson and Best say they informed Mansell that they had no knowledge of his consignment and that his property was no longer there.
So I went down to the store, brought a copy of the contract. We're like, you need to let me in back and let me see the sets that you still have. All you have to do is let me in back. We can go that route or we can go to court. And the guy just looks at me, crosses his arms and goes, let me tell you what's going to happen. If we go to court, we're going to drag this thing out so long and you're going to end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth or what you ever would have gotten on it, that it ain't worth it, man. So if that's the route you want to go, and I go, that's really the route you want to go, rather than just letting me walk in there. And he goes, no. What am I to do?
So at least at some point, Mansell provides a copy of the consignment contract and a formal termination to the new owners, if not BAM Corporate itself. Now, Bricks and Minifig Corporate claims that they still never have a fully executed contract, that they only have a version that was unsigned. But
fuck you. This is why, honestly, this is why I never want to play stocks, do anything. I never want to fucking sign any fucking piece of paper that ever binds me to anything. It's because of shit like this.
Also keep in mind that
if they have enough money, they can fuck you. Never, like, if you guys make under $1 million a fucking year, don't sign any fucking contracts anymore. Because apparently, in our new glorious system, we can get fucked and nothing will happen.
At this point,
the cops will end up fucking run. They'll literally be the fucking private police force for the people that you're trying to fucking get yours from. Like, this is insane.
In this saga, Bricks and Minifig Corporate doesn't have.
This is definitely a symptom of a broader problem, or it's exposing a broader problem.
Possession.
Like, how in the fuck is this police department not being investigated as one of the most fucking corrupt in the entire country? And honestly, it's stupid that this was over fucking Legos.
Of these Legos. It's the new franchise that has possession, the one owned by Best and Johnson. So Bricks and Minifig Corporate can't turn over the sets, as so many people on the internet have demanded. They don't have the sets. Still, the new owners, Bakers and Best, saying, sue us, you'll spend more money than you're due, while probably true, is also obviously a bad look. But Mansell believed that the sets were still in the store because people he knew had gone in and confirmed their presence. And so on December 30th, 2024, Brian Mansell...
Jesus, was he hired by fucking Best and like his guy? Like,
walked into the Kaiser Police Department and reported what he believed was theft of a substantial Lego collection that he says remained in the Bricks and Minifig store after the Gormans lost control of the business. And according to the police report, Mansell told officers that he had entered into a consignment agreement with Crystal Law Gorman, under which he retained ownership of the inventory until sale. Mansell told the police, quote, his lawyer sent a letter via certified mail to terminate the contract with Bricks and Minifigs. And according to Mr. Mansell, the contract required that the products be returned to him within 10 days, but this return did not occur. Now, the police investigation went in multiple directions. The officers interviewed Mansell, Crystal Law, Brandon Best, and BAM leadership, including Eamon Neff and Kai McAllister, and they also bagged photos, video, and inventory spreadsheets, security footage, and the consignment documents into evidence. Bricks and Minifigs corporate told police consignments were a, quote, unauthorized franchise practice, that BAM terminated.
Reckless Ben doesn't need to. Apparently, there's a YouTube lawyer that's already taken the case for him and the Mansells.
Did the franchise over unpaid obligations, and that the store assets were seized, while also claiming items believed to be Mansell's had been set aside. But Johnson, the new owner of this franchise, also claimed that he had the right to that property. Here's the statement that he made to police, quote, "However, due to the claim that Mr. Mansell continues to call the business despite being told not to and encouraging others to do so as well, he does not want to give these items to Mr. Mansell." He added that he also doesn't feel he needs to since the store's inventory became his once he took it over.
That's
so
not
he didn't
how it
want
works.
to give the items to Mansell because
This is-
of Mansell's
This
phone
is
calls.
just,
And why
how
didn't
is this not fucking cut and dry? That's what's pissing me off here. What the actual fuck? And if the courts don't step up and just side with the Mansells right away, we honestly could, like, no rule of law. There really is none.
The police order him to return the sets
What
to
the
Mansell
fuck?
immediately. I guess we'd have to talk to the DA. Now, presumably, these exchanges were all caught on body cam, and all of
God
Johnson's interactions
damn.
with the police are probably recorded. And because body cam footage usually finds its way to the public, it's become its own cottage industry of videos on YouTube. And because of that, I highly recommend checking out Lindsay Ellis's documentary, The Macabre World of Police Body Cam YouTube. It's a fascinating expose on how this wildly popular genre of true crime content is altering social attitudes about law enforcement and who they ultimately serve. But the only place that you can watch that exclusive video is on Nebula, who sponsored this portion of the video.
Of course.
Nebula is a streaming service that my friends and I created where you can watch tons of exclusive.
Fuck off.
He verified everything had been returned. Mansell admitted that he had not checked every item, only the, quote, expensive sets that were back. Then in January 2025, the officer knows, quote, Crystal contacted Mansell and found some of his product at her house, returning 230 plus minifigures, 12 to 13 smaller sets, and Cloud City sets. The officer explicitly says it was unknown whether she took them during the lockout or had possessed them all along. So the police suspected Crystal. And this had the effect of making Mansell believe briefly that the Gormans stole his property. But the thing is, even after those returns, Mansell maintained that major pieces of the collection remained inside the store after the store had been turned over to the new owners and corporate had terminated the original ownership agreement. And photographs taken the night of the takeover appeared to support him. And in a supplemental
The fact that it was the Cloud City sets tells me that she knew.
report months later,
Because the Cloud City sets are some of the most expensive ones.
police documented photographs taken the night the Gormans were removed
Things are worth like $1,300 a piece.
from the store. According to the investigating officer, those photos appeared to show numerous Lego sets matching Mansell's description of his inventory, complete with the distinctive yellow stickers he said identified his property. One photograph included Brandon Best in the background, and the officer estimated the value of just the identifiable sets at more than $6,200, including items she couldn't price. Now, that number might be low because it's only what one officer could count from photographs. Or it could be correct. Part of the explanation here might be that there were so few sets left that Best and Johnson saying it's not worth it for the lawyers to be involved might be because it was a really, really low amount. Now, fellow attorney Leonard French, who has also covered this saga, thinks that this is a slam dunk case of theft once the new owners have notice. I'm pretty skeptical, though. So this seems...
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus. Am I about to actually have, like, unfollow and unsub from Legal Eagle? I was already on the fence because you're, like, already, like, a corporate douche, but, oh, shit.
like it could be a pretty good criminal
All
case, right? Someone owns property, another person's not turning it over. Well, initially, the Kaiser police treated the dispute as civil and closed the case, telling Mansell that there was not enough evidence to proceed criminally. Now, Mansell disagreed and continued pressing the issue.
Yeah.
And in May 2025, after additional evidence was submitted and at the request of the Mansell family, police forwarded the matter to the Marion County District Attorney for review. The officer even warned Johnson and Best that if property values exceeded $10,000, potential criminal exposure could include aggravated theft. But on May 30th, 2025, the district attorney declined to prosecute, concluding the dispute was a civil matter to be, quote, resolved between the attorneys already involved. Case closed. Now, a prosecutor declining charges is not a finding that no one committed a crime. It means prosecutors concluded they either couldn't prove criminal intent beyond a reasonable doubt or thought the ownership tangle belonged in civil court. or it was just a matter that was too small to warrant the resources of a criminal prosecution. Now, a matter can be both civil and criminal at the same time. If someone steals from you, the state might prosecute them for theft, but if you want to get your money back, you would sue that person directly for the claim of conversion. We saw something very similar in the O.J. Simpson case, where he was found not guilty of murder in the criminal prosecution, but in the civil case, he was found liable by the estates of the murder victims, and he had to pay civil damages. But you don't need to say, try to run a fake lottery to convert something into a criminal matter. It already is or is not a criminal matter, and it can be both at the same time. But that leaves the central question hanging: when a franchise collapses, who owns the third party's property that's sitting inside that store? Now, when BAM Franchising terminated the Bricks and Minifigs Kaiser franchise owned by the Gormans in November of 2024 and assumed control of the store and its contents, did ownership of Brian Mansell's unsold Star Wars Lego collection transfer to BAM Corporate or the successor franchise operators, or did ownership remain with Mansell under Oregon law? Well, under ordinary Oregon property law and the Uniform Commercial Code as adopted in Oregon, ownership of the unsold Lego collection likely remained with Brian Mansell. Note, however, that when you sell things via consignment...
Again, dude, this is why, honestly, fuck you. This is why everybody fucking hates lawyers. Assholes like you.
You really, really should file the UCC-1 financing statement.
So he missed that one thing, so it wasn't as ironclad. Get fucked.
Leonard French.
But the guy standing at the, I don't need those pieces of paper. That's not even a real case. That's the guy that I unironically, like, you're putting in with here. Because that's how this works, dude. I mean, you are kind of siding with the fucking dipshits that stole this.
Your favorite...
It's a claim. Yeah, they're claiming abandonment.
Copyright lawyer did a really great video on the various legal liabilities of this case, which you should definitely check out after you finish this one. But Leonard has this to say.
Under Article 9 of the Uniform Commercial Code, specifically Section 9102A20, a consignment of goods worth over $1,000 to a merchant is functionally treated as a secured transaction.
So, as Leonard discusses in that video, if the consignor can prove the consignee is generally known by his creditors to be substantially engaged in selling the goods of others, and this location probably was, the consignor's rights are generally superior to the creditors. So even if...
Do you know these motherfuckers? Or the lawyers that are representing him? Which one is it? Like, goddamn, dude. Now I'm just like, anyone else getting that feeling?
Brian Mansell didn't fill out that notice, he still can win. And here, the Kaiser store advertised the Mansell collection. It was on their social media accounts, and the store sold over $100,000 worth of Mansell's collection. So arguably, the creditors had to have known what the store was selling, and that exception probably applies. But like Leonard says, if you're ever in this situation, file the UCC-1 notice. Now, regardless, a successor operator or franchisor taking possession of a retail store ordinarily acquires only those ownership rights held by the franchisee. And because the consignment agreement expressly provided that title to unsold sets remained with Mansell until they were sold, the franchisee possessed only a contractual right to market and sell the goods. It did not have ownership of the goods themselves. And the seizure of the store by either BAM Corporate or the next owner transferred the possession of that collection, but probably not the title. Now, the starting point is the written consignment agreement executed on November 22nd, 2023 between Brian Mansell and the Gormans. And Section 4 says, quote, consigned merchandise shall remain the property of Mansell until sold. That means that the store only had the right to market and sell the property, not to confiscate it and keep the profits. And Section 5 reinforces that interpretation and placed responsibility for, quote, shortages, loss, or damage on the store while the property remained under its control, which is more consistent with custodial possession than ownership. So, if the original franchisee did not own the collection, the next question is whether BAM or successor franchise operations nevertheless acquired ownership through the franchise termination process.
No.
Now, BAM Corporate says it finalized a...
No, this is where it gets too fucking murky, and again, why everybody hates lawyers.
Business and asset purchase agreement with Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best on March 27, 2025, and that their company, Baker Bricks, operated as replacement franchisees, that it assumed none of law's obligations, and that Johnson and Best were never parties to Mansell's consignment. But the Gormans counter that the new operators were selling from the seized inventory as early as November 15th, 2024, which is more than 4 months before the asset purchase. And they say that corporate transferred the store inventory and goodwill without ever providing them with an inventory appraisal or accounting. Reckless
That's
Ben
insane.
later asked Johnson about this, and here's what he said.
I didn't sign a contract. I didn't sign that agreement. I didn't agree to anything in that.
And now I finally understand the legal loophole that Josh is using to get away with this. It's probably the stupidest loophole I've ever heard in my entire life. Josh is claiming that it's not his name on the contract, it's the previous owner's, which makes no sense because in the security camera footage, he tells the previous owner that he's going to be the one taking over the contract now.
He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment liability.
I guess this is some sort of just contract loophole he's trying to use to steal the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection.
In order for me to be under contract, I have to sign something.
Or you had to take it over from the previous owner, right?
Nope, that's not how the law works.
Yeah, it is.
Now, there are several
yeah, it is.
points to make here. If Best and Johnson were selling Mansell's consigned sets from November 15, 2024, if they were doing so before any asset purchase existed, they probably have no colorable claim of ownership at all. And even after they signed a franchise agreement with Bricks and Minifigs Corporate on March 27, 2025, BAM Corporate still could not convey title to property they did never have.
No.
And an asset purchase doesn't necessarily cure that problem. It documents the disposition of
No,
property.
it was never part of the assets. That's the main problem. It was consignment. And under the fucking law, and under the fucking fact that they did have a contract that this was consignment, it wasn't their property. So if they didn't want to deal with this, they would have to listen to the last fucking owner, which she was trying in good faith to let them know, hey, this isn't ours. This isn't yours. This is consignment.
That was
like, what are we doing?
Never BAM's to sell. And the assertion that they assume no obligations contradicts their other claims. BAM and its operators cannot simultaneously disclaim the
all this over. The thing is, it's not just Legos. This is actually kind of, now it is kind of showing like, oh, so this is the two-tier justice system at work, and this is something that was supposed to actually like really benefit them. Like, this is the reason that you do consignment. This is the reason that you go to any of these stores in the first place. This is why the entire business model of Bricks and fucking Minifigs now could fucking burn, because corporate decided to turn a blind eye. I don't feel bad for the mom and pop shops that own a fucking Bricks and Minifigs store. I'm sorry that you happen to get involved with a whole bunch of fucking corrupt motherfuckers, but realistically, you might want to get out of that.
Consignment and also retain and sell the consigned property. If Johnson & Best assumed none of the consignment obligations, then it had no contractual right to Mansell's goods. And yet they may have continued to sell Mansell's goods. Now, knowledge is also an important issue here, but it definitely seems...
Okay, what are you marketing towards us now?
Seems like everyone involved had actual knowledge of the fact that someone else owned these sets.
And if you want more knowledge, get fucking Alpha Brain or whatever the fuck.
And generally, a transferee cannot receive greater ownership rights than the transferor possessed. And this is summed up in one of those Latin phrases you learn in law school, nemo dat quoed non habet, or one cannot give what one does not have. And applied here, BAM Corporate and its new franchise owners could only seize or receive those rights that actually belonged to the Gormans. So if the franchisee owned fixtures, inventory, goodwill, or contractual rights, those assets could transfer upon termination. But if the franchisee merely possessed third-party property under a consignment agreement, seizure of those premises would not ordinarily
extinguish. It was void. It was never even part of the contract. The thing is, if they wanted to have this ironclad on their side, they would have had to have a new contract with the Mansells.
Original owner's title. So in practical
no, this is fucked up. What I don't like is the fact that there's so much legal jargon from his side that kind of is showing like, oh no, they might get away with this.
Terms, taking control of a building.
Which that means genuinely don't fucking ever go into a contract with anybody, because they could find some jackass like this to find a loophole.
Containing someone else's property.
All it is, oh, well, our lawyer's better and he found something in some law that doesn't even really matter. That's not common, but it's better than yours.
Property does not automatically transform that
brings all the boys to the yard
property into the successor's assets. And a landlord who retakes leased premises does not become the owner of the tenant's belongings merely because those belongings remain inside. And similarly, a warehouse purchaser ordinarily does not acquire title to goods owned by warehouse customers simply because those goods remain in storage, because a contract for storage is a bailment rather than a sale. Okay, so In sum, the takeover likely only transferred possession of the collection, not ownership. But the other question is, what legal obligations did BAM corporate or
Your milkshake goes.
successor operators assume when they took possession of the store and its contents? Well, Oregon recognizes principles of bailment. For example, a party entrusted with possession of another's property assumes duties of reasonable care and return. And that means that if the new operators, Johnson and Best, inherited the Mansell collection, they likely stepped into at least a custodial role. That means that once they had notice of competing ownership claims, treating the property as unquestionably their own became legally riskier. And the concept of notice is particularly important here because BAM Corporate and its successor operators allegedly received multiple forms of notice about the consignment agreement, including statements from Crystal Law on the night of the seizure, identifying yellow stickers marking certain sets, inventory spreadsheets, direct communications from Mansell, a formal demand letter from Mansell's attorney, and photographic evidence of
Oh, is this the Lego thing? Yeah.
specific inventory. And if proof
Dude, yeah. Alex, I'm kind of losing my shit here because this is... I shouldn't be getting this genuinely mad at, like, Lego drama.
proven, such facts could
Shit. This did it, man.
tend to support the argument that BAM Corporate and the new operators knew
This shit
or
is
had reason
wild.
to know that at least some disputed property may have belonged to Mansell. And it's likely at that
Most! No! The disputed property was Mansell's! It's not like he's going in trying to get all of the fucking inventory. This is fucked up.
At that point, they have the legal obligation to take care of that property, insure it, and probably return it to Mansell when he asked them to. And
Yeah, probably. I like how it's always probably, not like they should have.
under those circumstances,
God, who do you know in this case?
continuing to sell, withhold, or transfer the Star Wars sets is a serious problem. And so, now we get to the first lawsuit. And no, it's not by the Mansells. Actually, Law and Gorman, the original franchise owners, filed a lawsuit with 12 causes of action. And as we talked about, this lawsuit alleges that Bricks and Minifig Corporate did not turn over the lease or bank account, making it impossible for the Gormans to effectively operate
Oh, it's Friday night. Buckle in, folks.
their franchise, and thus they claim that they are absolved from any debts or infractions that they incurred because the corporate made it impossible for them to comply. But what about Mansell? What claims would he have? Under Oregon law, the strongest claim they have is probably conversion, which generally occurs when a party intentionally exercises dominion or control over another person's property in a manner seriously inconsistent with that owner's rights. And Oregon courts have described conversion as wrongful interference with ownership interests sufficient to justify requiring
You're out, Sophie. Good night.
payment of the property's full value. In plain English, conversion is the civil version of theft. You can't sue someone for theft, you would sue them for conversion. However, in Oregon, the tort of conversion requires more than just mere interference with another person's property. If a party merely possessed the property temporarily or negligently mishandled it, that conduct may fall short of conversion under Oregon law. However, where a defendant exercises ownership-like dominion over another person's property, like selling consigned goods, refusing to return them upon demand, or incorporating them into store inventory, or otherwise treating them as
Do you understand that this could, like, ruin consignment forever if they side with these assholes?
its own, the interference
Like,
is more likely to qualify
are
as
they
conversion
doing?
because it substantially impairs the owner's right to control that property. So to the extent that the new operators retained, sold, or exercised dominion over Mansell's consigned Lego inventory without authorization, Oregon law supports a potential claim for conversion. But it's also a huge factual dispute about how much property that is and the value. At base, it's way, way less than $200,000, and I think at this point it's undisputed that it's less than $100,000, but it might be as low as $6,200. And in fact, as the police reported, some of the sets were returned, including the incredibly expensive Cloud City set, which Crystal Law had in her possession at her home rather than at the store. But the strongest defense available to BAM likely arises under Article 9 of the Uniform Commercial Code, which is codified in Oregon law. And that's because commercial consignments sometimes operate differently from ordinary property disputes, because the UCC protects creditors who might reasonably believe goods displayed in a store belong to that store. And
that's fucked up, and get the fuck out of Oregon.
that makes sense.
If you do anything in the state of Oregon that involves consignment, get the fuck out.
Imagine you're buying
What
a store
are you
and the seller
No,
of the store
no. And who wrote that shit?
says
What are we
everything that's
doing?
inside of that store as part of the sale. You, as the buyer,
This
would
shit's
assume that they
insane.
have title to everything that's in that store.
Oh, fuck you. then never do business with a consignment shop because they might sell tomorrow and then you have no right to your property because under the law, apparently, they can just sell it to whoever the fuck they want, then never pay you for it because it's technically under a new owner and they didn't technically buy the property, they bought the business.
So if a consignor fails,
get fucked. Double fucked. Deuces fucked.
To perfect the security interest by filing.
This is why small businesses can't operate.
Appropriate financing
Shit like this, dude, it's all of this shit. And this is what gets this is what makes libertarians. It's bullshit like this.
Statements. Competing creditors can sometimes obtain priority over consigned goods. However, here, several complications weaken that defense. First, Oregon's version of the UCC contains exceptions where the merchant is generally known by creditors to substantially engage in selling of the goods of others. And whether Bricks and Minifigs generally or this particular store qualifies would probably be a factual question. But here, the franchise's business model of acquiring, trading, and reselling third-party Lego collections would probably
it's literally their fucking business model.
Complicate the BAM corporate reliance on creditor protection principles. And second, these rules generally protect creditors who are misled about ownership. If BAM corporate or the new franchise owners had actual knowledge of the consignment arrangement or a clear reason to know that the goods belong to Mansell, and here it seems like they did, the equitable rationale for the rule becomes weaker. And third, even if priority rules complicated title disputes between creditors and consignors, they would not necessarily eliminate obligations concerning identified third-party property once possession and notice existed. But what body of law actually governs whether a successor Bricks and Minifigs operator or Bricks and Minifig corporate, the franchisor, become responsible for their predecessor store's consignment obligations? Well, franchise law would be the starting point, but neither federal law or state law directly answer that question. The FTC governs the franchisor's pre-disclosure obligations to a prospective franchisee, but it's silent on whether the franchisee inherits the legal obligations of the predecessor. Some states have entire codes of law to define the relationship between franchisors and franchisees, but it looks like Oregon's laws governing franchises are pretty narrow. They focus on ensuring that the franchisor doesn't make misrepresentations to its franchisee. So that means we have to look at state law doctrines. Now, the default rule under Oregon law is that the party which purchases a business does not automatically assume the seller's liabilities. So if a successor purchased the store's assets, they would not necessarily inherit the consignment agreement. And that's because contracts generally require privity. That is, you can only sue parties who actually signed and were parties to that contract. And it looks like the new franchise owners, Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson, tried to rely on that fact that they did not sign the consignment agreement. That agreement was between the original Bricks and Minifigs franchise owned by Lon Gorman, the BAMF Salem 1.
No, then at that point, he is entitled to his property because they didn't sign the agreement. So all they had to do was release the property back to the original holder or the original franchise owner.
An LLC on the one hand and Mansell on...
Because it was never their inventory. Just because it was in their inventory doesn't mean it was theirs to begin with.
The other. But that doesn't mean that
That's what they're trying to conflate here, is that because it was part of their inventory, Oregon state law can then conflate whether or not it was reasonably expected to be part of their fucking inventory upon a purchase. Get fucked, Oregon.
The new owner gets to seize Mansell's property.
Just another example of them fucking the little guy.
Either, because there are, of course, exceptions to this rule. For example, if the successors, Johnson and Best, or the franchisor...
I mean, God, the fact that the guy's dad, he did this, with the intention of paying for... him, this was his college fund. This was his inheritance.
Expressly or implicitly assumed those liabilities,
But for every dipshit that's out there buying Pokemon cards thinking that's your kid's inheritance, yeah.
If the sale is a mere continuation of the predecessor business, or if the purchase was a de facto merger, then they would assume the assignment contract. And you can see why this has to be the law, right? Otherwise, the franchisor would have the ability to one weird trick their way out of liability by just terminating the franchise and setting up an exact new one in its place. And some of the facts indicate that Bricks and Minifigs corporate and or the new owners intended to take over that consignment. Remember, there was that discussion with McAllister where he said the company was assuming responsibility for the consignment agreement or something to that effect. Now, I think that statement is sort of ambiguous as to whether they mean Bricks and Minifig corporate or the new franchisee or whoever. But if true, that's a pretty direct statement. And if a court found that Bricks and Minifigs corporate or the new franchise assumed responsibility for the consignment agreement, then of course they must live up to those obligations. They have to insure the Star Wars sets, pay Brian his cut, allow him to inspect, and return the sets to him upon his request. But even if a court found that they didn't assume all of the Gormans' underlying legal obligations, then the successors still don't arguably have title to the Mansell's collection.
Even if they close tomorrow, which we'll get to this.
Unless you get
yeah, they still have to pay out the Mansells.
Into one of those exceptions to the exception.
They still have to give him back his Legos. That's part of the original contract that, God damn it, if they do not honor that, and any business can just willy-nilly sell to void a contract in a consignment deal, I'm telling you right now, man,
exception situation.
This is going to become a much bigger problem. Consignment shops will essentially become fucking a thing of the past.
Where
GameStop will go out of business.
A bona fide successor.
Although GameStop isn't even consignment. GameStop is pushing itself out of business by fucking trying to out-scalp the scalpers with fucking Pokemon cards.
Does not have knowledge of the underlying obligations.
Last thing keeping them in business.
Have to assume them. But Bricks and Minifigs Corporate has argued that consignments violated franchise policy or were unauthorized under the franchise agreement. So we took a look at the Bricks and Minifigs 2003 franchise agreement, which does not say that stores can't use consignment. Quote, subject to our standards, specifications, and approval, if we so require, you may also offer the following products and services. Consignment services. And that's just on the first page. And the franchise agreement template reiterates that on the first page, quote, additionally, franchisees may also offer consignment services. And Reckless Ben states in an update that Crystal Law provided the actual franchise agreement that she signed, which explicitly allows consignment agreements. Now, additionally, there are 4 references to consignment in these documents, and none of them are an outright prohibition. And even if Bricks and Minifigs Corporate outlawed consignment agreements, that agreement only addresses the relationship between Bricks and Minifigs and the Gormans, not the ownership of the Star Wars collection. The franchise agreement was a contract between Bricks and Minifigs Corporate and the franchisee. But it's also possible that both the Gormans and Bricks and Minifigs are telling the truth. It's entirely possible that the Gormans signed a franchise agreement that allowed them to engage in consignments, but then it's also possible that a later franchise agreement that corporate would have required them to sign outlawed that particular practice. But I don't think that would be controlling here, because either way, whatever franchise agreement is...
No, because that means that, sure, the Gormans are going to be held to that, but the people that they got to sign that, not necessarily. Either that or they have to pay out. Either way, why are the Mansells the ones in all of this that are they are literally primed to just get fucked?
Operable.
And it's all because of legal bullshit.
That's a contract.
I gotta be completely real. When they talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, this is what your average American thinks about. Is the fact that everything is too goddamn complicated.
Bricks and Minifigs.
The fact that the law is too goddamn complicated. That these these articles under section 10.A, section 3.4,
and the franchisee. Mansell was not a party to
it. That bullshit.
His property rights are independent of the consignment agreement and relate to the underlying ownership of the collection. A franchise rule prohibiting consignments might justify terminating...
Just another version of proof that we are all being ruled by a system that doesn't make any goddamn sense. And it's designed that way.
Franchise relationship. But it still doesn't mean that corporate gets to own
just
stuff
to benefit the rich.
The franchise doesn't own. I'm not passing judgment on that. That's just an issue that will probably be settled by a court or an arbitrator at a later date. Bricks and Minifigs filed a motion to enforce an arbitration clause in the litigation that the Gormans filed. But either way, I don't think that argument automatically transforms third-party property into franchisor property. To illustrate that...
Yeah, the fact that you have to describe it as navigating the law is part of the problem. Yep.
If a franchisee violated policy by storing a friend's vehicle on business premises, the franchisor could discipline the franchisee and terminate the agreement. But absent some independent legal mechanism, the franchisor would not become the owner of that vehicle. And I think the same logic would apply here. But just because it might not be worth filing suit and actually litigating an entire lawsuit, that doesn't mean you shouldn't hire a lawyer. Everyone should have hired a lawyer here.
And this is where his plug comes in, because he needed the Eagle team. The thing is, why didn't you offer your services like the next guy here, where this guy actually is worth a damn? You want to talk about a fucking lawyer that's worth his fucking, his law degree?
What? Pull over
Sorry,
again?
genuinely angry at Legal right now. Like, that's the first time I've ever watched a video where I was just like, I might unfollow these guys.
For what?
That's
Did you
fucked up.
run a stop sign?
I mean, it's up to you to see. I played the dash cam footage in the video. So from my point of view, it looks like we stopped for at least like 2 seconds. We made sure to follow every law.
2 seconds. It's a 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, go.
Done.
How's it going? I'm Officer Hawkins, American Fort Police Department. How you doing?
No,
Good,
it's
how are you?
technically
Good.
rolling.
What's your name? Are you Ben?
Hundreds or maybe thousands of you have reached out to me about covering the
Okay, so he talks like Darkstar. I forgot about that. I'm going to 1.25 this because he speaks very slowly.
Reckless Ben Lego videos. Basically, he's a YouTuber who made a video about
I hate that AI image of him with the Millennium Falcon.
stolen Lego collection that ended with a bunch of crazy police interactions in this small town in Utah where the American Fork Police
From what I've heard, Legal Eagle was in contact with him.
Department did some pretty wild things.
Third floor. Stand up. Step outside, everybody. Don't move.
This is the story of how I got swatted, all because of Legos. The whole thing started with me investigating a Lego company called Bricks and Minifigs. The company sent 2 guys to steal the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection worth around $200,000. And for some reason, the police are helping them get away with it. The family reached out to me saying that I'm their last hope to get them their life savings back.
I'm just gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do.
We have charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
Ben, how's your dog? It's good. Like it?
Instead of helping to get justice for the rightful owners of this stolen Lego collection, this police department instead helped protect the company accused of stealing the collection. And by protect, I'm talking about illegal traffic stops, illegal searches, illegal seizures, false arrests, malicious prosecutions, and more.
We play differently here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that.
All against Ben and his friends.
He's like if 2 of my friends did a fusion, huh?
Apparently while
like my buddy Kaz and my buddy Tim.
shielding the Lego company from accountability or even criticism. A lot of you were also telling Ben that he needed to reach out to me, so he did. I immediately was intrigued and I wanted to help him. But before I could do that, I had to understand the facts, everything that happened. I needed to talk to Ben himself. I needed to interview him and get it straight from him and not just his YouTube videos.
The way you know we have First
Happy
Amendment
Friday,
freedom of speech is I can say something you don't like, and I'm allowed to do that. So the police officer is arguing exactly against that statement.
Give me the background on how you first found out about this Lego situation and how you got interested in it.
At the end of my last video, I was looking for other videos to do, so I just put a little call to action, like 10 seconds long. Hey, if you have a problem the police can't solve, email me at this email. And then I just like set up a little email, just got literally probably 10,000 emails the next like 2 days. And I was actually in line for Burning Man. It was, I think, a 22-hour line because it started raining at Burning Man. So me and like my 3 friends just all like went through and were like just starring everyone that could like maybe be a cool video idea. And we were looking for a video that was more family friendly because a lot of my videos get taken down or shadow banned and like age restricted because we're talking about like, we're trying to take down people that like torture people or that like abuse people, you know, like really kind of not YouTube friendly stuff. So then we see this insane story and it's about Legos and we're like, oh, that's family friendly. This is crazy. It seemed like there was such an easy solution. Just give the Legos back. And it's like very easy to understand. This company stole the little guy's Legos, but they're coming up with legal loopholes in order to like keep it, I guess. And in a lot of my videos, I've always come up with like legal loopholes to do good things. And it seems like this company was using legal loopholes to do bad things. So I was like, this is kind of like the perfect like battle, you know, like legal loopholes for good versus legal loopholes for bad. That'll make an interesting video. And it's about something family friendly, Lego, something everyone can understand. Like, seems like the perfect video, you know? So I just got on a call with them. And that was like the first 5 minutes of the video was that Zoom call. Like that was my first time talking to them. And
all those vintage Star Wars sets you have in there are ours. I have a contract, I have photo evidence, video evidence, like that is our collection.
Just told me the story and I was like, this is insane. Like, let's do it. And so I just drove up like the next week and I mean, you saw the rest of the video, I guess.
What was the underlying story about how this Lego collection was stolen?
Basically in the email, he says, my dad invested his life savings and a good portion of his life into collecting what's now known as the world's biggest Star Wars Lego collection. And he's in terrible health. So I kind of took over. I'm the son. I took over his collection. I was responsible for selling it. So we went to Bricks and Minifigs because they're the most reputable Lego reseller in the entire world. So out of all the places I could resell the Legos, Bricks and Minifigs has the best credibility. So he's like, let's take it there. Like, let's do it. And he said at first it actually went pretty well.
they were doing a sale, like a split. So every time a Lego set gets sold, he gets a percentage, or the store gets a percentage, but then he gets a bigger percentage. And in the contract, you can see that the Legos are still his. So they're not the store's Legos, they're his Legos. But for thank you for like selling them for him, he gives the store a percentage for doing the sale. So he's like, then all of a sudden these corporate people come over, and he didn't really know why they took over the store. We know now, which is they just lied, I guess, and said that she wasn't allowed to do consignments, which actually is a couple of days ago, the franchise document leaked that said they are allowed to do consignments. So what it really seems like is corporate saw that the world's largest Star Wars Lego set was in the store, and they wanted to make up some reason to take over the store so they could have access to this Star Wars Lego set. And obviously that's me like speculating, but I haven't heard of a better reason of why corporate could have taken over the store, because they were saying it's because she's breaking the rules doing these consignments and stuff, but it says in the contract consignments are allowed, so it seems like they're just making something up in order to take over the store. They now claim ownership. They claim that the Star Wars Lego sets are their inventory now, and so Brian goes back and is like, hey, can I have these sets? And that's when the guy crosses his arms. He's like, we're going to drag this out. Like, if you want to sue us, that's the only way you're going to get these sets back. But if you do sue us, we're going to drag it out where it's worth way more money than what your collection's worth.
Yeah.
Like, you might as well.
I'm going to be honest. The reason that I have a fucking stick up my ass about this is because I've had this done to me. In the business that I can't really talk about, for legal reasons, we dealt with a client that pulled the exact same thing. The difference is I didn't even deal with I didn't get to talk to the client. He sent his lawyer over to tell us, well, you could try to take us to court. Just understand that it's going to be dragged out. He didn't say quite like that. It was like we would be out more than what we were, owed. But he did say it's just like there's no guarantee you'd win. It was a threat. But the difference is my pops, who I guess had already dealt with stuff like this. He told me he was just like, just give up. And that's why I'm so disheartened here, because I've already seen this. The rich always win with this shit.
So just forget about these and just let us
Careful. It's all right.
It'll
Don't worry
be
about
much easier for you if you do that.
We're going to drag this thing out so long, and you're going to end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever
like this guy, the redheaded Lego guy,
worth, or what you ever would have gotten out of it. That it
once I can tell the stories,
it ain't worth it, man.
Brian was like, what the heck do I do now? And he couldn't go on the news because his dad watches the news. And so he's like, I'm going to go to YouTubers. So I think he went to another YouTube channel and they started it, but then they got hit with lawsuits.
They were threatening legal action against us. Bricks and Minifigs, which is a pretty big company who probably has way more resources than we can, really put up a fight against.
I get sued every single series I do. There was one series where I infiltrated a cult and they were like, well, I guess God is going to punish him. We don't have to sue him. They don't believe in the government and stuff. So that was the only time I haven't been sued. But I guess Brian saw that I get through all these lawsuits magically somehow. So he was like, I think Ben's the one for the job. And I was
it's because when it actually comes time to litigate it, they find out that it's like, well, technically there's no guarantee we're going to win this.
Like, I'm the one for the job, and then ended up taking it on.
What did you end up doing that brought you into some interaction with the police?
I walked in and I said, hey, I think my friend said that he has some Legos in your store, but he's having trouble picking them up. He was wondering if I could pick them up for him. And she's like, whose sets are these? I'm like, I think Brian Mansell. And I'm like, I think it's like a Lego Star Wars collection. She's like, you can leave, get out of here. And she's like, and then she calls the cops. She's like, I think she calls the owner first, and she's like, watch the cameras. Like, I'm being harassed. She's like, you're harassing me right now. And I'm like,
You got it by yourself.
It's pretty good. So basically, my friend said that you guys have some of his Legos, I think, and he told me to come here and see if I could pick them up.
Who's your friend?
I think they're Brian's Legos. It's like a big Star Wars collection set, I think.
You could go ahead and leave now.
Really?
So you could go ahead and leave now, or I will call the police for harassment.
I'm here for a legal business reason. Like, this isn't
Wow.
harassment. This is, we're doing business right now.
That's telling.
$200,000 of our inventory.
And,
this
this story
not
is awesome, and the cops are dirty
But
as fuck. Yeah.
Obviously,
hey, Spectre.
it turns out
how's it going,
she was
man?
just using that as an excuse not
Welcome
to talk to
to
us.
stream.
And then I call corporate and the owner, and then
Doing
the owner's
well.
like, because I'm like, hey, I have a contract here. Because I knew that Brian kind of gave me some foreshadowing. He's like, this is what they're going to say. They're going to claim you're harassing them. You're going to claim this. So if you say you're here for a business reason, have the contract, have all the sets. So I had all the paperwork and evidence ready for me that first day when I went in there. And I was trying to get her to look at it. She's like, I can't look at it. I can't look at it. I'm like, here, just look at this. She's like, I can't see it. I can't, basically one of those things. And finally she calls the police on me, and then the police come, and I don't know why the police were acting like this. Like, I've had a lot of interactions with the police, and like 95% of the time it goes like super well. I was caught so off guard because I'm used to like kind of being buddies with the police. You know, I'm like, oh, like I'm under the assumption of like, oh, the police are here to like protect us, keep us safe and stuff. But they come here and they're like, hey, they don't want you in the store. You got to leave. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm
Welcome to reality.
here for a business reason. Like, I came here because they have a bunch of sets that we just want. It's like they're keeping our inventory and we just want it back. And they're like, yeah, well, you just got to leave. I think he even said something like, we already talked about this. I'm like, we didn't talk about this. Like, you said I'm not allowed here. That's all like, you talked to me. I didn't talk to you, you know? And I don't know if he was just having a bad day or if
you ever told not to read something, you're breaking the law. Yep.
They think that like, oh, like we have to support small business. Maybe I've tried thinking about it so many times and I have no clue why the police were protecting this company because it makes no sense to me. I've tried putting like my brain in the police officer's brain, and I feel like there's no scenario where I would act the way that police officer acted.
Where is this taking place, and what is the police department?
It's in Kaiser, Oregon, the Kaiser Police Department, and it's about 15-20 minutes north of
Wait,
Salem,
how did Utah
Oregon,
get
which is
involved?
the capital of Oregon. So just some super small town where probably everyone knows each other in Oregon. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, the police comes to this business that's a business of their town that they're trying to protect, and some out-of-state YouTube. Well, they don't know I'm a YouTuber, but they know I'm from California, so they don't really find out I'm a YouTuber until part 2. But so I come up and they're like, okay, so some out-of-state person is coming up, which they're getting a harassment phone call to harass this company. And it sounds crazy. Like, oh, basically their entire store is my inventory is what I'm claiming. You know, like all of the sets in their store are mine pretty much is what I'm claiming. It just sounds crazy. So they probably just think I'm lying. I tried to like say the facts, like, here's the facts, here's the evidence to support the facts that I'm saying. But it's even with that, it just sounds so crazy. I think the police just can't believe it, you know? At least if I was a police officer, I'd be like, okay, let's look at the evidence now, you know? Like, but the police would never do that.
How is it different than stolen items ending up in a pawn shop? I mean,
right.
The cops don't say, well,
That's
there's nothing
what
we can
I've
do
been
about
wondering.
That. No, they go and they get the stolen items from
Thank
the pawn
you.
shop. Did anyone make the claim to the cops that, look, these belong to somebody else, not this store?
No, I said that, and he's like, okay.
That's
his response. Okay, time to leave.
So
he's like,
they tell you to leave, and you
really,
and you leave, but you still have additional interactions with them, right?
What Brian was saying, when he originally first contacted the police, they did do a police investigation on it. I was actually able to get the police report, and there's a lot of false information on the police report. So basically, they were lying to the police, and the police were taking the store's word over Brian's word. Basically, what they end up saying is it's a civil matter. So it's kind of what the whole point, right? It's like, hey, you can sue me, but it's going to cost way more than what this collection's worth. It's not worth it. Just give up now. That's their whole strategy. And there's been multiple phone leaks of that. Actually, as of like yesterday, I think the owner leaked corporate saying that to them. So it's on video of that is their strategy now. I was just looking, I'm like, okay, so if we can't sue them, how do we get it back to criminal? So I'm just going through a list of all of the criminal laws that can be like, because when I first started this, I had no clue what civil and criminal meant. I knew that they were legal terms, but if you told me like, what's a civil law? I'd be like, I don't know. Like, I'm not like really that into the law, I guess. So I started looking it up and I'm like, okay, so I saw that stealing from a lottery in Oregon is actually
I really am overqualified for this
a criminal law. So I was like, what?
This drives me insane that I'm one of the only guys that does this, that I got 12 people watching me right now. And it's like, yeah, I actually know what I can and can't say and what media law and the difference between civil, criminal.
Why don't we just
like, come on,
one of these items off,
I
and then
don't want
if
it anymore.
steals the prize by keeping it in their store, not giving it to the owner, that's technically stealing the prize. That's stealing from a lottery, which is now criminal. So I'm like, okay, that's something the police have to investigate. So in the back of my mind, I kind of knew they were going to come up with something, but I tried to do everything I could to make the police do it. So I got a copy of the Oregon law book. It was really hard to get that, but I was able to get it, and I highlighted all of the sections where it says stealing from a lottery is a criminal offense that the police have to get involved in.
Welcome to the show.
So I highlighted that in the Oregon law book. So when the police came,
Look at that orange star. You realize you've been here over a year? That's
I opened up the law
awesome.
book, I said, hey, look at this. And the police officer actually is like, hey, he's reading all the highlighted parts. He's like, we do have to do something about
You
this.
guys should
This
all
is
strive for
criminal.
one
And then that's when the
for
police
your
officer
own
whispers in the
orange
other
stars
police officer's
here,
ear.
like Kenzie.
Because he was helping us for probably 15 minutes, and he seemed like he was on our side. He was taking notes, like, okay, we're doing an investigation on this. We're going to take this company down, you know? And then the second the police officer whispers in the other police officer's ear.
Did I see that Ethan lost his lawsuit? Yes, I did. I didn't really get to talk about that today, but yeah, I saw they lost the lawsuit against Denims, and they cited his own fucking original court case against Texas. Hey!
All like, nope, we can't talk to you guys anymore. You guys are trespassed. Oh, you have evidence that you guys did a lottery? We can't look at that evidence. We can't
Pretty
do
happy
anything.
about that.
Get out or you're getting in handcuffs is what they would say.
You're trespassing the property for life, okay? Come back. You're going to go in handcuffs and go to jail.
Did they trespass you?
But we're just trying to claim our prize.
Hell yeah, happy to support this channel. Oh, thank you.
At some point, you did file some sort of civil lawsuit, right? And you were trying to serve it.
Regular court, I think they were estimating it's going to take like around 4 years. And so with the dad's health slowly declining, like one of his goals was to see his grandchildren be paid out for their college funds before he dies, I guess. So if you have a 4-year lawsuit, that kind of doesn't like, it's a little scary there, I guess. And then also it's going to cost him like $300,000. So why would you pay $300,000 for a lawsuit that you're only going to get not even $200,000 back? You know, it makes absolutely no sense, because even if you win, you still lose. I was looking up just everything I could look up, you know, like I was just going through every single like possibility. And I look up small claims court and I'm like, it costs $100 per law. It's $104 exactly per lawsuit. And it takes, I think, like 3 months or something like less than 3 months. So we're like, why don't we just do that 10 times, you know, and get $100,000 for them? Because you can only sue for 10,000 in Oregon. So we're like, let's just do it 10 times.
Yeah, I was
So
about to say,
10
there's a
friends who
cap.
said they were down to sue. Yeah. And I ordered so many credit cards. I still have credit cards coming in the mail. I just had one come 2 days ago because I just ordered like 30 credit cards, you know, and I actually went to the bank. I pulled out $10,000 for each one. And then we paid them the money. And so now it was a legal transaction. I didn't want Bricks and Minifigs to say, oh, this wasn't a legal transaction. So we had a public notary there. So if Bricks and Minifigs ever says, was this a legal transaction? They can contact our public notary, who's the official person who basically approves purchases. She can say, hey, I saw the money. Go to Brian. I saw Brian give him the ownership of these sets. So that was legal. Not only are we claiming it's official, but an official person claims it's official. It's official. We have a public notary approving it. Notary public. We have a notary public approving it. Now that we own the sets, if I get my set stolen, that's a completely separate crime than if my friend gets his set stolen. You know, like if one robber robs 10 houses, like 10 houses in a neighborhood, all 10 people can sue for the same crime of robbery.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it happened to 10 different people. You know, it's 10 separate crimes. Even though it's the same crime, it's still 10 separate crimes were committed against 10 separate people. So they could all individually sue that robber, you know? So it's the same thing here. We all individually, separately got robbed, and we can all sue for the same crime, but it's still 10 separate crimes. It just all happens to be the same crime, you know?
How do we get from Oregon to Utah?
So they closed down the store in Oregon because this whole situation was getting so bad. I'm pretty sure it was one day after we filed motion for default judgment. So we didn't win motion for default judgment yet. We just filed for it. And then I guess they got the paperwork and they were like, dude, we got to close this store down. You know, like we're going to just lose just by default, I guess. So they closed the store down. I'm like, well, because we were thinking about suing them personally at first, but then we were like, it's actually a little bit more credible if we sue the business, because the business is kind of the one that stole, not them personally. So then what I was telling all my friends the whole time is like, hey, if for whatever reason we happen to lose, we can always just do the whole thing again, but sue them personally. And so we're like, okay, they closed down the store, let's sue them personally, you know? So the only problem was the court cases kept getting rejected because we weren't like, it's like, what did you do to resolve the dispute prior to filing? You know, it's like, you have to have a good faith conversation with them. And they basically want to, it's kind of like mediation, you know, like they want to see that, like, because they probably get so many court cases that they're like, okay, like we can probably cut these court cases in half if we can get proof of them trying to resolve this first. So, and I think every state does it differently, but this is how the Marion County Court District works. That's just their rules that they set up for their court. So I was like, okay. So I called Josh. And I think at this point, this is when he found out I'm a YouTuber, because they probably looked at the paperwork and he's like, who is this guy? He actually went through with a lawsuit. I'm going to do some research on who this guy is. So at this point, I get blocked when I call Josh. And I think it's because this is the point where he finds out I'm a YouTuber now. Because before this, he would always talk to me because he just thought I was some stupid kid. But now I think he realizes, like, this guy's serious about this, you know? So he blocks me, and so we're like,
I had something similar happen when I was calling about the Trump store lady. I'll go into that in the actual piece that I'm doing, but
only way to have this good faith conversation, show up to his house, which is not illegal, you know, like, and I
No,
did the
it's
same
not.
thing to Brandon too. I showed up to
No,
Brandon's
it's not.
With Brandon, you can actually see the interaction. I show up, I'm like, hey, we are planning to sue you, or we can settle it now if you want to open. I think I told him, like, hey, all the Star Wars sets are just sitting in the store right now. You're going to give them back to corporate. If you want to just unlock that door for us and we can just have the sets back, we won't sue you. We'll call it even, and you won't get hurt by it at all. Or we can do the court. Like, it's kind of your decision. He just stood there, like, he didn't say a single word. We were standing there for probably like 30, 40 minutes, and he just didn't say anything the whole time.
Hello. Hey, how's it going? Hello? Hey, well, I was wondering if you'd be down to pay us for the lawsuit we won.
Yeah, the cops come, and then I did the same thing with Josh, but Josh was already on the phone with corporate, which was crazy, because we were at corporate like that same day earlier, which corporate only lives like 15 minutes away from his house. So I think they knew we were in the area. So Josh is like outside, like pacing and stuff.
Oh, corporate's in Oregon?
And then the cops, and I thought it was gonna be kind of like rude to like interrupt his phone call, because I wanted to catch Josh and like I actually want to have a productive conversation with him. I didn't want to just like talk to him. He's like, I'm on the phone, like, and be cranky, you know? So I was like,
I actually want to have like a good conversation with him, you know? So I'll wait till his phone call's done and then I'll go talk to him. And while we're waiting for his phone call to be done, the cops come and they pull us over for running a stop sign. Obey every traffic law. Oh, shoot. That's when they're like, is this reckless Ben? Like, how's Utah? And they're like, we're like, you came all the way here to harass this guy? Like, why are you here?
Who's Ben? Me. Ben. How's Utah? It's good. Like it?
The guy's like, Ben's lying to me about everything. Like, his exact wording was like, reckless Ben's just lying to me about everything. So I'm going to tell this kid to get out of here or something, you know? And
can you get the contact for reckless Ben? He said he didn't have his ID, but he's just straight lying to me about everything.
To give the cops some credit, like, it is a crazy story, you know? Like, it is probably like a 1 in a million chance that I'm telling the truth, but it is that 1 in a million chance that I am telling the truth, you know? Like,
Did you run a stop sign?
I mean, it's up to you to see in the video. I play the body cam footage I play the dash cam footage in the video. So from my point of view, it looked like we stopped for at least like 2 seconds. And right before we got to, I saw the cops were following us, and I literally tell my friend, I'm like, hey, do not break a single law. Go like 2 miles an hour under the speed limit. Stop at every stop sign. So we made sure to follow every law. And I mean, in the body cam footage, it looks like we stopped for like 2 seconds. So that's my opinion.
Corporate's in Utah.
Yeah, I think we stopped.
The reason I stopped it was the stop sign.
I didn't? I thought I stopped.
Yeah, you definitely stopped. Did you say you ran a stop sign? You said you ran a stop sign?
I didn't see what happened. Yeah, I was like,
because we definitely stopped at the stop sign.
Stopped.
Yeah. I was so sure that we stopped at the stop sign that I actually requested all the police footage of this. And as you can see, we didn't even do a rolling stop. We fully stopped at the stop sign. So this is an illegal traffic stop.
What is the law enforcement agent?
Yeah, if it's sped up, obviously it looks like they rolled it.
That was involved in that.
The American Fork Police Department.
Did anything else happen during that interaction where they pulled you over for the alleged stop sign?
Basically, I told him the whole story. I like ran through the story. Basically, this guy has his set stolen. Basically, they were like, he wants you trespass. We're going to issue you a formal trespass. If you go back on his property, you'll be arrested. And this is when they told me, however, if you're on the sidewalks or the streets, you can still film there. It's public. Like, you pay taxes. That's fine. So as long as you stay there, you can't get in trouble and you'll be fine.
When was it that they searched your car? Was that in Oregon or was that in Utah?
That was Utah. Yeah, that was right after we sent the Mormon guy in to talk to him.
We were trying to talk to Brother Johnson. Okay. I'm in the Outer Second Ward.
I was like, okay, if he's not going to listen to us, maybe he'll listen to someone from his own community, you know? So we just showed someone from his own community this audio of him swearing to God. He's like, I swear to God, I will give everything back.
There's been an audio going around with the young men group. Okay. What's the audio that you wanted to play? Here's the audio.
I'm not going to scream. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God.
And then he didn't. So, like, if I say, like, I swear on my mom's life that I'll do this, and I don't, then now my mom has to die, according to my words, right? So it sounds really bad if you say, I swear to God. If he actually believes this, that's, like, really bad for him to do. Like, he probably thinks he's going...
He's been a little shit here, but...
to hell, you know? So we were like, we think it would be a good thing to show the Mormon community what he's doing. That way the Mormons can maybe convince him to do the right thing, you know? Because if he's not going to listen to me, I'm just some stupid YouTuber in his eyes. But he respects the Mormon community. Or he's a fake Mormon. So there's two options there. So he's either a fake Mormon just pretending, or he actually respects the Mormon community. And if they tell him if they show him a way to improve his life, he'll probably listen to them. So that was our thought. And then as we were driving, American Fork is even smaller than Kaiser. It's like literally everyone knows each other in American Fork. So it's like just some small little neighborhood. So one of my fans, that's house we were staying at, lives like right next to Josh. And so we were just driving back to my friend's house, who just happens to live next to Josh, and the police come and pull us over. And yeah, it was bad. Basically, they're like, we know there's heroin in your car. And we're like, what the heck?
He's going to conduct a search of your person because substances in the vehicle. Really? So he's going to do that. I'm going to put this way, and then we'll be right. Don't reach in your pocket. Okay?
I explained to the police that we didn't have drugs, and the reality of the situation is that Bricks and Minifigs is so desperate at this point that they're willing to do anything to get us arrested so they don't have to pay for the property they stole. And the police was arguing back with just some of the worst comebacks I've ever heard, which is why I think the police actually redacted this audio in this clip, because if they kept the audio in, then the world would get to see how stupid the American Fork Police Department is. But anyways, even though we were passing every single drug test they gave us, they were still not going to let us go until we told them where the drugs were.
Your eyes, for example, right? There's a constriction, which is dilated, and then not. So I haven't been looking.
It's funny because Tyler's like, he's not Mormon, but he's super straight edge. Like, he always follows the law. He's never had a drop of alcohol in his life, never smoked done any type of drug ever. And him getting accused of heroin is just like the most ironic thing.
No idea, because I've never done any drugs in my life. I don't do drugs. I don't do alcohol. I've never done any of that in my life. I'm willing to do any drug tests. Like, I'm very cooperative. I don't understand what you're seeing in my eyes.
I'm going to have a discussion with this officer.
And then the police department illegally redacted this conversation too. My guess is that they acknowledge that it's very obvious we don't have drugs on us, but that we're going to try and pressure us into giving some type of false confession anyways.
Normally, if a cop's like, hey, can I search your car? I have the right to say no. They were not giving us that right. They said, you do not have a say in this. We are searching your car because we know there's heroin in it, is what they said. They said, we have reasonable suspicion to believe that there's heroin in your car. And
I watch enough legal YouTube to be like, that's no.
now you cannot decline a search. Like, we have to search your car.
I'm not sure if you're lying to me or not.
Breaking your Fourth Amendment.
I'm willing to take any drug test.
Cool.
Walking a very dangerous line, which gets you end up a lot.
Yeah.
And you could end up in jail in Utah when you're from Cali.
Okay.
Not worth it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they always try that. Yeah, you don't want to be out of state. You don't want to come back to court out of
When I ask
state.
for the probable cause, they don't give it to me.
Yeah.
And they say Joshua Johnson is a protected person in this case. So if we tell you what he said about you guys are going to use it for your YouTube clicks and likes, is what they say. So we can't tell you how we know this stuff, is what they're saying. But they ended up doing a canine search of the car, and apparently they said the canine gave the signal. I don't know what the signal is. They got some type of reason to believe that we had drugs on us. And when I ask, what is that reason? They say, well, Josh and Brandon are protected people in this case, and if we let you know what they said about you, you're going to use it for your YouTube clicks and likes and subscribers. You're going to make money off that, and that's bad. So we can't let them know anything. I actually went to court a couple of days ago, and I was like, I don't even know why I'm here in court. Like, they won't tell me why I'm here. And then the prosecutor, Russell Farr, he's like, well, if we told him, he's just going to use it for his clicks and likes, and he's going to make money off the victim. Isn't that we don't want that, judge. He's going to make money off a victim in this case, so we can't tell him. I'm like, well, if I don't know why I'm here, like, what am I doing here, you know? And it's so ridiculous.
What happened with the search?
Oh, they found nothing. Oh wait, I'm at 1% on my computer. Let me plug it in really quick. I'm sorry. It wasn't like 50%. I guess it dies fast on Zoom. Okay, I'm plugged in. So with the search, they searched our car. I don't know how long they searched our car for, but the entire interaction lasted for about 3 hours. And which sucks is when I requested the body cam footage, like probably 60% of it is just all redacted audio. And they claim it's to protect the victims of the case. They're like, oh, well, the victim's Joshua Johnson, who's a victim in this case. That's who we're protecting.
The canine gave the signal.
In this audio. But the audio they redacted, like, I remember the conversations. It's me being like,
woof.
Like, there's nothing in our car, and then being like, they're 100% there's stuff in your car. Like, we know there's stuff in your car. And so I think they might have redacted that footage, not to protect the victims, but to make the police officers not look stupid, because if this footage gets out, then the police officers' jobs are now in danger. So the only way to save their jobs, I think, was to redact this footage.
You said it took like 3 hours for them to search your car.
Yeah, and we're just standing talking, like, just the police are just arguing with us the entire time. Like, dude, we know you guys are on drugs. Just admit it now. You know, like, you guys are going to jail for a long time.
Eventually, do they let you go?
Yeah, they let us go because they couldn't find anything, so they just let us go. Yeah.
But not for long, I take it.
So that was the night that we did the, I think that was after we did the, what's it called? The good faith conversation, I think. So that was the day before I got arrested. Then the next day I get arrested. Yeah. So the next day we're like, okay, let's go serve them papers, and we'll do exactly what the police told us. We'll stay on the street. I have a process server who's going to serve the papers, and I'm just going to be there, like, because she was like kind of scared. The server was kind of scared to go to his house alone because she's like, this guy's crazy. Like, I don't know what he's going to do. So it made her feel more comfortable if I was in the car with her, you know? We just go, and this is when probably, I don't know how many times we had the cops call us. We were there for 3.5 hours, though, of constant talking to the cops.
Yeah, you're on drugs.
So we are in a court case with them, and we have to serve them legal papers.
So I explained
Hey, he's got the same hoodie.
to the cops the entire situation.
I'm not going on his property.
Right, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
The police
Mine's a different color, but
realized that we're
I
not
love
breaking
that
any
hoodie.
laws, and they've been called here for a false reason, so they decided to leave.
Awesome, thank you.
Then we got the police calling us again.
Hello. This man stole basically his family's life savings.
But we got the police called on us again.
Hello.
Yep. Can I see those papers?
Yeah.
This is what you're trying to serve them with?
Yes.
At first, the cops were cool. You know, they come up to us and they're like, hey, we see that you're doing nothing illegal. You're staying on the streets, the sidewalks. You're not going on his property. As long as you keep this up, you're good. The Oregon cops were like trying to get us in trouble for things we didn't do, but these cops acknowledged that what we're doing is legal, and they gave us a thumbs up, you know? So we're like, okay, sweet.
Yeah.
10 minutes later, we get the cops calling us again, and I think same thing. They're like,
because
"These
they
cops are cool."
kind of
We told
get
the whole
it.
story. They're like, yep. They're like, this guy is really mad is what they kept telling us. Like, this guy is super, super mad. So like, I guess that's why we're here again, you know? And so we're like, well, of course he's mad. Like, he's about to get in trouble for stealing an old man's life savings. Of course he's going to be, that's expected for him to be mad, you know? And then after that, then I think the cops the next time, what they say is they're like, okay, this guy is super mad. Like, this is starting to cause problems for us now because of how mad he's getting. Can we just serve the papers for you? And I'm like, that would be awesome. That would literally fulfill our goal if you serve the papers for us. So they are gone for like 20 minutes, and he comes back, and I'm like, yep, okay, we served the papers. Now we can leave. This is sick. But instead, what he does, he gives us the papers. Like, he does not want your papers. I'm like, but did you talk to him? He's like, yeah, he says he doesn't want them. I'm like, of course he's not going to want them. No one wants court papers. Like, just all you have to do is you say, you've been served, and you can literally drop them. You don't have to give them to him. Just, you've been served, drop them. And he's like, yeah, but he doesn't want them. I'm like, do you not know how serving someone works? Like, no one is going to, that's why you have to serve, like, no one wants to be served court papers. He's like, yeah, well.
Does not want the paper. So
He's not want the papers?
here's that back for you.
Okay. This is where he goes, actually, these are fake court papers. He's like, you're lying to me right now. He's like, it doesn't have a judge's name on it, which I think every state does it differently, but in Marion County, in some states, I think in Utah, probably what he's used to is there will be a judge's name on it before you serve, which is probably what that police officer's used to. But this is a Marion County court case in Oregon. And in Marion County, you get the judge's signature after you serve the court papers. So you go to mediation first, and then you go to court. That's just their process. I didn't make the law. I'm just following what the law is. And
I've never seen something like that. To be honest with you,
These are court papers.
Okay, it doesn't have a judge's name or anything like that on it.
Because it hasn't gotten to the judge yet. So this is serving him, and then
Now you can thank Nick Shirley for normalizing YouTube journalism.
we'll go to the court, and
which is ironic.
then the judge will be there.
Because that's gonna really bite the right wing in the
So the
ass.
judge doesn't get involved until we're in court.
Yeah, until we're all locked up in camps. Let's be real.
Because he wants us arrested, so he doesn't have to go to court.
It doesn't look good when you've been trespassed.
Yeah.
AG said it. We'll probably be in the same one. Me, him, Adam Mockler.
Well, I think it looks exactly how we're supposed to do it.
But yeah, we'll be like the good fellas or like the good pigeons. Like we're gonna be running that joint, you know.
This is the
He said that it's just like sickies. Sickies now.
way to do it.
Well, we have 2 or 3 incidents.
Yeah, well, first, so they're incidents because he's lying to you guys. He's making them incidents. We came to do a good faith conversation, which is required by the courts before you can get a court case approved. So we did that. He called the cops on us. He lied to you guys saying that we had heroin on us. And we did a 3-hour search of the car yesterday. We found no heroin in the car. He's going to make up any lie he can to get us arrested. We are doing things the legal way, the correct way. The reason he's hiding in his house is because he's the criminal. If something doesn't look good, it doesn't look good for him, not for us.
Go through the legal process,
Which is
find
what
an
we're
actual
doing, yeah.
process server.
She is an actual process server.
And what is your guys' relationship?
I just met her today.
Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her, yeah. We have no relationship. That's why she's here, yeah. That's why she's here. We have no relationship, and that is who she is, the exact person that you were describing.
they keep calling the police on us and all this stuff. And
I mean, to be fair, it should have been somebody else, and you could have been in a second car. Like,
finally, I got the body
could have planned that a little bit better.
cam footage where he calls him, and he's pissed off. He's like, he calls the court, and like, yeah, this is a real court case. And he's just like, this is where the cops just get like upset. They're like rubbing
Yeah,
their
they get
hands. They're like,
pissed.
what do we do? You know,
Yeah,
they're like, what?
you can
And
tell that
they're
they
just
start to
really
get mad.
Pissed off that this actually is a real court case.
Yeah.
And that's when they arrest me, and I'm like, what the heck? Like,
Okay.
Am I being arrested?
You're under arrest right now.
Really?
For what? Or
And
what?
I think the official charge they got me with is stalking. It's kind of complicated. There's a lot of things that have to be like check marks that have to be checked off for stalking. And I guess technically I did every check mark, which is why they got me for that. One of them is like I crossed state lines. So I went from California to Utah. So I traveled to go to him, you know, so that's in stalking. But the difference though is I was going there for a business reason, not to harass him. You know, I was there for a legitimate business reason, not for harassment.
Following, monitoring, observing, photographing, surveilling, or communicating to or about an individual.
Another check mark I completed was that my actions caused him fear. So that's another check mark when it comes to stalking. However, if you read deeper into the stalking code, it says that it only counts as stalking if a reasonable person would be scared, and a reasonable person would not be scared if I come to serve him papers, you know, like that's his fault that he's scared. He's only scared because he stole the money. So it's his fault that he's scared, not my fault. Like my actions, just sitting outside a person's house waiting to serve them would not cause the reasonable person fear, I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but that's another check. And then the other check was multiple incidents, I guess. So we had
So maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't have been there.
the day before the cops
Like honestly, if you wanted to serve him, you should have had somebody else do this.
came.
I mean, Jesus Christ, we got these fucking cameras in our glasses now. Like, buy a set of those. You have like 1.7 million people on it. Like, you're telling me you couldn't afford a fucking pair of Ray-Ban fucking glasses for a process server?
And they trespassed
Come on, bro.
me. And then
I'm gonna be honest. This is the part that pisses me off, where it's like, you gotta do better. Pep Law would have done better.
now I go back. And so because there's multiple instances of harassment, now it's stalking. So if I just harass someone once, that's not stalking. But because I harassed them twice, now it is stalking. Even though I would argue it's not harassment, I'm there for a legitimate business reason. And if you're going somewhere for a business reason, that's not legally harassment, I would argue at least.
I mean, ask the lawyer.
The night before you got arrested, that is when they searched your car. They detained you like for 3 hours, didn't find anything, had to let you go.
Yeah.
The next day is when you're trying to serve the court papers, and they come interact with you and eventually arrest you.
Yes.
Are those charges still pending?
Yes, I've been to court a couple times for them. It looks like it might take about 1 to 2 years. I've already been to court like 3 or 4 times just because of this. So
What are the charges against you? Like, what are they called? How many counts?
it's stalking. I think it's a class A misdemeanor stalking. It's like the highest misdemeanor right before felony. It's like the worst misdemeanor I can have. And so that's stalking, and then residential picketing. So our way to get the Josh out of the house so we could serve him was I put a sign across the street that said like, I stole a family's life savings or something, and it was just a small little sign. And it was actually, we looked it up. This patch of land, it's a small patch of land that it's like super kind of a gross patch of land because the HOA does not own it. It's just public for anyone to use. And so I'm allowed to put a sign there, because it's freedom of speech. I'm using the public land. If the police officers told me to take it down, obviously I would take it down. But it's funny because the police officers never mention the sign. Like out of all the times the police officers come, I'm always like, okay, this time they're gonna mention the sign, and they just like, this is fake court papers. I'm like, what? So they always caught me off guard on that. But technically in Utah, targeted picketing, residential picketing is illegal, I guess, even though it was a public area. So I don't really know much about that, but that's the other thing they're getting me on is residential picketing.
They had to dig deep for that one.
Yeah.
It sounds like First Amendment retaliation to me.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But that was the first time I got arrested. I got arrested again. So basically we realized if we sue them, it's like the police are making it impossible for us to sue them. Like if I try and do what the court tells me to do, I will get arrested. So we were brainstorming other ways to get his money back. And we're like, well, if we can't take bricks and minifigs down, maybe the video will be enough to take them down and we can still reimburse them through a GoFundMe. So I made a GoFundMe and I used the same picture as that sign as our GoFundMe picture. Because I was like, if they got really upset at that sign, it'd be kind of funny to put as that picture. And also, I just thought it was a funny picture. I'm like, if this is the picture of our GoFundMe, the GoFundMe will go more viral. And the more viral it goes, the more money we make. So it was a strategic business move to make that picture our GoFundMe picture, because that picture is going to cause more people to donate, And I think I said in the GoFundMe, like, Josh stole the Legos, and now Brian is trying to get his money back for what Josh stole or something, We're like, okay, let's go hang this GoFundMe picture up, And so we print out the sign double in size this time. And we got permission from the person's house to put it up. And so it's not like we're on like a public property. This is private property that we are allowed to post the sign on. And the police come literally within like 30 seconds this time the police come, because the police are always driving through the neighborhood and stuff. There was one time they even just like show up to our house for whatever reason.
I feel like Reckless Ben needs to just kind of hire me just to be a ride along. So it's just like, hey man, I'm seasoned. Don't do this.
Police are always.
It's like I know how to avoid police fucking in all ways of life. Just listen to your Uncle Pep, and your Uncle Pep will make sure that you don't get arrested, and he'll also make sure that these cops don't fuck with you, because I'm also Pep Law.
In the neighborhood.
Uncle Pep and Pep Law are the same guy.
I guess. So within like 30 seconds, like the sign's not even, like it only takes like less than a minute to hang up a sign. It doesn't take a long time to hang up a sign. And they couldn't even hang up the sign yet. So it's literally within like 30 seconds. So like the police must have been following us, or they must have already been in the area. It was just a coincidence. They were already there. But within 30 seconds, the police show up. What you guys up to?
We're starting to GoFundMe. Yeah. What we're doing is we're going to get a bunch of publicity to get basically all this money back for this family.
Ben just like goes and cuts it down. And then pretty much all of it's redacted. And so I can only assume what the police officers are saying now because they're not letting me see. And some of it I was able to like splice the clips together and see bits and pieces that they didn't want me to see, where they're arguing like what is, like, why did you take it down? Like, we can't just take this.
Your stalking code. See if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance. Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Is he upset about it? I mean, I guess, but that's not.
Yeah, this police officer is right. Just because this might make Josh upset does not make this poster illegal. So I decided to let the police department know that some of the redactions they made aren't exactly what they're claiming they are. I think you guys might have accidentally forgot to redact another clip that was at the same time.
Dude.
And when I synced the two clips together, I was able.
He's going to really piss him off, but yeah, dude, if the cops keep retaliating.
To see what they were saying, like what the redaction was.
Oh, this is the complicated case too. This is why. Okay, now I see why Legal Eagle might have been like, all right, we'll see.
And he was talking about how what we're doing actually isn't illegal and how the police officer might be wrong. And so it wasn't about protecting a victim. It wasn't any personal information. And so I was wondering, it seems like there might be a lot of stuff like that got redacted, maybe to protect
the police officers, not to protect the victims, if that makes sense. And so
yeah, we don't do that. So like I said, anything that's redacted is pursuant to Utah state code.
I can tell because when I sync the two clips together, I'm actually able to see that that's what the redaction was.
Okay, well, that didn't happen.
That definitely didn't happen.
No, I don't do that then. I follow the Utah state code, like I just said.
Okay,
I don't know. It seems like the police department redacted this entire conversation because right here the police are actually admitting to themselves that none of this is illegal, but they're still going to try to arrest us anyways. It seems like the only reason they're getting rid of this audio is to protect the police officers from getting fired.
The way you know we have First Amendment freedom of speech is I can say something you don't like, and I'm allowed to do that. So the police officer is arguing exactly against that statement. He's like, if this makes him mad, this is illegal, which goes completely against the First Amendment. And so he's like, because it makes him mad, we're going to steal their property. They're kind of brainstorming schemes, way to get us arrested. He's like, let's get him on disorderly. If it's not disorderly, we'll get him on a public nuisance. If it's not that, we'll get him on, and they're just listing off all these things. But at the end of the day, they can't find anything we're doing illegal. So finally, they're like, Sheldon, let's confiscate your phone. And then Sheldon pulls out his phone, and I guess he like double tapped it, and he sees his wallet's up on it. And he just like locks his phone before giving it to them. And then they arrest him for destroying evidence, which they call obstruction. I cut in the video to Sheldon in the interrogation room. He's like, I'm assuming you have a phone. He's like, if you lock your screen, can you destroy evidence that way? He's like, actually, you can't because the phone's locked. What I was doing is I was preserving the evidence, actually.
My wallet popped up, so I said, hold up, let me hit my power button. And, I had to record as well. That's all I went and did. That's not obstruction of evidence. And then I let him have the phone. I wasn't trying to delete anything. In fact, it is actually impossible to delete something from an iPhone from a locked screen by hitting the power button. So in no context could I have been trying to erase something by hitting one button on my phone. Now, I'm sure you have a phone as well. When you hit the power button, that doesn't delete anything, does it?
I imagine it wouldn't, yeah.
Yes, that's all I did. So I don't know how that's obstruction of evidence, but that is what it is.
So he gets arrested for obstruction just because they're fishing for anything at this point to get this GoFundMe down. After that, like I'm calling the police station. So Sheldon's not even in jail yet, and I'm like calling the jail, and they're like, Sheldon's not here yet, and then all of a sudden the police just raid our house. We're like, what the heck is happening now? And one of my friends is like, what happened? And I've heard of YouTubers getting swatted before, where like someone will call the cops and be like, hey, I'm like a dangerous terrorist. You're gonna explode everything. Come get me, and then the police will show up. And it's actually really dangerous. So I'm like, I think we got swatted for the first time. But we're all confused. They're not telling us anything. We're like, are we getting arrested? And they're like, we can't answer any of your questions.
Yeah, but you got swatted by the cops themselves. Like this seemed to be on their merit.
But they ended up taking everyone to jail, except for me. They took me to a detective room.
Pick and grin.
And later I got the warrant. And on the warrant, it says that they had a search warrant to search our house for missing Legos, like missing or any stolen Legos. And so I'm requesting all this footage, like, hey, can I get the claims? Like, can I get the 911 calls of why they had to search our house? And they're like, we can't give that to you. You're just gonna use that for clicks and likes on your YouTube video, so we can't give you any of this. Even though they legally have to give it to me, they're not, because they don't want me to make it viral, I guess. Like, why else would they be searching our house for stolen Legos if they didn't get a call? I don't know, it just makes no sense.
I've been swatted twice, and what they actually did was share absolutely everything with me. Like, this is the call that we got. This is where it came from. This was the number. This was the IP address that was used, and then help me try to track the people down. Here, it sounds like it was sort of a mutual effort.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to know why they swatted my house. All I have is it says, we are looking for stolen or missing Legos inside my house.
Did they find any missing Legos in your house?
No, we had no Legos in our house. I didn't steal the Legos. I'm investigating the thief who stole the Legos. So I kind of connected the dots. And then in the previous video, Josh said, like, if I actually attempt to go out and sue him, he's gonna come out and say I stole the Legos. I don't know. I'm just connecting the puzzle pieces in like the way I think is the best way to connect them, I guess.
After the swatting, did they arrest you?
Yes. They searched our entire house. They didn't find any Legos, of course, but they arrested me. They detained me in the interrogation room. So I wasn't arrested yet. I was just being detained in an interrogation room.
Well, that was against your will, though, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
So you were arrested.
You were arrested.
I guess so, yeah.
They can call it detained, but unless you're free to leave, like you were under arrest at that point.
When he read me my Miranda rights, he says, this doesn't mean you're being under arrest. You're just being detained, but I have to read you these Miranda rights, is what he said. So the police officers claim I was only detained to that point, and then I was officially under arrest once they found out I made the GoFundMe, is what the police are claiming.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Okay?
Yeah, this cop pulled my arm so far back, it dislocated my shoulder. He claims it's because I was attempting to make an escape or something.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
But if we go back a little bit, you can see I was being completely still when he grabbed me, and I actually made 0 quick movements. So this police officer is just straight up lying, so he can give me a serious injury.
Did the cops dislocate your shoulder at some point?
Yeah, so I was skiing literally 2 days before going to Utah, and I had a really bad skiing accident where I dislocated my shoulder. and it still kind of hurts. I probably need like surgery on it or something.
So they didn't.
So the
They didn't. No, that's like a hold up.
entire time, like
You just admitted that that was not caused by. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Now I understand why Legal Eagle doesn't like this kid, because he's his own worst enemy.
driving. Like I don't know if you can see in the video.
Shut up.
Videos like when I'm driving, like I'm just
Shut up.
driving with one arm.
You should have just been like, I was skiing. Maybe it had something to do with that, because it was but it was already an exact, like I already had, like he exacerbated in energy, like come on, like what are you doing?
I like lift my arm up like this, like it would just dislocate. So like it was.
You're fucking dumb, you dude. You Riddle asshole. God damn it. Just gotta say it. This is what happens when you have too many fucking kids on the fucking ADHD meds.
Just any like rough
They all like, they talk the same, but they also think the same. They're fucking morons.
movement on my arm would have dislocated. You know, I don't think he was being like overly like
It's a pre-existing injury.
aggressive, but
You fucking moron.
I mean, he did dislocate it for no reason because he
No, he pulled your, he was aggressive with you for no reason, but to insinuate that this is why people, honestly, I get why you're fucking hateable. Like, this sucks. Oh, god damn it.
He was like, he's like, no quick movements. Like, you made a quick move. He's like, you have to just chill. But
Pep, please don't do that. Do what? Point out the fact that he's a fucking moron?
I was just walking out just like everyone else did.
No. The lawyer's face says it all right here, okay? I am saying something that in a court of law...
I think I have
don't say that about the ADHD meds. Dude, I'm on them.
a confused look on my face. I'm like, why are all these police officers here with guns? I'm
Jesus Christ, it's almost like I could recognize,
like, okay, I'll comply.
something
You know?
like this.
'Cause this is my first time ever having like a machine gun pointed at my face.
Fine.
So I'm not like, all it takes is like one mess up of a movement for the cop to shoot me. So I'm like, I'm going to comply as much as possible. So I was making sure to make no quick movements. And you can see in the footage, no quick movements. And the cop like takes my bad shoulder and just moves it up.
Fine, should I call him what I think he is?
So I still think there was no reason for him to do that.
How long were you in custody?
The police originally requested for me to have no bail. So I was like scared. I'm like, dude, I'm going to be here for like a month, dude. Because my court case was about a month later.
They are? Yeah, they are. Yeah, because I can recognize the ones that actually benefit from the medication versus the ones that just kind of get a buzz from it.
So that's what
So yeah, no, I'm going to be a little prick about this one.
the police wanted. But the judge said that I think I got out maybe like 12, 13 hours later or something like that. Like it wasn't too long.
All of these charges are still pending?
Yes. I've got none of them taken down. Every single thing I've been charged for is going to court. I tried to call the prosecutor, make a deal, and they're not willing to play ball.
You have a trial date set?
I have a lot of trial dates set. Yeah, the next one is July 1st. Yeah. And that is for discovery for this case. Because I said, hey, I don't know why I'm here. I won't know why I'm here unless you tell me why I'm here. So that's what we were deciding
There's also a reason that people are treating him like a child.
on July 1st, whether I'm allowed to know why I'm here.
And these are all misdemeanors?
Yes, but of the highest class. And I have new charges. So after my first call with Eamon, where I'm like, hey, can you please just give us the Legos back? After my first interaction with Eamon calls the police.
It's kind of funny that, like,
"Ben just came in here saying
ironically,
he's gonna burn down
him
the
doing this Lego piece is about to give him a fucking crash course in law.
building if I don't give the Legos back. He's going to shoot every single person inside. So those ones I'm actually dealing with a Class B felony for those charges. So now I'm dealing with felonies, but we're still just in pretrial right now. So
And meanwhile, has this family gotten any of their money back or their Legos back?
now that big streamers are talking about it, I think if we can get big streamers to like shout out the GoFundMe, I think the internet will do its thing and we'll reimburse them. But that doesn't solve the problem of, oh, now the business just gets away with this. Because the thing I don't want is for the business to be like, oh, Brian's been refunded by the internet. Now we don't have to pay him anymore. You know, like the problem solved. Stop.
That's not how it works. And if you were genuinely serious about this, then... God damn it. Now I'm starting to figure out why people hate this kid.
harassing us now. You know, like that's what I don't want. So
He kind of sucks.
I was thinking maybe the GoFundMe's for me.
Like, great. He got a GoFundMe. But overall, with everything that came from this,
And then what happens
like, I'm glad... Hold on. He's talking to a lawyer.
is I take
Keep
the money from
forgetting that.
GoFundMe,
He's
give it
not
all
being
to
interviewed.
Brian
This is a lawyer.
in return for the rest of the Legos we didn't
So
buy
let's
from
see
him.
what he
And
has
now
to
it
say.
truly is like me versus corporate. Brian gets refunded, but now I'm in debt to Bricks and Minifigs, and then now Bricks and Minifigs has to pay me back. Is kind of what. And that way Brian gets completely, because he just wants out of this thing. He just wants to get paid and leave. So I was thinking that might be the best way to deal with it. So I used the GoFundMe money, buy the rest of the Legos from Brian. He gets paid out, and then now I just continue to fight for the money Bricks and Minifigs owes me now.
Sounds like a plan.
That's crazy.
More than just interview Ben about what happened, I also needed to review the court documents for myself.
There we go.
So Ben gave me the access and I started to go through them. As I'm doing this, the situation, as you know, starts absolutely blowing up everywhere on the internet. And I start to just continuously get more and more emails and messages about the situation. I've watched his GoFundMe go from just a few thousand to over 200 grand in just a matter of days. And that's probably a good thing because Ben will need basically an army of lawyers to get through this thing. Despite having the apparent support of the entire internet, he's currently facing serious criminal charges in the local courts there in Utah County, Utah. He's currently facing 1 count of stalking, a Class A misdemeanor under Utah law, and 1 count of targeted residential picketing, a Class B misdemeanor under Utah law. Those are both still in the very early stages, and he's currently out on about a $2,000 bond. But that's not all. He's also facing a 333-page civil lawsuit filed by BAM Franchising and other plaintiffs, and it's quite detailed. It's full of allegations. What they are claiming is their side of the story, replete with numerous screenshots from the Reckless Ben videos, as well as numerous civil causes of action, including a Utah RICO claim, defamation, injurious falsehood, whatever that is.
Good luck with that one.
Civil conspiracy, tortious interference, civil stalking, nuisance, trespass, intentional infliction of emotional distress.
They're overshooting their fucking shot on this one.
And unjust enrichment. Meanwhile,
they're banking on getting a Mormon judge.
As you know from Ben's videos, the American Fork Police Department has been busy redacting the audio from most of the body cam videos that they have released. So there is a lot going on here. And as always, the most important thing is the criminal case. Unlike a civil case, Ben's literal freedom is on the line. Additionally, if they are able to secure any criminal convictions against him, that could negatively impact or even foreclose Ben's ability to win a subsequent civil lawsuit against the officers and agencies involved here and everything that had happened. At this point, the criminal case is far from being resolved. Then there's the civil case. As was alleged to have been threatened numerous times throughout these incidents, it can take a long time and a huge amount of money to defend against these sort of civil lawsuits. I mean, just look at the 333-page complaint and attachments that these plaintiffs paid attorneys to draft, file, and serve on Ben. He's going to need his own army of attorneys just to defend against it, and it could take a long time. But hopefully he will have even better lawyers, and hopefully they can get it out of that local courthouse where it is now and get it removed to federal court. I've already been talking with one particular lawyer that I have in mind to represent Ben who would be perfect for the job. Hopefully that can be made to work. But for now, it's important for Ben to keep building his war chest and collecting evidence. I've also been going through the body cam footage and audio that we do have from the interactions with the American Fork Police Department, and I'm going to address those in a part 2 video because there is just
Jesus, we're getting a part 2.
So much there that happened. I'll also address the specifics from the civil lawsuit that was filed against Ben that contains the other side's allegations. So you can follow along by
Okay, so we're getting a part 2. Well, that's awesome. Let's do this. Sorry. The fuck? Okay. Deep breath. Hey, I'm all right. He didn't want to take the case personally. No, I get it. I do get that. Okay. Now let's try. Come on. Work with me. Yeah, I know, right? So annoying. Yeah, it's just... Oh, okay. Great. Fuck it. Let's just do it this way. I don't care anymore. There. We got the backup. Don't fuck with this. Oh my god. Oh, you're gonna do this now, huh? Yeah, this is the reason that I fucking do this shit. Like, fuck. Okay, hold on. So dumb. There we go. Fine. Fuck it.
Just announced they are permanently closing the Salem franchise that's at the center of the whole. Bricks and Minifigs just announced they are permanently closing the Salem franchise that's at the center of the whole viral $200,000 Lego corruption scandal. And if you're getting to this late, don't worry, I'll recap this insanity.
So I think they're doing this because I think it protects them.
One more time, there's a guy in Oregon by the name of Brian Manziel who entered into a consignment deal with the local Bricks and Minifigs franchise to sell his dad's $200,000 Lego collection for a 65% cut. But then, corporate came in, seized the shop, sold it to new owners, Josh Johnson and Brandon Best, and Brian's Lego collection disappeared, with Brian claiming that the new owners refused to honor his deal and they stole the Legos with the help, or at least backing, of Bricks and Minifigs corporate. And then you had YouTuber Reckless Ben stepping into the picture and turning the whole situation into a viral investigation saga. Right, so he goes to Utah to serve legal papers to one of the new owners, Josh Johnson, saying that he can't proceed with the lawsuit until he gets the signature, but Josh won't accept them, and so it sets off this whole battle with the police. Ben gets arrested twice on accusations of stalking, his Airbnb was raided for the missing Legos, his car was searched for heroin, he eventually flees to Mexico, and now Bricks and Minifigs is suing both him and Brian. Right, and with this, you have Ben claiming that the whole thing, it's a conspiracy between the Mormon owners and the local police, who are also part of the Mormon community. And then the big update yesterday was that there was a leak of unredacted police body cam footage of several of those interactions. Though also, whether or not it was a true leak, that's still up for debate. The main thing, the videos are out, and in some of that leaked footage, we've got Bricks and Minifig CEO Amon McNeff on the phone with Johnson, claiming that the previous owner of the Salem franchise, Crystal Law Gorman, that they had sold the entire collection and left the country without paying Brian. And he says that he's actually been trying to help Brian resolve that, but then Ben came in and cooked up this whole scheme with Brian to extort money from the company. Well, now it seems like the company has changed its tune, or at least a little, because last night they shared a blog post announcing, quote, a permanent closure of the Salem, Oregon store, as well as a mutual agreement to part ways with franchise owners Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson due to a devastating social media campaign. And with that, saying their own internal investigation revealed evidence of gross negligence by Crystal Law Gorman, as well as operational gaps during the transition. And with that, adding that leadership has reached out to Brian to meet, review what the investigations uncovered, and come to a solution. You had McNeff, right, the CEO, saying that the company had been asking Brian and others for documentation for a long time and that they hadn't received enough. But now, thanks to internal and external operations assistants and those who continue to stand with us, and we finally have enough to proceed with a resolution. Going on to say now that they have the necessary...
You know what sucks? That this really, like, out of all the things that this does, it takes the store away from the community, which, you know how many little kids are going to be really upset about that?
Information they're offering to...
Because, you know, this did bring them joy, but at the end of the day, I guess it's all about fucking the corporate overlords and how much money they fucking make.
From the lawsuit claiming that they want to make sure that he gets his money, in quote, ensure that whatever Star Wars Lego was or remains in the Salem store, whether you identify it as yours or not, you can have it. Which is very notable because it appears that McNeff is openly admitting that there may still be some of Brian's Legos at the Salem franchise. Now, as far as the evidence they supposedly have now, Bricks and Minifigs claim that Crystal kept 3 sets of spreadsheets that all had different accounts of what was sold from Brian.
Adults suck. Yeah.
His collection, and quote, show significant discrepancies between what she publicly paid Mr.
Yeah, someone who literally doesn't even like try to buy Pokemon cards anymore when they release because of how bad scalpers and adults suck.
Mansell versus what the trackers include. And
you can't even have fun trying to even like I'm one of those assholes that wanted to try to continue to play the game. I like to build a fucking, you know, a nice deck.
At their internal sales data.
But can't do that anymore. There's no way to be competitive. Like, why would you even try it? It's not like I was trying to be tournament or anything, but still, you would like to keep it within the legal, you know, boundaries. But that's impossible to do when they literally discontinue cards within 4 sets.
It shows that Gorman sold,
and they release 4 sets in 1 year.
Sold at least $52,000 worth of Legos from that collection, an amount that was significantly more than she reported. But the company also alleged that Crystal's books valued the collection at roughly...
Yeah, fuck them all. Fuck the business owner. Like, fuck them all. And it's all to exploit the actual creators who do have a passion for it.
$100,000.
And the people, you know, the artistic community, the fucking just, they exploit people's passion for things. And it sucks.
Arguing
it makes you not want to support anything. It makes you not want to get into anything because everything is just fucking corporate bullshit.
The $200,000 figure that's been publicly circulating by both her and Brian was never a documented value and simply the promotional value that they used to bring excitement. Their words. Now, as far as where the new owners fit into all this, the blog post says that Crystal never made a formal introduction between Manziel, corporate, or Josh and Brandon. Or with Bricks and Minifigs COO Matt McNeff claiming in a statement, this evidence confirmed the new incoming franchisees who took over the location were not aware of nor prepared for the responsibilities of taking over a store from a forensic accounting review standpoint. But very notably here,
I just realized there's a Bricks and Figs Minifigs store, I think, in Algonquin.
of Ben's first videos from this whole saga, he said that Crystal gave him footage from the night that her store was seized
There
that
is
appears to
one.
contradict the claim that the new owners and
I have to
corporate did
stop
not know about the deal with Brian. Right, and both Brian and Crystal claim that the clip clearly shows her telling
I plan on going into the burb soon.
a corporate representative about Brian's agreement, asking how she's supposed to compensate him for the set that he hasn't been paid for, and the rep replying that the store's new owners will take it over.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
Oh, shit.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours.
Right, so based on that alone, it's unclear if Brian's going to be so willing to just up and take whatever deal Bricks and Minifigs is going to try and offer here. But to that point, you did have the COO kind of sort of apologizing to him without actually directly apologizing, saying, "We are disappointed the situation was not made explicitly clear. That should have happened much sooner than today. That's not acceptable, and we're not going to pretend otherwise." But then also with this update, you have a lot of people going, well, it doesn't feel like there's actually any meaningful, real accountability. Or you got people saying they're still blaming all this on Crystal, and they're also trying to say that what they do owe Brian is actually about half the $200,000 that he claims the collection's valued at. And then beyond that, it's also worth mentioning that this big announcement, it came the exact same day that one of the Bricks and Minifigs biggest suppliers pulled out altogether, or with the supplier in question being Minifigs.me, which actually has worked with Bricks and Minifigs for years now and was essential in helping them go from one store to a whole chain. But yesterday they put out an announcement on Instagram saying that they can no longer do so in good conscience because of this whole situation, and going on to explain that this is not a decision they made.
Yeah, I saw this on Facebook.
Lightly, saying it will cost them a lot of money.
Some old.
And they know it'll have a serious impact on the innocent Bricks and Minifig stores. Or with the statement adding, "We hope that together they can persuade the franchise as a whole to improve and heal." And so with that, you've got some people celebrating this as a win, while others have argued that this is actually just a calculated retreat, saying their business is in serious threat of going under without their main supplier. Of course they caved. Don't buy into they are doing the right thing. Their business
they're
is
not.
in trouble.
No.
That's why they are caving. Nobody that works with them is on their side. And then some have said that this might actually be more shady than the company just covering their ass. Or with one person saying it seems like a legal trap, an attempt to isolate Reckless Ben as well, saying they are not at all promising to stop their counter campaign, countersuits against him. Also, so much blame shifting and PR doublespeak all around this. TLDR, divide and conquer. Others also accusing Bricks and Minifigs corporate of essentially just throwing Josh and Brandon or the bus and trying to save face. But also with all this, it's not just the Salem location that's getting impacted. You had a Bricks and Minifigs franchise in Sacramento also announcing yesterday that it was temporarily closing for a week after receiving harassment and death threats, which one, obviously is just horrible and shouldn't happen, but also two, it illustrates just how big and out of hand the situation has gotten. But for now, that is where we are, and in the meantime, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, your reactions. Let me know what those are in those comments down below. Share to spread the word, and of course, subscribe for more.
Wait, do we have part 2? Civil rights lawyer. Here, hold on. If we have part 2, I can stick around for that. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Does not. No, he's only got part 1 out. All right. Well. Do I have anything else that I want to cover? I think we're good. All right. I think that does it. That was fun. Holy shit. So you guys are all caught up, and we're going to keep an eye on it. But that was worth the tease, right? Like, I think that I did all right with that. I didn't, like, go too crazy with it. You know, I think that was fair. There was Lego drama, and we got to it. Hell yeah. They really did piss off the world. I mean, dude, everybody's fucking mad about this because we've all been there. The thing is, everybody has had this thought about, you know, these big corporations, and like you go to the store, you try to make a return and they give you shit, especially when you have your fucking receipt or some shit. Like, dude, everybody can put themselves in this person's shoes. Like, you have to, like, think of it this way. We've all worked hard for something. And then to have that hard work you get gaslit and told that, number one, you didn't really work all that hard, and that everything you did work hard for was really, it wasn't worth anything, even though it was worth enough for these people to steal it from you. Like, I don't know, man. That would fucking break me. It'd be real. Oh, shit. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that story. Check in later for some updates in the coming weeks here. Good day's content, Pep. Thanks. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, no, I think I did all right. Did 8 hours, but also got some stuff to farm out. Yeah. Keep looking out for hold on. Pat, before I go, gotta give me a react to Erica Kirk thing. Give a shit. Give a fucking shit. There's my reaction. Erica Kirk's in the news. Good for her. I don't care. You know what I'm getting a little tired of is how they are genuinely trying to manufacture like a whole bunch of outrage that people are falling for, and I don't care. Like I just don't give a shit. The economy sucks. Gas is about to fucking skyrocket. Nah, I'm gonna focus on the things that like really matter. She got roasted at her women's summit. Cool. Good for her. She's just figuring out that nobody likes her. Sorry, Liv Fem, with all due respect, and like this has nothing to do with you. I just don't give a fuck about Erica Kirk. I don't give a fuck about any of it. So, I feel like that's a good place to end this. Just don't give a fuck about Erica Kirk. All right, folks. So I do appreciate you all hanging out tonight. Wait a minute. We're 2 minutes away from a 420. From a double 420? Wait a minute. Hold on. I will do that. I understand it was petty revenge for me. She's literally evil. Okay. I mean, she is, but I just...